Chapter 1. It hurts so much, it's so dark, so scary, is this what death feels like? Living is painful enough, why would death still hurt, and still have to suffer like this? At this moment, he felt a ray of light appear, as if he had seen a life-saving straw, and quickly rushed towards the light. When he came to his senses, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar place. At this moment, an old voice sounded, "Child, you're awake." Liu Li heard the voice and looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a short old man with white hair and beard standing next to him. At this time, the old man said apologetically, "Sorry. Child, it was too late when I went there. The monsters had destroyed the village, and you were the only survivor in the village." Liu Li was a little confused. What was the old man talking about? Why couldn't he understand at all? What village? He didn't live in the village, and what were monsters? Liu Li's confused performance seemed to Makarov to be too sad and unable to accept reality. "Child, you should stay in fairy tale from now on, and make plans after you fully recover. After all, this is my mistake. Alas! If I could have arrived earlier, perhaps the tragedy would not have happened." Makarov couldn't help but blame himself. When he heard that a powerful monster was attacking the village, he had accelerated to rush over, but he was still a step late. Although he killed all the monsters, the dead cannot be resurrected. Liu Li was stunned when he heard a familiar name, fairy tale. Makarov was very happy to see Liu Li's reaction. "Why? Child, you have also heard of fairy tale. Fairy tale is my guild, and I am Makarov, the president of fairy tale." Makarov. Liu Li's eyes widened. If the name of fairy tale was a coincidence, it couldn't be that the name of the president was the same. Could it be that he had traveled through time and space to the world of fairy tale? Liu Li struggled to sit up. He wanted to see if this was the fairy tale he knew. Just now, when he supported the edge of the bed with his hands, he found something wrong. His arms were obviously much thinner. Looking closely, his palms were also much smaller. Liu Li quickly touched his face with his hands. Although he couldn't see, he knew that it was completely different from his appearance. Was he traveling through time and space? "What's wrong?" Makarov asked curiously. "Fine. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what's your name, kid?" "Liu Li, my name is Liu Li." He didn't know the name of the original owner of this body, so he just gave his own name. "Liu Li. Cuckoo." At this time, Liu Li's stomach started to growl, and he also felt a strong sense of hunger. "You haven't eaten for 3 days, you must be hungry, let's go downstairs to eat something, and also see my guild." Liu Li followed Makarov out of the door of the infirmary. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by an extremely lively atmosphere. Looking down from the second floor, there were many people in the guild hall, some drinking, eating, chatting, some singing and dancing, some fighting, and some watching. The whole guild seemed a mess. "You stinky ice-using idiot!" A boy with cherry-colored hair and a dragon-scale scarf around his neck punched a black-haired boy. "You stinking fire-breathing bastard!" The black-haired boy threw a punch back, and the two of them attacked each other back and forth, neither of them backing down. "Come on, Gray! Don't lose! Go! Natsu!" The onlookers cheered for the excitement. "Bastard! I'm angry." Gray couldn't take down the opponent after a long time, and he was a little anxious. Cold air emanated from his palms, and he was ready to use magic. Whoosh! Natsu's hands were ignited with fire. "Come on! Who's afraid of who?" Makarov saw it and was furious, shouting, "Don't stop! You two little bastards!" Liu Li was completely sure after seeing the two people fighting that he had traveled to the world of fairy tale. Seeing Makarov appear, Natsu and Gray had to separate, but both of them looked unconvinced. Magic! Liu Li's eyes widened and sparkled when he saw flames burning in Natsu's hands. Although he had seen it countless times in anime, this was the first time he saw this extraordinary power with his own eyes. Makarov noticed the expression in eyes on Lu Li's face. Do you like magic? I like it. Lu Li showed his inner thoughts without hesitation or concealment. In the past, it was a materialistic world where science was the only truth and there was no such mysterious thing as magic. Maybe there was, but it was definitely not something that ordinary people like him could get in touch with. The human desire for power is an instinct in the genes. It is precisely because of this yearning that a series of novels and movies about magic, cultivation, superpowers, etc. were born. Lu Li dreamed of having these abilities. Even if the knowledge was the simplest, he would be extremely excited. You can also learn magic. Seeing that Lu Li was so interested in magic, Makarov wanted Lu Li to learn magic to divert Lu Li's attention and get rid of the pain of his relative's death. Really? Of course it's true. I can teach you how to use magic right now. Makarov opened his palms and didn't say any spells. Whoosh! Flames appeared in Makarov's palms, and then the flames quickly formed a burning fireball. Look at this, this is the fireball technique. At this time, Lu Li looked at the fireball with burning eyes, and his brain began to analyze the fireball automatically. All the knowledge about the fireball technique was instilled into his brain. After a while, a paragraph of text began to emerge in his mind. You have observed the fireball technique. Your comprehension is extraordinary, you have mastered the fireball technique. Chapter 2. It hurts so much, it's so dark, so scary, is this what death feels like? Living is painful enough, why would death still hurt, and still have to suffer like this? At this moment, he felt a ray of light appear, as if he had seen a life-saving straw, and quickly rushed towards the light. When he came to his senses, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar place. At this moment, an old voice sounded, "Child, you're awake." Lu Li heard the voice and looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a short old man with white hair and beard standing next to him. At this time, the old man said apologetically, "Sorry. Child, it was too late when I went there. The monsters had destroyed the village, and you were the only survivor in the village." Lu Li was a little confused. What was the old man talking about? Why couldn't he understand at all? What village? He didn't live in the village, and what were monsters? Lu Li's confused performance seemed to Makarov to be too sad and unable to accept reality. "Child, you should stay in fairy tale from now on, and make plans after you fully recover. After all, this is my mistake. Alas! If I could have arrived earlier, perhaps the tragedy would not have happened." Makarov couldn't help but blame himself. When he heard that a powerful monster was attacking the village, he had accelerated to rush over, but he was still a step late. Although he killed all the monsters, the dead cannot be resurrected. Lu Li was stunned when he heard a familiar name, fairy tale. Makarov was very happy to see Lu Li's reaction. "Why? Child, you have also heard of fairy tale. Fairy tale is my guild, and I am Makarov, the president of fairy tale." Makarov. Lu Li's eyes widened. If the name of fairy tale was a coincidence, it couldn't be that the name of the president was the same. Could it be that he had traveled through time and space to the world of fairy tale? Lu Li struggled to sit up. He wanted to see if this was the fairy tale he knew. Just now, when he supported the edge of the bed with his hands, he found something wrong. His arms were obviously much thinner. Looking closely, his palms were also much smaller. Lu Li quickly touched his face with his hands. Although he couldn't see, he knew that it was completely different from his appearance. Was he traveling through time and space? "What's wrong?" Makarov asked curiously. "Fine. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what's your name, kid?" "Lu Li, my name is Lu Li." He didn't know the name of the original owner of this body, so he just gave his own name. "Lu Li. Cuckoo." At this time, Liu Li's stomach started to growl, and he also felt a strong sense of hunger. You haven't eaten for 3 days, you must be hungry, let's go downstairs to eat something, and also see my guild. Liu Li followed Makarov out of the door of the infirmary. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by an extremely lively atmosphere. Looking down from the second floor, there were many people in the guild hall, some drinking, eating, chatting, some singing and dancing, some fighting, and some watching. The whole guild seemed a mess. You stinky ice-using idiot! A boy with cherry-colored hair and a dragon-scale scarf around his neck punched a black-haired boy. You stinking fire-breathing bastard! The black-haired boy threw a punch back, and the two of them attacked each other back and forth, neither of them backing down. Come on, Gray! Don't lose! Go! Natsu! The onlookers cheered for the excitement. Bastard! I'm angry. Gray couldn't take down the opponent after a long time, and he was a little anxious. Cold air emanated from his palms, and he was ready to use magic. Whoosh! Natsu's hands were ignited with fire. Come on! Who's afraid of who? Makarov saw it and was furious, shouting, don't stop! You two little bastards! Liu Li was completely sure after seeing the two people fighting that he had traveled to the world of fairy tale. Seeing Makarov appear, Natsu and Gray had to separate, but both of them looked unconvinced. Magic! Liu Li's eyes widened and sparkled when he saw flames burning in Natsu's hands. Although he had seen it countless times in anime, this was the first time he saw this extraordinary power with his own eyes. Makarov noticed the expression and eyes on Liu Li's face. Do you like magic? I like it. Liu Li showed his inner thoughts without hesitation or concealment. In the past, it was a materialistic world where science was the only truth and there was no such mysterious thing as magic. Maybe there was, but it was definitely not something that ordinary people like him could get in touch with. The human desire for power is an instinct in the genes. It is precisely because of this yearning that a series of novels and movies about magic, cultivation, superpowers, etc. were born. Liu Li dreamed of having these abilities. Even if the knowledge was the simplest, he would be extremely excited. You can also learn magic. Seeing that Liu Li was so interested in magic, Makarov wanted Liu Li to learn magic to divert Liu Li's attention and get rid of the pain of his relative's death. Really? Of course it's true. I can teach you how to use magic right now. Makarov opened his palms and didn't say any spells. Whoosh! Flames appeared in Makarov's palms, and then the flames quickly formed a burning fireball. Look at this, this is the fireball technique. At this moment, Liu Li stared at the fireball with burning eyes, and his brain began to analyze the fireball automatically. All the knowledge about the fireball technique was instilled into his brain. After a while, a paragraph of text began to emerge in his mind. You have observed the fireball technique, your comprehension is extraordinary, you have mastered the fireball technique. Chapter 3. When Makarov brought Liu Li back, everyone in the guild knew that the child's home was destroyed by monsters and the child was the only survivor. Unexpectedly, this boy actually had such a powerful magic talent. Giant magic is not a low-level magic like fireball, but a very difficult magic. As long as you want, everyone present can easily learn the basic attack magic of fireball. And giant magic is a very difficult magic. Only the president can use giant magic in the guild. But this boy can cast the same magic after just watching it once. What else can this be but a monster? Makarov also felt Liu Li's terrifying magic talent at this time. If such a talent is not guided correctly, if it goes astray, it may cause terrible disasters to the world in the future. And if he guides it correctly, Liu Li's future will become the pillar of the fairy tale guild. Makarov persuaded Liu Li and said, Liu Li, don't you like magic? Do you want to join the fairy tale guild? You can learn a lot of magic here. Everyone in the guild also looked at Liu Li. Liu Li thought about it for a while and nodded. Well, I'll join. He is homeless now, and the only thing he knows in this world is fairy tale. And, most importantly, after joining fairy tale, he can learn more magic. Ah! It's Grandpa's magic. He's so awesome. Natsu's eyes lit up when he saw Liu Li transform into a giant. He also liked Makarov's giant magic very much, but he couldn't learn it at all. Gray also nodded in agreement with Natsu. This is no longer awesome, this is terrifying. He had suffered a lot in order to learn the ice-shaping magic, but this guy learned the president's magic just by watching it once. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that there would be such a terrifying guy in the world. Tisk. It's just that you learn magic faster. What's so great about it? Magic is only a part of it. After all, the powerful one is still the magician. Myra said with her arms folded, looking unhappy. She was not so eye-catching when she joined the guild. The most important thing was that she was very jealous of Liu Li's talent. She also wanted the president's magic very much. Urza said being able to learn magic so quickly and use it is a terrifying talent in itself. It seems that he will be a good opponent. Liu Li's magical talent was amazing, but Urza would not admit defeat. Soon, Makarov completed the membership procedures for Liu Li, and the silver-white fairy tale guild emblem was printed on the back of Liu Li's right hand. I really joined the fairy tale guild. When his life was counting down, the anime he watched every day was fairy tale. Compared to the heaviness of other anime, fairy tale was more joyful. He liked that feeling and he also dreamed of joining one day. But when he really joined, it felt so unreal. Welcome to join fairy tale. You should treat this place as your home from now on. Everyone in the guild is your family. Makarov said to Liu Li with a smile. It would be of great benefit to the guild to have such a talented boy join the guild. Liu Li nodded. Then, many children gathered around. Hey! Your name is Liu Li, right? My name is Natsu Dragnagal. You are so amazing that you can learn Grandpa's magic. How did you do it? Natsu asked Liu Li with a curious look on his face. Liu Li himself didn't know how he learned it, so he could only tell the truth. I don't know, I just learned it when I saw it. I don't believe it. If you can learn it just by seeing it, then you can learn my magic. Gray said as he clenched his fist with one hand and placed it on the palm of his other hand. He released magic with both hands, and cold air emanated from Gray's hands. Then an ice sculpture of the Fairy Tale Guild logo floated above his palm. You have observed the ice shape magic, you have a natural understanding, you have understood the ice shape magic. Learned a new magic. Liu Li was very excited. Then Liu Li also imitated Gray. Chilling air emanated from his palm, and when he opened his fist, an ice sculpture of the Fairy Tale Guild logo that was almost identical to Gray's appeared, but the details were a little worse than Gray's. Learned it again. Awesome! Everyone in the guild saw this scene. Even though Liu Li had used giant magic before, they were still shocked to see such a fast learning speed. My magic is so easy. Gray was so shocked that he had to practice magic with his master Uru for a long time. The other party could learn it after just one look. This was a big blow to Gray. Learn from me. Learn from me. Natsu also became interested and ignited a blazing flame in his hands. Liu Li looked at Natsu seriously as he cast the spell. This was the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, the magic of the protagonist of the fairy tale anime. Naturally, he couldn't miss such a powerful magic. You observed the fire dragon killing magic, but you were unable to comprehend it because you lacked the necessary dragon seeds. So you took a different approach and used magic to construct an artificial dragon seed, which you succeeded in constructing. You created a new magic. Please name the new magic. Countless knowledge was instilled into Liu Li's mind, and sparks of wisdom and thoughts continued to burst out. One after another, wonderful ideas continued to emerge, and finally the magic was completed. Since it was created by imitating the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, should it be called fire dragon transformation magic? That doesn't sound good, should it be called fire dragon transformation magic? That doesn't sound good, since what Zeref created by imitating the dragon slayer magic is god slayer magic, should it be called dragon god transformation? The new magic dragon god transformation has been named successfully. Chapter 4. How is it? Have you learned it? Everyone looked at Liu Li curiously, wanting to know if Liu Li could learn even this kind of lost magic. Liu Li shook his head. Seeing Liu Li shaking his head, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Makarov said, this is normal. Don't be discouraged. The fire dragon slayer magic is a lost magic, a magic taught to humans by dragons. How can it be so easy to learn? Hey! Liu Li's hands were wrapped in flames, exactly the same as the magic cast by Natsu. Liu Li, you learned it. Everyone looked at Liu Li in shock. Liu Li shook his head slowly and said, no, if you want to learn dragon slaying magic, you need a dragon to personally implant his own dragon seed into his body. I don't have a dragon seed, so I naturally can't learn dragon slaying magic. So I found another way and used my magic power to imitate and create an artificial dragon seed. The effect should be similar to the real dragon seed, but it is not the fire dragon slaying magic after all. I named this new magic Dragon God Transformation. The entire guild was in complete silence, and everyone looked at Liu Li as if he were a monster. What did you say? Because you didn't have a dragon seed, you created an artificial dragon seed, and used the artificial dragon seed to create a new magic called Dragon Transformation that was similar in power to the Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Is magic so easy to learn? And is magic so easy to create? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that someone could learn such a difficult magic in such a short time, and even create a new magic. Gray asked Natsu, what is a dragon seed? Natsu was also confused. I don't know either. How could he know what a dragon seed was? He learned the dragon slayer magic just as Igneel taught him. Igneel planted a dragon seed in his body, and he had no idea that there was such a thing. Makarov asked hesitantly, Liu Li, are you sure this is your first time in contact with magic? Liu Li nodded. Then how come you can understand it at a glance and know so much? I don't know either, but when I see you casting magic, relevant knowledge automatically comes to my mind, and I understand the magic you cast. Abnormal. They can learn magic just by watching it once. They have learned magic after hard practice. This is too abnormal. How can there be such abnormal talents in this world? Many people in the guild came to Liu Li and showed their magic, wanting to see if Liu Li could learn it. Liu Li was very excited to see so many magics. He traveled to the Fairy Tale Guild and could learn so many magics. Such a life is too happy. Makarov also had a headache when he saw Liu Li like this. He stretched out his hand to greet Liu Li. Liu Li heard Makarov's voice and immediately ran over. President, you called me. Liu Li, you have a very high talent for magic, but you may not know that the more magic you know, the more powerful a magician is. The truly powerful magicians are all specialized in one kind of magic, and they keep studying it, so that they can become more powerful. Liu Li nodded. He knew that what Makarov said was right. If you know it, you know it. If you are good at it, you are good at it. It's like playing a game. Even if you play the same hero, some people can be the top one, while others are eternal diamonds. I know, President, I'm just very curious about magic and want to learn more about it. Then Liu Li looked at Makarov with shining eyes. President, I heard that you are one of the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land. Can you let me see your magic? I want to learn your magic. Makarov held his forehead helplessly when he heard Liu Li's words. What he said was in vain. He didn't mind teaching Liu Li his magic. The stronger his child was, the happier he would be. It's just that Liu Li was still too young and didn't know enough about magic. It's like a baby holding a knife. If he's not careful, he might even hurt himself, and Liu Li was obviously no longer at the level of holding a knife. Makarov took out a magic book and said, "If you want to learn magic, you don't have to harass guild members everywhere. There are various magic books in the guild library and you can read them by yourself. This is a detailed explanation of magic power, and it is also the knowledge that all magicians who study magic must learn. Magic power is the necessary energy for casting magic and is the foundation of casting magic. You are very talented and can even learn to fly without even walking. But magic is not a child's play, nor is it a rigid formula of 1 + 1 = 2. Only by truly understanding magic can you truly learn magic. Do you understand?" "I understand, President, thank you for your guidance, I will study the basics of magic well." Liu Li excitedly took the magic book from Makarov. He was so absorbed in learning magic that he forgot about the magic book. He remembered that there were many magic books in the fairy tale guild, which were invaluable treasures. This way he could learn more magic. Also, don't practice magic in the guild in the future, go to the back of the guild, there is a lake there, enough for you to practice all your magic. Makarov pointed to the big hole on top of his head, and Liu Li felt a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, President, I will fix it." Makarov waved his hand and said, "No need this time, after all, you didn't mean it, but it's only this time, next time you will be punished." "I understand. Thank you, President." Liu Li ran happily to the back of the guild. He had just learned a lot of magic, and he wanted to experiment and practice them one by one. Makarov's eyes showed sadness, thinking of the miserable situation of Liu Li's village when he picked him up. Alas! What a strong child! He can still be so optimistic and positive in facing life after encountering such unfortunate things. Chapter 5. Makarov took Liu Li's happiness as extreme grief, and subconsciously chose to deliberately forget it, focusing all his attention on magic to hide his sadness. The evidence is that Liu Li has never asked about the village and his family since he woke up, nor has he mentioned the suffering he has suffered, as if nothing had happened. Most of the children in the guild are like this, and they all have a tragic past, so he wants to make Fairy Tale a home for these homeless children, hoping that everyone can grow up healthy and happy in Fairy Tale. Makarov didn't know that Liu Li was really happy, and he didn't keep any memory of this body in his mind. Naturally, the relatives who died didn't have much to do with him. At most, he was just grateful to the original owner of this body for allowing him to continue living. And he lived again, had a healthy body, could come to this magical world, join the Fairy Tale Guild, and learn magic. Any of these was an extremely huge surprise for him. He didn't have time to be happy, so how could he be sad? Liu Li came to the back of the guild, sat under a big tree, leaned against the trunk and began to read the magic book. Magic is the necessary energy for magicians to cast magic. There is a magic source in the human body, and magic is born from the magic source. The properties of magic are roughly divided into 8 types, the 4 basic properties of earth, fire, wind, and water, light and darkness, space and nothingness, and legend has it that there is also a time attribute. The magic book began to analyze and explain magic from the simplest to the most complex. After about an hour, Liu Li had finished reading the magic book and memorized all the knowledge in it. This magic book also benefited Liu Li a lot. He finally understood what Makarov meant when he told him to learn less magic and specialize in 1 or 2 kinds of magic. Because magic itself has additional attributes, especially when the magician's magic practice becomes more and more profound, the magic in his body will have corresponding attributes. The higher the density of magic with this attribute, the stronger the power of the magic. This made Liu Li think of guild arts. Guild arts is good at using the super advanced magic, shattering. Just bumping into the wall will shatter the wall. This is not him casting magic, but the magic attached to himself will instinctively destroy the wall. Wizards cannot use magic with opposite attributes, such as water and fire, light and darkness. Li raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. This was a bit absolute, and it was like this in most situations. For example, it was almost impossible for Natsu to use ice magic and Gray to use fire magic. But the guy who was the first among the 10 holy wizards of Ishgar continent could use these two magics because he had the Dragon Slayer crystals of Water Dragon and Fire Dragon in his body. Light and darkness. In the Great Magic Tournament, the future rogue also used these two kinds of magic after swallowing Sting. Moreover, he remembered that in the world of fairy tale, different magics, if merged, would even greatly increase their power. He didn't know what kind of magic was suitable for him now, and his extraordinary understanding made him feel that any magic was very simple. Then he could only try all the magics one by one, and then find the magic that suited him best. Fireball. Li raised his right hand and opened his palm. A fireball appeared in Li's palm. Li fired it at the rock in the distance. Boom! The fireball exploded on the rock. The rock was fine, but the surface was slightly burned black. The power is very small. But this is normal, after all, it is just basic magic. This result was not unexpected to Li. The magic element structure in the fireball technique was simple. If the president used it, the result would be similar. Then Li opened his palm again, and another fireball appeared. The fireball was burning with blazing flames, and the temperature was obviously much higher than the previous fireball. This was the fireball technique he used with the Fire Dragon Slayer magic he learned from Natsu. No, it should be called Dragon God Transformation magic now. Li swung his palm and the fireball was launched at a rock. Boom! The rock was shattered. Li's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, it is worthy of being a Dragon Slayer magic. It is much more powerful than ordinary fireball techniques. If this fireball can be made bigger, the power will definitely increase. Li thought so in his heart, and his mind began to work. You think the fireball is too small, and you start to deduce that the fireball has its own magic element arrangement structure, and the size cannot be changed at will. Too much magic input will cause the magic to be unstable. You decide to rebuild the fireball structure. You combine the principles of giant magic and start to build. Your understanding is amazing, and you create a new magic. Please name the new magic. Li raised his palm upwards. Hey! A beam of flame shot out from Li's palm, and in the blink of an eye, a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared above Li's palm. It's so big! Li was shocked when he saw the huge fireball above him. He didn't expect that the fireball he created would be so big. Since this fireball is so big, let's call it Big Fireball. Doesn't this name sound a bit low? I have to think of a cool name, and I got it. Let's call it Dragon God Great Entei. The new magic Dragon God Great Entei was named successfully. Chapter 6. However, this huge fireball looks quite intimidating. It seems a bit too conspicuous and a bit bulky. It should be reduced a bit and its density increased. In this way, the power of the explosion will definitely be higher. You think the fireball is too big and too heavy, so you decide to shrink it and increase its power. You start to deduce that the flame itself is very loose and its elemental density is close to that of gas. You decide to use a magic circle to compress it. At this time, a series of gorgeous flame magic circles appeared in the 6 directions of the fireball in Li's palm. The fireball began to shrink continuously under the compression of the 6 magic circles. In a blink of an eye, the fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters was compressed to a diameter of about 3 meters. It's still a little big. It's pretty good now, but Li thinks there's still room for improvement. You think the fireball is still a bit big, so you activate the double magic circle compression. Buzz! Another 6-sided magic circle opened, and the fireball began to be compressed rapidly again, and in the blink of an eye it was compressed to about 1 meter. At this time, inside the Fairy Tale Guild, Strange. Do you feel that the temperature in the guild is a bit hot? How come I don't feel anything? I've been feeling very hot since a while ago. Just now the temperature suddenly rose again. I feel like the guild has turned into a furnace. The temperature seems to be coming from the back of the guild. Makarov was also very hot, and was stunned for a moment when he heard this back. Wasn't Lu Li behind the guild at this time? Makarov immediately had a bad premonition. Go and have a look. Lu Li felt a little tired at this moment, but his eyes became extremely fanatical. He felt the explosive power in the fireball. Lu Li gritted his teeth and said, "A little smaller. You think the fireball is still too big, so you activate the triple magic circle compression." Buzz. Another 6 magic circles opened, a total of 18 magic circles acted on the fireball and began to compress. After a while, a basketball-sized fireball was suspended above Lu Li's index and middle fingers. This fireball seemed not to be a fireball, but a liquid flame that was close to solid like magma. The liquid flame moved slowly on the surface of the fireball, and at this moment it was emitting terrifying heat, as if it was distorting the space, like a small sun. The ground under Lu Li's feet began to dry up and crack, and the moisture of the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees quickly disappeared, and they withered and died in the blink of an eye. At this time, the fairy tale people who had just opened the back door of the guild also felt an extremely terrifying heat wave. Ah! It's so hot! It's so hot! It's so hot! I'm melting! The clothes of everyone in the guild began to melt rapidly. When Natsu saw the fireball in Lu Li's hand, his eyes lit up. Even from such a distance, he could feel how delicious the flame was. However, he also felt that the fireball contained an extremely terrifying heat, and even if he ate it, he might suffer from indigestion. Ah! My clothes! Many female wizards screamed, while the male wizard's eyes lit up. Makarov was also a little fascinated, but the scorching temperature still made him react immediately. He shouted at Lu Li with a look of horror, "Lu Li! Throw that thing away!" Hearing Makarov's shouting, Lu Li also noticed the situation around him. He immediately shot the magic in his hand towards the lake. The small sun flew towards the lake rapidly and finally fell into the lake. Boom! A terrifying explosion rose into the sky, and the powerful impact spread to the surroundings, breaking all the trees. Oh! Everyone quickly lay on the ground to avoid the impact. It took a while for the impact to subside. Everyone looked towards the lake, their eyes widened and their mouths opened, with a look of disbelief on their faces. The lake water has evaporated! Everyone shouted in horror. The lake, which was once boundless, had completely dried up and was covered with cracks. There was a huge hole where Lu Li's magic had landed. Lu Li himself was also frightened by the power of this magic. Lu Li? What happened just now? I just practiced the fireball technique. You call that a fireball? What is a fireball? It is the most basic magic. With their bodies as wizards, they may not feel any pain from being hit by a fireball. Wizards with a little ambition will not bother to learn such low-level magic. But what was that Lu Li just released? It evaporated all the water in the lake and created a bottomless hole in the ground. That thing was in the lake, and the evaporated water took away a lot of heat. If it fell into the city, the whole city might be reduced to ashes. Even so, you still call this a fireball? Makao complained. You are not a fireball at all, you are the sun. Makao, a wizard who uses fire magic, has more say in fire magic than other wizards. I just studied the fireball technique, and I felt that the fireball was not powerful enough, so I created a big fireball. However, I felt that the big fireball was too conspicuous and bulky, and not powerful enough, so I compressed it, and thus created the fireball just now. Lu Li's words made everyone speechless. Although they already knew that Lu Li's magic talent was very terrifying, this was too terrifying. He actually created such a terrifying magic. Makarov said with a serious face, Lu Li, this magic should not be used unless it is necessary. The power of this magic is too terrifying. If this magic falls on the center of the city, the scene is simply unimaginable. Although the magic of the wizard will not cause any harm to himself, the impact of the explosion at this level will also be fatal, which is unavoidable for anyone. Lu Li nodded. I understand. Suddenly, Lu Li felt weak, and then his body shook uncontrollably. Finally, with a bang, he fell to the ground and fainted. Chapter 7. When Lu Li woke up, he saw the familiar scenery again. Wake up! A voice sounded beside him. President. Sitting on the bed next to him was Makarov. What's wrong with me? Your previous move consumed too much of your magic power, and it has consumed all of your magic power. For us wizards, magic power is life force. You must never use that move again. If you accidentally get magic deficiency syndrome, you will no longer be able to use magic. In serious cases, your life may be in danger. Lu Li couldn't help but feel a little scared when he heard Makarov's words. He was finally reborn and could learn magic. If he couldn't use magic anymore, he would go crazy. He also saw magic deficiency syndrome in the magic book, and the magic book emphasized this point. The source of magic is like a well. If you draw a little bit, it can be said to be endless. However, if you destroy the well and forcibly extract magic power, then the well will most likely dry up prematurely. Lu Li nodded seriously. I understand, President. Makarov nodded with satisfaction when he saw Lu Li listen to the advice. Although you possess unparalleled magical talent, magic is not something that can be achieved overnight. There is still a long way to go, so just take your time. Lu Li nodded. Then Lu Li followed Makarov to the guild dormitory. The monthly rent of the guild dormitory is 100,000 J. Lu Li is penniless now and can only owe it first. Fortunately, the guild dormitory has preferential treatment for young guild members, and the guild is the same. Now you can keep accounts for accommodation and meals, and you can pay it back slowly when you have money from work in the future. With the earning ability of a wizard, as long as he is not particularly lazy, the monthly salary is at least 200,000 J, which is equivalent to about RMB 12,000. This is the most ordinary wizard in the guild, and the S-level wizard in the guild will be rewarded with at least 8 million J for completing an S-level mission, which is equivalent to RMB 500,000. It's just that most S-level missions are life-threatening missions, and even S-level wizards are generally unwilling to take them. But even the worst hunting missions range from 200,000 J to 2 million J. Doing a few more such jobs a month can also earn more than 200,000 RMB a month. After all, being a wizard is a high-risk job, and the more dangerous the job, the higher the pay. Lu Li looked at the ceiling of the dormitory, feeling both excited and scared. He was excited because he could travel to the world of fairy tale and learn all kinds of magic. He was scared because he was afraid that this was just a fantasy before he died, just a big dream, and everything was just a YY before he died. Whenever he opened his eyes again, it would be either the white room in the hospital or the endless darkness, and he would feel a little scared and panicked. Unable to sleep, Lu Li sat up. He saw the standing mirror at the door of the room, and suddenly remembered that he had not seen what he looked like since he came to this world. Lu Li walked quickly to the mirror. A very handsome face appeared in the mirror, with silver white hair, blue eyes like the sky, fair skin like jade, and a cute face. He looked a bit like the anime character Gojo Satoru he had seen before. Is this me? Lu Li couldn't believe it, this is too handsome. If he had this face in his previous life, he would never have to worry about food and clothing. He was very satisfied with his image in this world. After all, he still needs to pick up girls in the future. How can he do without a handsome face? Lu Li admired his face carefully, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt a little bit overwhelmed. But being handsome in this world is useless. The Blue Pegasus Guild is full of handsome men and beautiful women, but they are all a bunch of small fish. In this world, strength is the first priority. Give up using that magic? He will never give up. He has created such a powerful magic with great difficulty, how could he give up? Although the world of fairy tale is very joyful, the crisis hidden under the joy is also extremely huge. Those dark guilds, the Gate of Hell, the Albereth Empire, the Black Dragon Acnerolia, and the 5 Godly Dragons. The 5 Godly Dragons chapter is the 100 Years Quest chapter, which can be seen as the sequel to fairy tale. That continent has always existed in the past, but it has never been expressed. The 100 Years Quest chapter perfected it. These are the crises that fairy tale will face in the future, and he naturally has to be fully prepared to deal with them. Makarov saved him, and he also joined fairy tale, so he will be a member of fairy tale in the future. He will not allow anyone to hurt fairy tale, no matter who the other party is. Liu Li secretly made up his mind. Then, Liu Li thought of today's magic. Although the magic today was created, it is not perfect enough. In battle, no one can give you so much time to charge, and you may be killed 8 or 10 times in that time. The casting time must be shortened, so Liu Li began to think. You are very satisfied with the power of magic today, but you are not satisfied with the casting speed, so you decide to improve it. You think it is better to compress it directly instead of compressing it from the beginning. If we open the 18-sided magic circle from the beginning, as long as we continue to infuse magic power and release flame energy, wouldn't it be possible to form it directly? This saves most of the time required for compression. You have created a new magic with your extraordinary comprehension. Please name it. Liu Li's eyes slowly opened. It seemed as if he had experienced a real process of creating a new magic in his mind. He deduced it over and over again in his brain and finally successfully created this magic. So, Dragon God, the Merciless Sun. The new magic Dragon God, Merciless Sun was named successfully. When he used this move today, he immediately thought of Escanor, one of the 7 deadly sins. The opponent also evaporated the lake with a merciless sun, which was very impressive. Especially at noon, the opponent will become the invincible incarnation, named I am the only one in the world. He also wants that kind of dominance. Chapter 8. The next problem is magic power. This is the first time I'm learning magic today, so I have no experience at all. He doesn't want the same thing that happened this afternoon to happen again. On the one hand, he doesn't want his magic power to be exhausted and suffer from magic deficiency. On the other hand, he doesn't want to be unable to do anything after releasing magic and be at the mercy of others. And the best way to achieve this is to increase your magic power. He remembered that in the Great Magic Battle, Urusha opened the second magic source for Natsu and others. This is like the so-called backup battery. It is not used on weekdays, but if it is turned on, it can greatly increase the magic power in an instant. However, no one has discovered this magic source yet. Liu Li began to think about how to open the second magic source. You begin to sense the source of magic in your body, and you begin to use magic to explore. Soon you find a magic container in the center of your chest that is very similar to the magic source, but the magic is not activated. Found it. Liu Li opened his eyes shining. He didn't expect that he found the location of the second magic source so quickly. The question now is how to activate this magic source. Liu Li closed his eyes again and began to think. You start thinking about how to activate the magic source. In the anime, Urusha uses the arc of time to activate it. You decide to stimulate it with magic power. You gather a stream of magic power and stab the second magic source. Ouch! Liu Li screamed, his body trembling uncontrollably. Liu Li clenched his teeth and curled up on the bed. It took him a while to recover. It hurts so much. It hurt so much that he almost cried out his throat. Fortunately, he held back in time, otherwise everyone in the dormitory would have been woken up by him. He finally understood why Natsu and the others screamed so miserably when they opened the second magic source, because it was too painful. But it's okay, I can totally bear it. When he got the terminal illness, the pain was almost constant. Compared with that pain, this pain is nothing. In order to become stronger, this pain is nothing. Liu Li took out a towel and stuffed it into his mouth, and continued to gather magic power to stimulate the second magic source. Oh. You have a natural understanding and have successfully opened the second magic source. Liu Li threw the towel in his mouth aside and gasped for air. If he hadn't been tortured by a terminal illness in his previous life, he would never have been able to hold on. Fortunately, he succeeded. Feeling the magic flowing in his body, Liu Li's heart was filled with joy. After a good rest, Liu Li carefully sensed that the second magic source was much smaller than the first magic source, with only about 1/10 of the capacity of the first magic source. From the perspective of magic power alone, increasing by 1/10 is nothing. But the significance of the second magic source is more than just increasing the magic capacity by 1/10. When the magic power of the wizard is consumed, the magic source will automatically absorb the magic power in the air and transform it into its own magic power through the transformation of the magic source. If there is only one magic source, the recovery speed will be slower. If there are two magic sources, the recovery speed will be doubled. If it is in battle, what does double recovery mean? Those who have played the game must know it. In King of Glory, this is equivalent to bringing a holy grail with you when you go out, which is simply a magic weapon for a mana-consuming wizard. The next step is to consider how to increase the upper limit of magic power. In the world of fairy tale, it is recorded in the magic book that as you age and continue to practice magic, your magic power will be improved. After the magic power is used up, you can only wait for the magic source to restore the magic power by itself. In Liu Li's opinion, that method is no different from exercising muscles in the gym and resting when you are tired. The upper limit of magic power can indeed be improved, but the speed is too slow. In Western fantasy novels, magicians have a method to improve their magic power, called meditation. Magicians improve their magic power by practicing meditation, and when the magic power is exhausted, they can use meditation to speed up the recovery of their magic power. Liu Li closed his eyes again and began to think about how to create a meditation method. Your brain starts to think, and the first thing you think of is rotation. By making the magic source rotate, it absorbs the magic power from the outside world like a whirlpool, so that the magic power in the air will be quickly absorbed. You begin to construct the spell, you successfully activate the magic source, and the magic in the air is quickly absorbed by your magic source. You have an incredible understanding and successfully created a meditation method. Please name it. It's called Dragon God Meditation. Dragon God Meditation Method was named successfully. Liu Li began to practice Dragon God Meditation Method. A large amount of magic power was attracted by Liu Li's two magic sources. After a while, Liu Li's consumed magic power was fully restored. So fast. The speed of active recovery of magic power by a single magic source is at least 10 times that of passive recovery, and the recovery speed of two magic sources is 20 times. Chapter 9. Liu Li was also shocked by the power of the meditation method he created. With a 20-fold recovery speed, if he only cast low-level spells like Fireball, perhaps his magic power would be fully restored just after he finished casting. In that case, wouldn't he be able to cast Fireball infinitely? Of course, low-level magic like Fireball is not very useful even if it can be cast infinitely, but it is also very impressive. Apart from anything else, maybe he can't cast 2 consecutive Dragon God Merciless Sun, but he still has the magic power to cast 2 consecutive Dragon God Great Flame Emperor. The key is that if he delays, he will be able to revive with full health in no time. But there is still a problem, the upper limit of magic power. The magic power contained in the magic source is limited. If you want to increase the upper limit, you need to constantly practice magic, so that the magic source can also grow slowly. This is related to the qualifications of each wizard. The better the qualifications, the faster the growth rate and the higher the upper limit. Those with poor qualifications are those small mages in the guild, who can only use magic weapons to release some magic bullets or fight with magic swords. For this kind of wizard, 1 or 2 elite members of Fairy Tale can destroy a guild, such as the Corpse Soul Guild destroyed by the Thunder Gods in the animation. In addition to expansion, another point is compression. Liu Li just felt that his magic source was a little swollen, so he stopped. He felt that if he continued, his magic source might explode. The best way is to increase the strength and toughness of the container, just like a gas tank. You use balloons to if gas is stored and expands to a certain extent, it will explode. However, if methane is stored in a gas tank, the methane will be stored in liquid form and can be used for a long time. His idea is to use the high strength of the magic source wall to change the magic power inside. Liu Li thought about it and soon came up with a solution. That is to use the Dragon God meditation method while casting the Dragon God transformation magic. The meditation method can quickly restore magic power, and the Dragon God transformation is a magic created by Liu Li based on Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic. It is also a magic that allows people to have the physique of a dragon. As long as this magic is practiced continuously, the physique of humans will gradually change towards that of a dragon. In this way, humans will be able to have the physique and strength of a dragon. Needless to say, the magic source capacity of a dragon's body is naturally needless to say, and there is no need to worry about the strength. Natsu was taken from the mouth by someone. The dragon's physique is abnormal because it can be shot directly with bullets. There is no need to worry about the strength of the magic source. Just do it when you think of it. Whoosh! Liu Li's whole body was burning with flames. It looked as if the whole person was on fire, but the flame was not hot at all. The flame of the Fire Dragon Slayer magic is not a simple magic flame. It is a flame of will, which can change the temperature according to one's will, and only attack those who you want to attack. If you don't want to attack, even if others touch you, you will not be hurt. The flame continued to burn, and Liu Li's body was constantly strengthened by the subtle influence of magic. At the same time, Liu Li was also practicing meditation. A large amount of magic power in the air was continuously absorbed by the 2 magic sources in Liu Li's body, quickly recovering the magic power consumed by using magic. Such a luxury the training method can only be practiced by Liu Li, who has opened the second magic source, created the meditation method, and can also strengthen the body. There is no way to lack any of them. Without the second magic source, there is no meditation method, and the recovery of magic power is not enough. There is a meditation method, but there is no way to strengthen the body. It is just a waste of time, and it may even damage your own magic source. For most magicians in this world, natural growth is the best choice. As for majoring in magic, do you still need to consider it? No matter what novel or animation, the strongest magic is the magic practiced by the protagonist. Of course, there may be many magics that are not weaker than dragon-slaying magic, but the magic that can destroy dragons is only dragon-slaying magic, and dragons are the creatures that truly stand at the top of the food chain in this world. Dragon-slaying magic perfectly interprets what it means that a dragon slayer will eventually become a dragon. Just when Liu Li was fully devoted to cultivation, suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind, and then a translucent screen panel lit up in front of him. Dimension Chat Group, invite you to join. Do you want to join? Liu Li's heart trembled when he heard this voice. Dimensional Chat Group, the novels he read in his previous life often have chat group novels, through which various abilities are obtained. From the perspective of the Golden Finger alone, the chat group is not strong, or even relatively weak, but it is a good opportunity for him to understand the universe. Originally, he thought that his golden finger was his extraordinary understanding and the subtitles in his mind that kept reminding him what he had done. Now it seems that his golden finger is this chat group. Join. There is no need to hesitate. He likes magic, and he is also very curious about other extraordinary powers. It would be best if he could learn them. Dear group members, welcome to join the Dimension chat group. You can communicate with group members from other dimensions here, sell and buy items, and travel to other worlds at the invitation of other group members, but you are not allowed to disclose the existence of the chat group. Tosaka Rin, welcome newcomer. Kane, welcome newcomer. Erica, welcome, newcomer. Whitebeard, a newcomer has arrived. Finally a man has come, not bad, not bad. Boy, come and be my son. Chapter 10. Liu Li was speechless when he heard this. He came up to take his son in right away. This was really in the style of Whitebeard. Liu Li recognized these people by their names at the first sight. Tosaka Rin, one of the heroines of the Fate series. Judging from the appearance of the avatar, she is a cute little girl with twin ponytails, still in her childhood. Kane, whose full name should be Butterfly Kane, is the flower pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps in the Demon Slayer world. She is also the biological sister of Insect Pillar Butterfly Shinobu. She was later killed by Doma of upper rank 2. Erica, whose full name should be Erica Blountree, is one of the heroines of the God Slayer world. As for Whitebeard, there is no need to think about it. He must be the strongest man in the world in the One Piece world. Whitebeard. Boy, why don't you talk? Are you born a quiet person? Or do you think you are not worthy of being my son? Gulala. Liu Li was a little speechless. It is said that the internet is different from reality. Is this Whitebeard a funny guy on the internet? You like to have a son, but I don't like to find a father for myself. Kane Grandpa Whitebeard, how can you accept a son right away? Look, you've scared the newcomer so much that he doesn't dare to speak. Erica : I think the newbies haven't figured out the situation yet. I thought it was some special magic trick. Tosaka Rin newcomer brother, please say something. Liu Li: hello everyone. Erica : the newcomer is speaking. Where are you from? Does your world have any extraordinary powers? Don't worry about your information being leaked. We all come from different worlds. Just tell the truth. Liu Li: I come from the magic world. The supernatural power in our world is magic. Tosaka Rin: yet. Great. It's the magic world again. Big brother, do you know any magic? You can use the mall function to list your magic. As long as group members spend points to buy, you can get a lot of points. You can also use points to buy the goods we put on the shelves. While Rin Tosaka was explaining, Liu Li had almost figured out the chat group. This chat group has many functions, and there are 2 that involve points. One is to sign in. As long as you sign in every day, you will get group points. The stronger you are, the higher the points you get. The other is the mall, where you can consign your own items and magic, and then the chat group will set the price according to the value of the goods. You can also buy other people's goods in the mall. Liu Li opened the mall interface, and there were quite a few things on consignment at this time, including the 5 basic breathing methods, as well as the derived flower breathing and insect breathing. These can be seen at a glance as being consigned by Butterfly Kane. There are also armed color domineering and observation color domineering, which must be consigned by Old Man Whitebeard. Gem magic should be Rin Tosaka. These are all famous moves in the original world. Liu Li was very greedy and drooled. He took a look at the 100 points he got from signing in, and he couldn't afford anything. After thinking about it, he decided to put his magic on the shelves first. Almost when he thought of these. You have added the magic Dragon God, the Merciless Sun. Sales points, 800,000 points. Liu Li: I just put my magic on the shelves. Anyone who needs it can go and buy it now. Tosaka Rin, what is this? Kane, what's wrong with Rin? Tosaka Rin, go check out the mall. Everyone opened the mall to check. Erika: oh my god. 800,000 points. What kind of magic is this? What kind of magic world are you from, Lu Li? A magic with 800,000 points, this magic can already kill gods, right? Erika was very shocked. She also tried to put her own magic on the shelf, but it was only a few thousand points, not even 1/10,000. This newcomer came up with a magic with 800,000 points. If she learned this magic, she could almost kill gods easily. Whitebeard: boy, you really don't want to consider being my son. Kane: wow. This is too many points. Brother Lu Li is so amazing. Is this magic from Brother Lu Li's world? Each of the breathing methods she listed is only worth a little over 2,000. The magic that Lu Li listed is 400 times more valuable than the breathing methods she listed. Lu Li: well, I guess so. To be precise, it is the magic I created. The chat group suddenly fell silent. Tosaka Rin: boss. A boss has come to our group. Boss, please accept my knee. Kane: big boss, please accept my knee. Erika: big boss, please accept my knee. Whitebeard: big brother, please accept my knees. Seeing this neat formation, Lu Li was speechless. It was fine if they were making a prank, but why did Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, come to join in the fun? Although he created such an awesome magic, he knew his own level best. He was just a rookie wizard. His magic was very destructive, but he didn't know anything else, not to mention a big brother like Whitebeard who was offered a bounty of more than 5 billion by the world government. Even if it was a random fry with a gun, he would have to kneel. Which is faster, magic or gun? From 7 steps away, the gun is fast, and within 7 steps, the gun is fast and accurate. Lu Li: I'm not a big shot, I'm just a wizard who just started learning magic today. The chat group was silent again. Tosaka Rin: master, please accept my knee. Kane: big boss, please accept my knee. Erika: big boss, please accept my knee. Whitebeard: boss, please accept my knee. Chapter 11. Lu Li was somewhat speechless. It was obvious that these people would not believe what he said. In fact, if he put himself in their shoes, he would not believe it either. Tosaka Rin: dear Master Lu Li, do you have any lower level magic? Such top level magic is not something I can afford. Erika: yes. Dear Mr. Lu Li, we are also from the magic world. Do you have any low level magic for sale that you don't like? When Lu Li saw what Tosaka Rin and Erika said, he put Dragon God Great Flame Emperor on the shelves. You have added the magic Dragon God Dayandi. Selling points, 100,000 points. The chat crowd was speechless again. This guy said he was not a big shot. The most expensive item on their shelves only had over 10,000 points. And look at Lu Li, he sold something for 800,000 points. Even if others looked down on it, it was worth 100,000 points. If this is not a big shot, what is a big shot? Kane: it's scary to casually use a magic worth 100,000 points. Tosaka Rin: dear boss Lu Li, do you think I am worth 100,000 points? Maybe I didn't express it clearly just now. Can you please put the garbage magic you don't want on the shelf? Please listen carefully, it is garbage. Erika: ditto. Whitebeard didn't dare to ask Lu Li to be his son this time. He casually took out a magic and it was worth so many points. How could this be a son? This is his father. When Lu Li saw this, he knew that he was completely misunderstood as a boss. He knew a lot of magic, all of which were shown to him by others in the guild today. With his extraordinary understanding, he learned all the magic. You have added the magic Divine Foot. Sales points, 10,000 points. You have added magic plants. Sales points, 10,000 points. You have added the magic purple flame. Selling points, 10,000 points. Lu Li put 3 magic. Divine Foot is Sarasuk's magic, running speed is very fast. Plants is Delay's magic, which can make seeds grow rapidly, and then control the plant to fight. Purple Flame is the magic used by Makao. He manipulates the purple flames that wind and water cannot extinguish. Of course, he can't really send rubbish magic, such as fireball. It's okay to make a fire in front of these people, but it's useless for fighting. These 3 magics are good, very practical, and the combat power is not weak. Tosaka Rin purchased Divine Foot, and you received 10,000 group points. Erika bought Divine Foot, and you got 10,000 group points. Both of you bought Divine Foot. Lu Li nodded. Although in the fairy tale anime, Sarasuke performed mediocrely, which was the level of the 2nd to 3rd tier of the fairy tale guild. But it does not mean that this magic is weak. This magic is just a little bit worse in combat effectiveness, and other aspects are very good. After all, for people, staying alive is the first priority. The speed of God's feet can greatly increase people's survival rate. For Tosaka Rin and Erika, they are not short of offensive magic. Instead of learning those that they are not familiar with, it is better to master what they know. Of course, the magic sold by Lu Li with a value of more than 100,000 points is excluded. The reason for not buying it is simply that they can't afford it. The 2 of them drooled when they saw the magic worth 800,000 points. Tosaka Rin gone. Gone. All the points I accumulated are gone. Won't you view? Erika: me too, I don't have any points left. Kane, you are already very lucky to meet Master Lu Li and learn magic. People like me who don't even have magic power can't even learn magic. Butterfly House. Kane was very envious of Rin, Tosaka and Erika. She also saw the introduction of those magics, each of which was very powerful. If she could also use magic, it might be easier to deal with these evil spirits, and maybe she could save more people. At this moment, Kane heard a series of system prompts. Lu Li purchased the Breathing of Fire, and you received 2,000 group points. Lu Li purchased Water Breathing Technique and you received 2,000 group points. Lu Li purchased Wind Breathing Technique and you received 2,000 group points. Lu Li purchased the Rock Breathing Technique and you received 2,000 group points. Lu Li purchased the Thunder Breathing Technique and you received 2,000 group points. What? Everyone in the chat group bought all the breathing methods that Kane was selling. It was a very amazing technology that could strengthen humans by changing the way they breathe. But no one had bought so many breathing methods at once. Whitebeard: don't worry, little Kane. When I get a powerful devil fruit, you can use the power of the devil fruit to fight. After chatting in the chat group, he also learned about the predicament that Kane was in. He never thought that there were creatures like evil spirits in the world. Evil spirits eating people is a bottom line that cannot be crossed. Lu Li purchased Armament Haki, and you received 10,000 group points. This guy also bought Armament Haki? He has good taste. Whitebeard smiled. As the strongest man in the world, he was no longer interested in strength. It was not bad to see other worlds before he died. Chapter 12. At this time, Lu Li was no longer paying attention to the chat group, and his attention was all focused on what he had obtained. After thinking it over again and again, Lu Li still chose the 5 basic breathing methods and armed color domineering. The breathing methods sold by Kane are actually derived from the 5 basic breathing methods. And the 5 basic breathing methods are derived from the starting breathing of the sun breathing. He is most interested in the sun breathing method, but Kane doesn't have it. He knows that Tanjiro has it, but he can't just tell him directly, otherwise these guys in the group will not only regard themselves as big brothers, but also regard themselves as gods. Let's start with the breathing method. Lu Li opened the flame breathing method and began to read it. After reading it all, you have read the flame breathing technique. Your understanding is extraordinary. You have mastered the flame breathing technique. Liu Li began to breathe according to the flame breathing technique. In an instant, Liu Li felt his heartbeat speed up and his muscles tense up. He clenched his fists. He felt an explosive force in his body. Once it erupted, it would shake the world. Is this the breathing method? Although the breathing method is only a kind of power in the low-level world, Liu Li can feel that this breathing method has infinite potential. And the masters in Demon Slayer may not be able to compare their destructive power with the magical world of fairy tale, but their individual combat capabilities are very strong. For example, the pillar of the Demon Slayer core can almost kill most of the current fairy tale guild alone. So even though Liu Li created and can even use magic that can easily destroy a town, he will not underestimate any kind of power. Especially the breathing method, the dragon's lungs are different from those of humans. The dragon's lungs are many times stronger than those of humans and can absorb more oxygen. The dragon's body is also different from that of humans. It is much stronger than humans. Using the breathing method, you can naturally become more powerful. Liu Li is very excited at the moment because he has learned the power to make himself stronger. Continue. You looked up the water breathing technique. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have mastered the water breathing technique. Liu Li used the water breathing technique. The water breathing technique was not as violent as the flame breathing technique. When he used it, his heart became calm. He could feel the endless power of the breathing technique, like a flowing river. As expected of a breathing technique that had never been broken off, the comprehensive ability of the water breathing technique was very strong. You have read the breathing of wind. Your understanding is extraordinary. You have understood breathing of wind. Liu Li changed the trajectory of the breathing method, and then raised his fingers. A sharp wind blade wrapped around his fingers and spun rapidly. Breathing of wind is the sharpest breathing method, which can easily cut the opponent. You looked up the rock breathing technique. Your comprehension is incredible. You have comprehended the rock breathing technique. After Liu Li used the rock breathing technique, the first thing he felt was heaviness. He felt that his body strength and defense had been greatly increased. The strongest pillar of the Demon Slayer core in the anime is the rock pillar, Gyume Seidome Saka. Even the upper rank one, Kokushibo, praised the rock pillar's body, saying that it was the strongest body he had seen in the past 300 years. On the one hand, Gyume Seidome Saka himself possesses extraordinary talent, and on the other hand, the rock breathing technique is indeed more powerful than other breathing techniques for training the body. You looked up the thunder breathing method. Your comprehension is amazing. You have comprehended the thunder breathing. Crack. Crack. Liu Li exhaled according to the thunder breathing method, and lightning appeared around his body. Thunder breathing, as the fastest breathing method, is also the most powerful. As the saying goes, there is nothing in the world of martial arts that can be broken, only speed can't be broken. Among the 5 basic breathing methods, Liu Li's favorite is thunder breathing. Although it is not as gorgeous as fire breathing and water breathing, it is handsome. Concentrate a little and reach the pinnacle. When this sentence came out, it immediately filled the thunder breathing with pressure. It was only later that Tanjiro used the starting breathing method sun breathing, otherwise it feels like the protagonist's position would have to be moved. If he was not in the dormitory now, he would definitely run a few laps hard. After reading the breathing methods, it's time to think about how to integrate the breathing methods. Liu Li closed his eyes and began to think. That's right, he didn't just intend to learn the 5 basic breathing methods after buying them. Although he didn't know why he had such a heaven-defying understanding, since he had it, it would be a waste of his talent if he didn't make good use of it. In the anime, Tanjiro can mix the water breathing and the sun breathing. In this way, he has the durability of the water breathing and the attack of the sun breathing. However, this was just a compromise because Tanjiro was unable to skillfully use the sun breathing method at the time. In terms of power alone, the initial breathing is still stronger than this mixed breathing. You feel that a single breathing method cannot meet your needs, and you want to integrate the 5 basic breathing methods. You want the speed of thunder breathing, the burst of flame breathing, the sharpness of wind breathing, the defense of rock breathing, and the durability of water breathing. Your comprehension is incredible. You have created a new breathing method. Please name it. Liu Li did not rush to name it, but breathed according to the breathing method in his mind. In an instant, Liu Li felt that his physical fitness had greatly improved. At the same time, he also felt pain in his lungs, and his face swelled up immediately. Obviously, his lungs could not withstand this breathing method. However, Liu Li was not frustrated at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. His eyes were shining, and his blue eyes glowed with a faint blue light under the moonlight. Although he only breathed in and out for a moment, he felt that his body was stronger than any other breathing method he had just used. As for the lungs, he was practicing magic that could turn people into dragons. Did he need to worry about the strength of his lungs? The next step is to integrate magic power into the breathing method. Chapter 13. That's right, Liu Li had been thinking about this for a long time. As a wizard, he naturally couldn't give up the most powerful power, magic. Although he can now use the same dragon god transformation magic as the dragon slayer magic, he still doesn't know the moves of the dragon slayer magic. Of course, with his comprehension, as long as he has seen it once, it is not a problem to learn it, but he feels that those may not be suitable for him, and he still needs to find his own unique way of fighting. You begin to try to integrate magic power into the breathing method, and the integration is successful. You created a new breathing method, please name it. Dragon God Breathing. Since he had already figured out how to create the breathing method, he naturally had a name for it as well. Dragon God Breathing method was named successfully. Liu Li began to use the Dragon God Breathing method. Hey! In an instant, a flame rose from Liu Li's body. He mainly used the Dragon God transformation magic created by the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, and the main attribute was still fire. Bang! 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 Liu Li felt his heart beating, like a drum beating. The oxygen in the room was almost sucked out in an instant, and the windows creaked when Liu Li inhaled. Liu Li felt that his body was filled with an explosive force. The magic mixed with oxygen traveled in various parts of the body, greatly activating and strengthening all the functions of the body. If he was not in the dormitory now, he really wanted to punch with all his strength to see the power of his fist at this time. Liu Li changed his breathing into ordinary breathing. The whole person lay on the bed, gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his forehead, but at this time Liu Li was full of excitement. Very strong, the breathing method he created is very strong. And the potential is endless. As long as I can master full concentration Changzhong, I don't know how my body will evolve. However, it seems that I have to move out as soon as possible, and it should be a place far away from the downtown area. Liu Li looked at the messy bedroom and suddenly felt a headache. The breathing method he created was too powerful. When he was running it at full power, the oxygen in the bedroom was sucked out after just a few breaths. If he continued to practice, the oxygen around him would not be enough. Not to mention affecting his own practice efficiency, maybe everyone in the dormitory would die of lack of oxygen. But this time he felt the magic of the Dragon God breathing method firsthand. Using it will not only provide him with strong physical fitness instantly, but also allow him to continuously improve his physical fitness in a subtle way. Not only that, after adding magic power, his magic power circulated in his body between his breaths, transporting magic power to the whole body. Let the whole body be nourished by magic power, and the magic power is also improving during operation, just like the true Qi in martial arts novels. Suddenly, the screen of Liu Li's chat group vibrated. Liu Li looked at the chat group. Kanei at Liu Li, brother Liu Li, it is unnecessary for you to buy so many breathing methods. You can only use one breathing method. Why don't you see which one is suitable for you? If not, I will return it to you. Lu thank you, no thanks, I have already learned it. Kane learned it. Which one did you learn? Lu I have learned everything. To Sakharin Big Boss 666, you are worthy of being a big boss. You can learn the breathing method so quickly. I have bought the breathing method for 3 months and I still haven't learned it. Erica : you are still young and your body is not fully developed. The breathing method requires a high level of lung strength. It took me a month to get started, but it is incredible that Mr. Lu Li was able to learn it all so quickly. Erica Blantyre was also from a famous family in the magic world. She was the eldest daughter of the Blantyre family and had the rank of Grand Knight and the title of Crimson Devil. In the Italian magic world, she was also called a genius. But compared to this person, she was not a genius at all, but more like a fool. Whitebeard : Gulala. Not bad. Not bad. What a powerful little brat. Whitebeard was unable to use the breathing technique even though he had purchased it because of his declining physical function. He needed a tube to breathe, so how could he use the breathing technique? The chat group did not allow group members to give the product to people other than group members, so he was not very clear about the power of the breathing technique. To Sakharin Boss Lu Li, what breathing method are you using now? She didn't know which breathing method was better, so she wanted to hear Lu Li's opinion. Lu Li I am now using the breathing method I created, Dragon God Breathing. Lu Li's words, the third time to control the chat group for more than 10 seconds. Kane you created your own breathing method? So fast? You created your own breathing method. Creating your own breathing method is not uncommon, and it is a common thing in the Demon Slayer Corps. The Demon Slayer Corps has been established for thousands of years, and there are always some talented geniuses who have created breathing methods that are more suitable for their own use based on the 5 basic breathing methods. But how long has it been since he created his own breathing method? This is too fast. Whitebeard : little brat, you are not bragging, are you? It is not a good habit to brag so much at such a young age. Although Whitebeard had not mastered the breathing method, he had also carefully studied it. The one who created this breathing method was indeed a genius, and he was far inferior to him. If he could pass it on to his sons, it would greatly improve their combat effectiveness. No matter how talented a little kid was, he could not believe that he could create his own breathing method just by watching it. Lu Li did not make too many excuses and put his breathing method on the shelf. You have added Dragon God Breathing. Sales points, 2 million points. Chapter 14. After Lu Li put the Dragon God Breathing method on the shelves, the chat group was completely quiet. After controlling the chat group for 5 minutes. To Sakharin oh my god. 2 million points. Kane this is too high. It's 100,000 times higher than the breathing method I gave you. Asterisk, oh. Erica : you still say you are not a big shot, but look at the breathing method you created, it is worth 2 million points. Whitebeard : I'm sorry, I spoke a little too loudly just now. Lu Li just wanted to see how much the breathing method he created was worth. He didn't expect that the breathing method he created was actually worth 2 million points. Erica : Mr. Lu Li, tell us the truth, you are not the Lord of God. Erica said this not without basis, she evaluated based on the magic she knew. Magic worth about 100,000 points should be able to cause damage to gods. Magic worth 1 million points should be able to easily kill gods. Breathing method worth 2 million points. She practiced breathing method, she knew that this is a power that can continuously strengthen one's physical fitness, and its value is extraordinary. Then this breathing method worth 2 million points, she felt that it was almost a power that could allow the practitioner to reach the realm of gods. Then how could the person who created such power be an ordinary person? And in her worldview, the only one who can have such power is God. Others in the chat group did not say anything, they also wanted to know Lu Li's identity. After all, what Lu Li showed was really amazing. From their understanding of the chat group during this period of time, the chat group's evaluation was definitely not a blind evaluation, but this power is really worth such a price. Lu Li couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw Erica's question, God? Now in this group, he might only be able to beat the young Tosaka Rin, he can't beat any of the others. Is there such a weak god? Lu Li, I'm not a god. I'm just a person with better understanding. Tosaka Rin, this is comprehension, okay? Your comprehension is simply amazing, okay? You guessed it, the subtitles in his mind always say that he has amazing comprehension and that he created some magic. Tosaka Rin, Lu Shen, can you please take a look at my magic and help me improve it? Tosaka Rin's words immediately reminded Kane and Erika. Kane, yes. Lu Shen, I am having a hard time now, especially since our world is being ravaged by evil spirits. Over the past 1,000 years, countless innocent people and swordsmen have died at the hands of evil spirits. Can you help me? Erika: in terms of the degree of danger, my world is more dangerous. In Kane's world, people just die one by one. Those disobedient gods often cause natural disasters and don't care about the lives of humans. At the very least, some buildings will be destroyed, and at the worst, a country will be wiped off the map. Lu Li also knew what the two people said. But what the hell is Lu Shen? Lu Li, I'm really not a god. I can understand what you said, but although we are both users of magic, the worlds are different and the magic formulas are also different. I need to know more about your magic before I can deduce it. Lu Li, as for the breathing method you want, Ms. Chani, I created a breathing method by combining the 5 basic breathing methods before creating the Dragon God breathing method. You can learn from it if you need it. You have added the unnamed breathing method. Sales points, 20,000 points. Kane bought the unknown breathing method, and you received 20,000 group points. Kane bought it without hesitation. The breathing method that was 10 times more valuable than the one she had learned must be very powerful. Even if she couldn't learn it, it would still be a good reference. Tosaka Rin, Lu Shen is awesome, / amazed face, / Kane, Lu Shen is awesome, / amazed face, / Erika: Lu Shen Niu Pai, / amazed face, / Whitebeard: Lu Shen Niu Bai, / amazed face, / Lu Li was speechless. If he wasn't an old man with a white beard, it would be fine if those little girls were making trouble. But you are the strongest man in the world, why do you like to join in the fun with little girls? You purchased Observation Haki, which consumed 10,000 group points. Since he had points again, Lu Li also purchased Observation Haki. Lu Li: okay, everyone, I'm leaving now. I still need to practice magic. Let me emphasize again that I'm really not a god. Tosaka Rin: okay. Goodbye, Lu Shen. Erika: goodbye, Lu Shen. Kane: goodbye, Lu Shen. Whitebeard: goodbye, Lu Shen. Lu Li closed the chat group panel. It seemed that he could not get rid of the title of Lu Shen. So what? As long as he truly possessed the strength of a god, this title would be worthy of the name. Chapter 15. Lu Li opened up the inherited memory of Armament Haki. Lu Li had more knowledge of Armament Haki in his mind. You start learning Armament Haki. Your comprehension is amazing. You have mastered Armament Haki. Lu Li opened his eyes, with some surprise in his eyes. To be honest, he had no confidence in whether he could master Armament Haki. Armament Haki is not like breathing method. There is no restriction on people. Even ordinary people can practice breathing method as long as they have certain qualifications. Armament Haki is essentially a supernatural power similar to magic. He is from the world of fairy tale, not the world of One Piece. Naturally, he is not sure whether he has the qualifications to learn Haki. Now it seems that his worries are unnecessary. It seems that he not only has amazing comprehension, but also amazing qualifications. Liu Li opened his right palm. An invisible armament Haki was wrapped around the outside of his palm, like an invisible armor protecting his palm. This is a completely different power from magic. Armament Haki is mainly energy born from the flesh. It is not like magic that is absorbed from nature and then transformed through magic sources and stored in the body. Armament Haki has high requirements on the body. The stronger the body is, the higher the Haki qualification is. The stronger the armament Haki is, the more Haki there is. The higher the armament Haki strength is, the larger the attack range is. Regarding the body, Liu Li has absolute confidence. Dragon God transformation makes the human body as strong as the dragon's body. Is the dragon's body strong? It is the best in the world. Harden! Liu Li shouted softly, using the wrapping hardening, and the armed color domineering was tightly attached to the palm of his hand. The surface of the palm turned pure black, and the hardness was like steel. Liu Li released the magic power again, and the red flame wrapped the palm, forming another layer of protection on the outside. Liu Li's mouth curled up slightly. Now I have both magic defense and physical defense. In the battle between wizards, in addition to testing the competition of magic and combat skills, the strength of magic is also crucial. For example, using the same magic, hitting a wizard with low magic power will cause great damage, while hitting a wizard with high magic power may not hurt. And the wizard's attack is not only magic, but also a large part of it is physical attack. For example, Urza is a wizard who uses a magic sword. There are not a few wizards of this type in the magic world, and even account for 80%. Or Natsu's fist attack, Gray's ice magic. Almost all wizard attacks will be accompanied by some physical attacks to a greater or lesser extent. So physical defense is actually very important. Wait, since breathing techniques can be combined with magic, can armament Haki be combined with magic? If it is created, wouldn't it be a power system that is completely unique to me? Liu Li's eyes lit up when he thought of this. He started to think and analyze the essence of armament Haki in his mind, and constantly analyzed how to integrate it with magic power. You begin to think about how to combine armament Haki and magic. Your understanding is incredible and you have created a new power. Please name it. It's called Dragon God Domineering Method. The Dragon God Haki method was named successfully. Now, naming does not require Liu Li to consume too many brain cells to think. He has already thought about it. From now on, all the names will be from the Dragon God series. When Liu Li performed the Dragon God Haki method, a blazing flame burned on his palm. The originally red flame now turned red and black. Liu Li clearly felt that the attack power and defense power of this flame were all much higher than simply releasing flames. Now they are in the dormitory, otherwise he will definitely try the power of this flame. Liu Li licked his lips. Now it's the turn of observation Haki. Liu Li opened the inherited memory of observation Haki. You start to learn observation Haki. Your comprehension is amazing. You have comprehended observation Haki. You comprehend observation Haki very smoothly. Observation Haki is the power of the mind and soul. It mainly uses mental energy for perception. Perceiving the opponent's attack, predicting the opponent's next move, perceiving the strength of creatures, perceiving the emotions and thoughts of creatures, perceiving the position and number of objects outside the field of vision. These are the basic abilities of observation Haki. When observation Haki is cultivated to the extreme, it can even foresee the future. And the magician himself is an expert in this field of spirit. Liu Li activates observation Haki. Swish in an instant. Liu Li sensed the situation in the entire dormitory. He heard someone snoring and talking in his sleep. Let's try the limit range. Liu Li began to use his observation Haki to the maximum. The perception quickly spread out from himself to the surroundings. After a while, Liu Li relaxed and his eyes were slightly surprised about a radius of 1000 meters. This means that as long as he uses his observation haki to the fullest, he can sense any creature within 1000 meters. This is just when he has just learned observation haki. When he becomes more proficient in using it in the future, the range he can sense will become larger and his perception will be more accurate. Next, let's try to combine magic power and observation haki. Chapter 16. You begin to think about how to combine your observation haki and magic power. Your understanding is incredible and you have created a whole new power. Please name it. Dragon God Perception Method. Dragon God Perception Method was named successfully. Liu Li's mouth curled up, and now he didn't have to worry about close combat anymore. Then, Liu Li became a little distressed. There are too many things to practice. There is no way to practice them all. Let's put these aside for now and practice Dragon God Transformation to strengthen my body. At the same time, practice Unknown Breathing Method and master it as soon as possible. When your body becomes stronger, you can practice the Dragon God Breathing Method. After the Dragon God Breathing Method completely replaces ordinary breathing, you can enhance your physical fitness all the time. Dragon God's Domineering Method and Dragon God's Perception Method can be put off for practice at the end. After all, the power of these two mainly depends on the strength of the body and magic. It's like in the world of One Piece, armament haki and observation haki are actually everywhere. But with the same armament haki and observation haki, some people are top masters, while others are just trash. In essence, it is the difference in qualifications and foundations. For example, Luffy and Lucci had laid an extremely solid foundation before practicing haki. Later, they practiced haki and became masters with strength comparable to the 4 emperors in just 2 years. This shows the importance of foundation. Liu Li was meditating deeply while lying on the bed and sleeping, and his body was burning with flames, looking like it was like a person being cremated. At the same time, Liu Li began to try to use the Unknown Breathing Method. With the blessing of the Dragon God Transformation magic, Liu Li's lungs met the requirements for using the Unknown Breathing Method. Under the effects of Dragon God Transformation and Unknown Breathing Method, the body's physical fitness is rapidly improving. After a night, because of practicing meditation, Liu Li not only did not feel tired, but was refreshed. Meditation is not as simple as making the source of magic power rotate and accelerate magic power, but it can also allow the mind to sleep deeply. After Liu Li came to the guild and had breakfast, he began to look for tasks he could do. Mission: remove the curse. Mission description: Toby, Earl Haas's beloved dog, has been cursed, and his hair has grown wildly. He needs to be freed from the curse. Mission reward: 30,000 J. Liu Li was very interested in this, but it was a pity that he knew nothing about curses. He would know more after reading more books. Hunting the fierce demon beast Valken. Mission description: the monster Valken on Mount Hawkby attacks the passing caravan. The wizard hopes to destroy it. Mission reward: 200,000 J. A hunting mission, the reward is really high. 200,000 J is equivalent to 12,000 RMB, you can earn so much money from one mission, and you can live a carefree month after completing this mission. But I'd better wait until I become stronger before doing this. Now it's better to develop slowly and find some simpler missions. Liu Li's figure wandering in front of the mission board was naturally noticed by Makarov. Liu Li, what are you doing hanging around in front of the commission board? President, I want to do some tasks. Do you have any recommendations? Nonsense. You just joined the guild and learned magic for only 1 day, and you want to do a quest? You do have an unparalleled talent for magic, but talent does not represent strength. But I can't eat and drink for free in the guild every day. Liu Li didn't like to owe others money, and he was going to leave the dormitory and build a house in a remote place, so he naturally needed to make some money. It's a good thing that you have this intention, but you have to wait until you are stronger before you start working. Now these guys in the guild are all big drunkards. Every time they make money from work, they spend all day eating, drinking and having fun in the guild, and then go back to work when they have no money. It's a good thing that Lu Li is so eager to work at such a young age. I think my ability should be able to complete some tasks that are not too difficult. You have a strong talent, and you can even use such terrifying magic, but talent is talent, and strength is strength, and they cannot be confused. Awesome, that magic is indeed powerful, even too powerful, but powerful magic does not mean powerful people. Lu Li obviously has no combat experience, and he may not be able to beat Natsu and Gray if he really fights. But I really have become stronger. You said you have become stronger, so let's do this. Just find a formal magician in the guild. If you can defeat him, I will let you go to work. Seeing that Lu Li insisted on going to work, Makarov planned to let Lu Li know what a real magician is, so that this kid would give up. Unexpectedly, when Lu Li heard this, his eyes lit up really. He learned magic and naturally wanted to try fighting, but he never had the chance. Makarov nodded. Of course it's true. Who do you want to choose as your opponent? Lu Li glanced at everyone in the guild when he heard this, and everyone in the guild also looked over. Natsu had an eager expression on his face, as if asking Lu Li to choose him. Makarov thought Lu Li would choose children of the same age like Natsu and Gray. In that case, I will choose Macau. Lu Li pointed at Macau, who was closest to him, and said. Macau was stunned for a moment. A little bit unbelievable you choose me. Lu Li nodded. Why? Macau was puzzled. Why did Lu Li choose him among so many people in the guild? Did he think he was weak and easy to bully? Nothing, because you are closest to me. Is this the reason? That's why. Chapter 17. Of course, this is not the only reason. No matter Natsu or Gray, they are both children. He has an adult soul in his body after all, so he will not fight with children. If he wins, he will not have any sense of accomplishment, and if he loses, it will be even more embarrassing. He can't even beat a child. Myra and Urza are both girls, little girls at that, so it is naturally impossible for him to choose them. As for the others, the only ones Lu Li is familiar with are Makao and Wakaba. The two have real feelings for the Fairy Tale Guild, and they have been loyal to the Fairy Tale Guild from beginning to end. Makao also has a good personality, and took good care of him when he came yesterday. Moreover, he also wants to try to see where the real gap between himself and these wizards is. Lu Li, don't you need to change one? Makarov asked Lu Li. Now Makarov is also an elite wizard in the Fairy Tale Guild. He works hard and improves his strength every day. No need, I think Mr. Macau is very powerful. Macau was a little proud when he heard Lu Li's words. Kid, since you know I am very powerful, why did you choose me to challenge you? It is because Mr. Macao is so powerful that I challenge him. If I want to challenge someone, I should challenge a powerful wizard. This way I can learn more. Lu Li said modestly. This was half true and half false. Macao was a bit of a loser in the anime, but that was because the younger generation was so powerful at that time. Now Macao is undoubtedly the elite in the guild. Little boy, you have good vision. All right. In that case, let me teach you the correct use of magic. Macao couldn't help but curl up his lips. He felt a little proud to be praised by such a genius. Open. Open. Monster newcomer Lu Li vs Macau. I bet on Macau. 1000 J. I bet on Macau too. 1000 J. Someone in the guild immediately opened the betting, and Makarov did not stop him. 1000 J was just a meal money for most of the mages in the guild. Winning or losing was no big deal, they just wanted to have fun. Most of the people in the guild bet on Macao to win, and a small number of people bet on Lu Li to win. Seeing that Liu Li refused to listen and insisted on challenging Makarov, Makarov did not say anything more. He wanted to let this kid feel the gap between himself and the real guild mages, so that he could practice magic in peace. Soon, everyone came to the back of the guild. The lake at the back had been refilled after a night. The place was spacious and there was no need to worry about damaging other buildings. It was very suitable for a duel. Come on! New monster! Come on! Macau! Don't embarrass the old man! Many onlookers cheered and applauded. Miss Myra, who do you think will win? Lysina said to Myra. Humph! Of course, if Makarov can't even beat a newbie who has just learned magic, then he doesn't need to stay in the guild. Myra said with her arms crossed. But, the magic that Liu Li cast yesterday was very powerful. Gray said that magic is very powerful, but there must be a chance to cast it. Natsu said excitedly, I can definitely defeat Makarov. Gray curled his lips in disdain. You are relying on your Dragon Slayer magic. Gray and Natsu have fought countless times, and he knows Natsu's magic best. All flames are ineffective against the Fire Dragon Slayer mage, and will become food for the Dragon Slayer mage, which will increase Natsu's strength. Urza said, take a closer look. I think Liu Li must have his own ideas since he chose Makarov. How could a guy who has such a heaven-defying understanding be so simple? Makarov asked, are you two ready? Liu Li nodded. Then, let's begin. Makarov announced the start of the duel. Makarov hooked his finger at Liu Li and said with a relaxed look, kid, you attack first, otherwise if I make a move, you won't have any chance to do so. Then I'll start first. Liu Li opened his right hand, and a fireball appeared in Liu Li's hand. Makarov laughed when he saw it. Little boy, a simple fireball magic can't defeat me. Liu Li fired at Makarov. Makarov dodged it easily. Boom! The fireball landed on the rock behind Makarov, and the rock exploded. The huge noise scared everyone. Wasn't Liu Li using the most basic magic fireball just now? Why is it so powerful? Liu Li, you fireball! Oh, because you didn't allow me to use that magic, I improved the fireball spell to make it slightly more powerful, faster, and consume less mana. But you are worthy of being Mr. Macau. Then I will continue to use magic. Macau's mouth twitched, and he remembered that the strongest point of this little monster was the extraordinary magical creativity. He regretted that he was too arrogant. But the words had already been said, how could he regret it? He could only say stubbornly, come on. Swish! Liu Li raised his hands, and a fireball appeared in each of his hands. Liu Li first threw the fireball in his right hand at Macau. Macau dodged quickly, knowing the power of Liu Li's fireball technique, he dared not take it head-on. Macau had just dodged when he saw Liu Li shoot the fireball in his left hand at him again, and dodged again. Before he could stand firm, the fireball in Liu Li's right hand had taken shape again and shot over again, and then the fireball in his left hand was condensed again. Macau's face turned pale with fright. Wait a minute. Liu Li was extremely excited at the moment and didn't hear Makarov's words at all. It felt so good to be able to cast magic. Boom 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 boom. Chapter 18. Liu Li kept throwing fireballs at Macau, bombarding him. Macau was so scared that he could only flee in panic. This scene stunned everyone else. This guy cast magic too fast, and wouldn't his magic power run out soon if he cast magic like this? As a result, Liu Li bombarded for 3 minutes in a row, but he didn't use up any magic power at all. Not only that, looking at Liu Li's excited look, it seemed that he could cast more magic power without any problem. Liu Li was fine, but Macau couldn't stand it. Purple flame. Makarov fired a ball of purple flame towards Liu Li's position. Liu Li threw the fireball towards the purple flame. Boom! The two flames collided with each other and a violent explosion occurred. The smoke produced by the explosion blocked the vision of the two people. This finally gave Makao a chance to breathe. I'm sorry. Lu Li, I won't allow myself to lose here. Purple rainstorm. Macau opened a gorgeous purple magic circle in his hand. A large number of purple flame bombs shot towards Lu Li. Boom 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 boom. Lu Li seemed to have no time to react. He stood still and was hit by Macau's purple flame bombs. Oops. Macao's face changed when he saw this scene. Lu Li's powerful firepower suppression just now made him unable to help but show his true skills. He completely forgot that he was dealing with a child who had just learned magic yesterday. Makarov was also a little worried when he saw this scene. Suddenly, bang! A blazing flame rose at the location where Lu Li was, blowing away all the smoke produced by the explosion. Lu Li was seen with flames all over his body at this time, and he was unharmed. He said with an excited expression, "Is this Mr. Macao's magic? It's really good. Don't stop. Come on. Keep going." Macao couldn't help sweating on his forehead. He smiled stiffly and said, "Really? I didn't hold back at all just now. Come on. Mr. Macao, show me your full strength, don't go easy on me just because I'm a child." Macao shouted in his heart, "I won't go easy on me." But he said stubbornly, "In that case, I won't be polite." As an adult and an elite wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild, he has his own pride, and he won't allow himself to lose to a newcomer like this. Purple rainstorm. Macao put his hands in front of him, and the dazzling purple magic circle appeared again. It was twice as many as the magic bullets he released with one hand just now, and the power was even stronger. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of magic bullets shot towards Lu Li. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Macao's magic bullets hit Lu Li's body, causing Lu Li's body to shake but without causing any other effects. How is it possible? Everyone in the guild was shocked and unbelievable when they saw this scene. Who is Macao? Macao is a veteran wizard in the Fairy Tale Guild. Now he is in his prime. There are no more than 5 people in the guild who can defeat Macao. This is why everyone is so sure that Macao will win. But what is the situation now? Macao's flames have no effect on Lu Li. Hateful. Purple sky net. Macao turned the purple flames into a net and bound Lu Li's body tightly. Seeing Lu Li trapped, Macao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the flames on Lu Li's body shot up into the sky, and Macao's purple sky net was also burned by Lu Li's flames. What? My flame was burned. Macao's eyes widened in disbelief. His purple flame was a flame that could not be extinguished by wind or water, but now it was burned by Lu Li's flame. Lu Li concentrated on breathing in and out the unknown breathing method. Lu Li took a deep breath, a large amount of oxygen was absorbed into his body, and then he stepped hard. Boom! The ground beneath Lu Li's feet suddenly cracked. Before anyone could react, Lu Li had already appeared in front of Macao. What? So fast! Lu Li pressed his palm on Macao's abdomen. A dazzling magic circle appeared in front of Lu Li's palm. Macao's face changed drastically. Oh no! Bang! A violent flame burst out from Lu Li's palm. Ay! Everyone at the scene was silent, staring at Lu Li blankly. Lu Li lifted the magic, and the flames on his body dissipated. Lu Li looked at his hands, with a look of surprise on his face. This was his first time using magic to fight, and the magic he created was even better than he had imagined. So this is what it feels like to fight with magic? This feeling. It's really great. The winner. Lu Li. Chapter 19. Makarov also reacted at this time and announced that Lu Li won. Oh. Amazing. The new guy is so amazing. He actually defeated that Macao. This is too abnormal. Many people from the Fairy Tale Guild who were watching were also excited. They obviously didn't expect Liu Li to be so strong that he could kill Ma Kao in one blow. This doesn't look like a newbie who just learned magic. Natsu and Gray were stunned. Liu Li actually defeated that Ma Kao. In their eyes, only Myra and Urza, two monsters of the same age, could defeat Ma Kao. Now there is another one in the guild. Liu Li is so awesome. Listen, happily applauded Liu Li. Humph. That guy Ma Kao is too useless. I can easily defeat him. Myra was very dissatisfied with her inaccurate prediction. At the same time, she subconsciously regarded Liu Li as her competitor to become the strongest wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild. He is very strong. Iluza said seriously, whether it was Liu Li's continuous release of fireballs at the beginning, or his super strong defense that resisted Ma Kao's magic attack while standing. The speed of the final burst was even faster. Not only was it fast, but also the precise control that stopped in front of Ma Kao. There was no doubt that this was definitely a good opponent. Those who bet on Liu Li to win happily went to divide the bets, and they could get 2 days of free wine money. You little brat, how did you do that? Makarov was puzzled to see Liu Li win. Even if Liu Li created a magic similar to the Dragon Slayer magic, Natsu, who had practiced Dragon Slayer magic for several years, might not be Ma Kao's opponent. How could you defeat Ma Kao just by imitating him? Nothing. Maybe my magic power is stronger. Liu Li said stupidly. Magic power and magic are one aspect, and breathing method and domineering are the key to Liu Li's easy victory. Breathing method can make Liu Li burst out extraordinary physical fitness in an instant, and domineering provides Liu Li with powerful attack and defense. With the combination of magic power and magic, the power that burst out made Liu Li himself shocked. Makarov nodded. Indeed, Liu Li's magic power is very strong, as can be seen from the fact that he was able to release such a terrifying magic yesterday. There are many people in this world who are born with powerful magic power. He himself is like this, and so is his grandson Laxus. President, can I go on the mission now? Liu Li changed the subject. Makarov nodded. Liu Li had even defeated Ma Kao, so he would not stop Liu Li from doing the mission. Yet. That's great. Liu Li's heart jumped. He had always longed for the adventurous life of fairy tale. Now that he could experience it in person, he was naturally very happy. After returning to the guild, the winners of the guild ate and drank happily. Ma Kao seemed a little disappointed, but the others did not mean to laugh at Ma Kao. After all, they all knew how strong Ma Kao was. They also saw the battle between him and Liu Li. It was really that the new monster Liu Li was too abnormal. Liu Li looked at the task commission board and reached out to grab the Hunt the Fierce Demon Beast Falcon. Pa! As soon as Liu Li's hand touched the task commission, the back of his hand was slapped away by Makarov's elongated palm. That task won't work, I'll give you this one. Makarov tore off a task from the task board and handed it to Liu Li. Mission: protect the client. Mission description: the client needs a bodyguard. The specific situation will be disclosed to the client in person. Mission reward: 50,000 J per day. The mission description is not much different from no description. The reward is not bad. 50,000 J is equivalent to 3,000 RMB. And it is 3,000 per day, which is quite generous. In his previous life, he worked, let alone 3,000 per day, and the salary he could get in a month was less than 3,000. I'll take this mission. Liu Li was very satisfied with this mission. Urza. Makarov greeted Urza. Urza came over and asked, President, what's the matter? You take Liu Li to carry out this mission commission. Yes, President. Urza agreed very happily. Liu Li looked at Makarov with some doubts. Makarov also noticed Liu Li's doubts and explained, although you are strong enough, you lack experience and need someone to lead you. When you have enough experience in the future, you can perform tasks by yourself. This has always been the tradition of fairy tale. Don't underestimate Urza because she is a girl of the same age as you. Urza is very strong. Urza extended her hand generously and said, "Hello, Lu Li, we will be teammates during the mission." Lu Li stretched out his hand and shook hands with Urza. "Sorry to trouble you, Urza." "It's no trouble. We are all companions, and it's only right for us to help each other," Arisa said with a smile. Looking at Urza like this, Lu Li couldn't help but be moved. If he asked who his favorite female character was in the fairy tale anime, Urza would undoubtedly be ranked first. As for why she is the first and not the only one, as a man, isn't it normal to have ideas about all beauties? Since he traveled to the world of fairy tale, he naturally had ideas about Urza. But Urza was only a 13-year-old girl at this time. Could it be that he was really hungry and didn't even let go of a girl? Well, the cultivation of girls is actually quite good. We will gather at the guild gate at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Good. Chapter 20. After agreeing on a gathering time with Urza, Lu Li was surrounded by the children in the guild to chat. Because Lu Li ran out of magic power and fainted yesterday, no one had a good conversation. Seeing Lu Li getting along well with the children in the guild, Makarov nodded. He was worried that Lu Li would not be able to get over the pain of losing his loved ones, but now it seems that there is no need to worry. This boy is much stronger than he thought. The next morning, Lu Li came to the door of the guild to wait for Urza. "Sorry, I'll just wait." Urza's voice sounded. Lu Li looked in Urza's direction and saw Urza pulling a cart full of luggage. The corners of his mouth twitched. He then remembered that Urza seemed to move house every time she went out. "I just arrived, let me help you." No, these things are very heavy, let's go." The two took the train together and rushed to their destination. After about an hour's ride, they got off at Onibus railway station. After getting off the train, they walked for about half an hour and arrived at a very luxurious hotel. Urza came to the front desk. "Hello, we are here to see Miss Alice. We are the Wizards of Fairy Tale and we are here to accept the mission commission." "Okay, wait a moment, I'll go ask." "Sorry for the trouble." Soon, the receptionist came back and said, "2 guests, please come this way." Lu Li and Urza followed the receptionist upstairs. From the beginning of the stairs, there were many bodyguards in suits, burly figures, and sunglasses standing on both sides of the stairs. When they reached the top floor, the bodyguards almost filled the entire corridor. The receptionist took Lu Li and Urza to the door of a room and knocked. "Miss Alice, the Wizard of Fairy Tale has arrived. Bring them in." The receptionist opened the door and said to Lu Li and Urza, "Come in, 2 guests." Lu Li and Urza entered the room together. The decoration here was very luxurious. It was obviously the presidential suite of this hotel. Then, Lu Li and Urza saw a girl about 16 or 17 years old, dressed gorgeously, sitting on the sofa. Next to her stood an old man who looked like a butler. Standing around were several burly bodyguards in black suits. When the girl saw Lu Li and Urza, she frowned and said, "Are you the Wizards of Fairy Tale?" Urza said calmly, "Yes, we are the Wizards of Fairy Tale." She was accustomed to this kind of situation. Almost every time she went on a mission, she would be looked down upon by the client because of her young age and gender. "What a joke, the reward I offered for the commission is 50,000 J a day, but Fairy Tale only sent 2 kids over, it's really too much, you 2 go, I don't need your protection." Alice turned her head away proudly and drove away Lu Li and Urza. The old housekeeper advised, "But Miss Alice, it's too late to find other wizards now. Sebastian, do you think these 2 little kids can protect me?" This. Sebastian didn't know what to say. After all, the 2 children were so young. Even if they were wizards, they wouldn't be that strong. Urza stepped forward and said, "Miss Alice, Don't underestimate us just because we are young. We are wizards of fairy tale. As long as you accept the commission, we will definitely protect your safety. Oh? Why should I believe what you said? Urza frowned and wanted to say something. Lu Li said first, then what do you think will make you believe in our strength? Alice smiled playfully and said, interesting, it's very simple, aren't you wizards? Then you can compete with my bodyguards. If you win, I will believe that you have the strength to protect me. If you are not even as good as my bodyguards, how can I trust you with my safety? No problem. Urza agreed immediately. She didn't like others looking down on her. Okay. Let's go to the square behind the hotel. I also want to see how powerful the fairy tale wizards are. Alice looked very excited. Soon, everyone came to the square behind the hotel. Alice said to Lu Li and Urza, who of you two will come? Urza stepped forward immediately. However, Lu Li stopped her and said, let me do it. This is my job after all. I can't rely on you for all the tasks in the future. Urza thought Lu Li's words made sense and nodded. Lu Li stepped forward. Alice said, since you are a wizard, you can choose 5 of them as your opponents. As long as you win. Before Alice could finish, Lu Li interrupted her and said, there's no need to make such a fuss. You can all come together. What did you say? Alice and the others looked at Lu Li in disbelief, but Urza smiled and looked at Lu Li with admiration. This was the demeanor of a fairy tale wizard. Lu Li smiled faintly and said, I said let them go together. Chapter 21. Little brat. How dare you look down on us? The bodyguard captain and the other bodyguards were immediately furious when they saw Lu Li looking down on them. Lu Li shook his head. No, I'm not looking down on you. Then you said let's go together. Who said that letting you all go together is looking down on you? Lu Li had a surprised expression on his face, which made the bodyguards think that Lu Li was going to say something nice next. Unexpectedly, Lu Li said immediately afterwards, you are not worthy of my looking down on you at all. Bastard! Go! How dare a mere kid look down on us? All the bodyguards rushed towards Lu Li. They wanted to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Little devil? Then let's see who is the little devil. Lu Li's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Then, Lu Li activated the giant magic, and his body began to grow rapidly. In a blink of an eye, Lu Li became a giant more than 10 meters tall. Except for Urza, everyone was shocked to see such a huge Lu Li. Giant, giant, giant. Lu Li grabbed the captain-like man who was rushing in the front and brought him close to his face. This time, who do you say is the little devil? Wow! Tisk! Boring, Lu Li threw the opponent to the ground. The body returned to its original size. Urza praised Lu Li and said, you are becoming more and more proficient in giant magic. It's still far behind the president. Just then, Alice ran over quickly with an excited expression on her face. The old housekeeper behind her shouted, Miss Alice, please slow down. Alice said to Lu Li eagerly, you are so amazing. You can actually grow so big. What kind of magic is that? That's giant magic. Giant magic? I didn't expect you to have such powerful magic. I am short-sighted and was so rude just now. Alice said as she lifted her skirt and saluted. Lu Li and Urza were a little surprised. They didn't expect that this arrogant young lady would actually apologize. And Alice is not without knowledge. 1 in 10 people in this world can use magic, and the proportion of people who can use magic is not low. However, less than 1% of people really make a living by magic, and among this 1%, there are even fewer who can use such powerful magic. Although the young man in front of him is not very old, he is definitely a talented magician with unlimited potential. Urza said, you're welcome, Miss Alice, we are used to this kind of thing, let's talk about the mission next. Okay, let's go back to my room and talk about it. Everyone returned to the hotel suite together. Sebastian, take that thing out. The old butler took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Urza and Lu. The two opened the envelope and took a look. Urza frowned when she saw the content of the letter, and then handed the letter to Lu. Lu also raised his eyebrows when he saw it. The content of the letter was also very simple. It was a kidnapping threat letter. The general meaning was that if Alice came to Audiobooksy for a concert, she would be kidnapped. The old butler said the letter was sent to Miss Alice's house a week ago. I originally advised the lady not to go, but the lady said that so many fans were waiting for her, and she insisted on going. In order to prevent accidents, I commissioned the Wizard Guild. Alice said with an indifferent expression. Sebastian just likes to worry about nothing. It's just a threatening letter written by my black fan. Can I not hold a concert because of a threatening letter? If I give in this time, there will be a second and third time. Can I still back down this time? The old housekeeper said seriously. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. It is best to be safe and sound, but we also need to be prepared for any eventuality. Concert, are you a star? Lu said casually. As a result, many people in the room were stunned. Alice looked at Lu in disbelief. You don't know me. What? Are you famous? The bodyguard captain immediately said, of course Miss Alice is famous. Miss Alice is the most popular singer in the Kingdom of Fiori. How come you don't know Miss Alice? He looked like an avid fan of Alice. Oh. Now let's talk about the commission. What do you want us to do? Lu changed the subject. He had just traveled through time and had no idea what celebrities were. He was not interested in them in his previous life, and he was even less interested in them in this life. Wouldn't it be better to learn more magic in that time? The old butler said, the concert will be in 3 days. I hope you two will protect the young lady's safety before the concert ends. No problem, we'll take this mission. Then, Lu was arranged to stay in the room next to Alice. Urza was in the same room with Alice because she was a girl and for safety reasons. As soon as Lu put down his luggage, he thought he could practice magic well, but Alice came running over excitedly and changed into a very casual outfit. Lu. Let's go play. Miss, no. You are being watched by bad guys. What does it matter? I have Lu and Urza to protect me. If they can't protect me on weekdays, how can they protect me at the concert? I can't go anywhere in the hotel these days. I'm so depressed. The old butler looked at Lu and Urza. Alice's actions obviously caused more trouble for Urza and Lu. Urza said, it doesn't matter. Protecting Miss Alice is our job. We won't let Miss Alice get hurt. Look. Urza said it's okay. Alice happily pulled Urza's arm. The old butler sighed helplessly, then said to Lu and Urza, then I'll trouble you too. Chapter 22. Alice immediately took Urza and Lu out. Audiobooks City is very prosperous. If Magnolia is a 4th-tier city, then Audiobooks is at least a quasi-1st-tier city. The streets are bustling with people, and there are all kinds of shops on both sides of the streets, with food, drinks, and entertainment. Alice bought this and that like a curious baby, and also bought a lot of things for Urza and Lu, which made Lu deeply realize how happy it is to have a rich friend. But the two of them are too good at shopping. They didn't stop for a whole afternoon. He felt physically and mentally exhausted, but the two people seemed to be fine. Lu finally realized how terrible the physical strength of girls shopping is. It was not until the sun went down that the three returned to the hotel, which made Sebastian, the old butler, very worried. At night, Lu finally had time to practice magic. Lu sat cross-legged on the bed and started the meditation method. The flames were burning on his body, and he also concentrated on breathing in and out the unknown breathing method. His physical fitness was improving rapidly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the people who wanted to kidnap Alice did not show up. Alice said smugly that the old housekeeper was too worried, but Lu Li and Urza did not relax their vigilance. Most of the tasks were completed. If they failed on the last day, they would not get any reward. Of course, it would also be a loss of face for Fairy Tale. The concert started in the evening of the 4th day. Lu Li looked at the square from the backstage and saw a sea of people outside. There are so many people. He didn't chase stars before, and he had never been to a concert. He didn't expect so many people to come. Urza said on the side, it's natural that there are so many people. Alice is the most popular singer in the Kingdom of Fiori. I heard that other countries have invited Alice to hold concerts, but she refused them all. Why? It seems that the king of that country is very annoying. Not only is he dictatorial and lustful, but he also exploits the people. Arisa has lived with Alice these days. Girls naturally have endless things to talk about. The two are almost becoming good girlfriends now. Soon, the concert began. As soon as Alice appeared on the stage, the fans below shouted Alice's name. After Alice greeted all the fans, she also began to sing. The singing was very beautiful, even compared to the classic songs in her previous life. And he could hear that there was a trace of magic in Alice's voice. With the singing, it could give people a very strong appeal and resonate with people. Even if the influence of magic is thrown out, Alice is obviously a singing genius. Although Lu Li doesn't chase stars, he listens to songs. Good songs are good. It's just that he listens to them, but he can't remember the names of any songs. For him, a good song is enough to listen to a few times. For him, this song is just good. Lu Li activated the Dragon God Perception Method. The Dragon God Perception Method has an advantage over the Observation Haki, that is, it is more sensitive to people with magic power. Soon, Lu Li sensed the emergence of multiple malicious forces, the number of which was about 30 people. If he guessed correctly, these people were trying to kidnap Alice. After all, normally people who came to the concert were Alice's fans, so how could they have malicious intentions? Lu Li said to Urza, "Urza, be careful, they are coming." "What? Where is it?" Urza was stunned, but she knew that Lu Li would not let it go for no reason, and he must have found something. "In the crowd." "Who are they?" "I'll deal with them." Lu Li stretched out his hand to hold Urza and said, "Don't worry, if you start fighting in the crowd now, it will definitely cause panic, and it will be bad if there is a stampede." "What should I do then?" "It's not too late to take action after they make their move." "Okay." Urza nodded, and she couldn't help but tighten her sword. After all, Urza was still only a 13-year-old girl, and she was still a little nervous when faced with such a situation. The 2.5-hour concert was about to end. "Everyone, thank you very much for coming to listen to my singing. Now I will sing the last song tomorrow for you all. Get started." Just as Alice finished speaking, many people suddenly appeared on the stage. What's this? Is it a temporary addition to the program effect?" Everyone in the audience was stunned. "Catch them!" The bodyguard captain was the first to react and called on his men to take action. All the bodyguards rushed forward together, but were all knocked down by the opponent in a few moves. Alice was a little panicked. Who are you?" "Miss Alice, my boss likes you very much. Please come with us." Alice now understood that the other party was the one who claimed to kidnap her. She originally thought it was a joke from her haters, but she didn't expect it to be true. "Take her away." 2 people quickly rushed towards Alice. Swish! A figure quickly appeared in front of Alice. Puff! Ugh! Wah-a-a-a-a-a-a! The 2 kidnappers were chopped and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Urza pointed her sword at them and said, "I won't let you hurt Miss Alice." "Urza." Alice was a little surprised. Miss Alice, don't leave my back. Urza felt a lot of pressure when she saw that the other side had more than 30 people. She originally thought that the other side had only 3 or 5 people at most, but she didn't expect that there were more than 30 people, which was comparable to a small wizard guild. Chapter 23. The Wizard of the Guild? So they asked for help from the wizard, but do you think that just one wizard can stop so many of us? She is not alone. Liu Li walked over with his hands in his pockets. What's the difference between one person and 2 people? They are just 2 little brats. We are just here to invite Miss Alice. If you don't want to die, get out of here and don't get in my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Liu Li, there are too many people on the other side, why don't you take Miss Alice and retreat first? Urza whispered to Liu Li, their priority is to protect the client's safety. No, just protect Miss Alice. I will take care of these guys. No. There are too many people on the other side, you can't do this. She knew that Liu Li was very powerful, but after all, Liu Li had only been learning magic for a week, and the other side had a large number of people and their strength was unknown. Liu Li smiled at Urza and said, don't worry, I cherish my life very much and will not do anything that I am not sure of. The conversation between Liu Li and Urza was also heard by the other party. Ha ha ha. Little ghost, I admire your confidence, but are you a little too confident? We are not wizards like you who live in a false peace. We are dark guild wizards who live in a cruel dark world. We are far from being comparable to you guys. Liu Li clicked his ears. Have you finished talking nonsense? Let's get started quickly after that. Damn brat! Get rid of him! Several people holding magic swords rushed towards Liu Li. After seeing this, Liu Li curled his lips and said in a dissatisfied voice, I thought it was some interesting magic, it turned out to be magic swordsman. The magic swordsman can be said to be the most common magician, using his own magic power to activate the magic sword to attack. This kind of magic is actually quite practical, but he feels it is very boring. He prefers some novel magic. Urza is actually in this category, but Urza mainly transforms magic armor and weapons to fight. Liu Li's fists and feet are wrapped in flames. After easily dodging the opponent's attack, he punched a man in the abdomen. What? Liu Li's attack startled everyone. Then Liu Li moved quickly, and with the help of the perception method, he easily dodged the opponent's attack, punching or kicking. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were knocked away by Liu Li. Wow! Liu Li is so awesome! Alice clapped excitedly when she saw Liu Li's amazing performance. Use magic bullets! The leader shouted. Some of the Dark Guild wizards also reacted and quickly raised their hands to shoot magic bullets at Liu Li. Liu Li flicked his hand and hit the magic bullets shot at him like a volleyball. What? How can it be? He actually knocked my magic bullet away. The rest of the Dark Guild members were all dumbfounded. It seems that you don't have any new magic, so let's finish it quickly. Liu Li raised his right hand and said softly, Purple Skynet. Whoosh! A beam of purple flame spurted out from Liu Li's palm, forming a net that captured almost all the remaining members of the Dark Guild in the air. The purple flame rose and ignited all the people who were tied up. Ugh! Wow! Liu Li released the magic, and these people fell onto the stage like dumplings, and all fainted. The kidnapper leader's face changed drastically, and he stepped back, then rushed into the crowd below and grabbed a young woman. Don't come over here! Or I'll kill her! Wow! No! The young girl was so frightened that her legs went weak and her face was filled with fear. You hypocritical Illuminati guild will definitely not allow innocent people to die in front of you, right, Alice? This girl is your fan. If you don't want your fans to die because of you, you'd better surrender. Help! Help me! The girl looked at Alice pleadingly. Seeing this, Alice immediately stood up and said, Okay. I'll exchange with her. Don't hurt her. Miss Alice. The fans who were watching the scene were also moved. They didn't expect that Miss Alice would risk her life for her fans. When Alice was about to go over, Lu Li reached out to stop her. The kidnapper leader yelled at Lu Li, "Hey, brat! Do you want her to die?" His voice was trembling, and it was obvious that he was very afraid of Lu Li. Lu Li smiled and said, "My job is to protect my client. Naturally, I can't let my client take risks. As for you..." Crack! Golden lightning appeared under Lu Li's feet. Whoosh! Lu Li's figure flashed by and appeared in front of the kidnapper leader in an instant. Then he stretched out his arms, his palms became bigger, and he grabbed the kidnapper leader's head and pressed it to the ground. Boom! The ground shattered. Kaka! The leader coughed up blood and looked in pain. A big hole appeared on the ground. Lu Li stood up and let go of his hand. The kidnapper leader had fainted with his eyes rolled back. "Okay, it's all right now," Lu Li said to the girl. "Thank you. Thank you." The girl burst into tears after escaping death, and kept thanking Lu Li. Everyone around her applauded enthusiastically. This young man was so amazing. They just saw with their own eyes how Lu Li defeated those wizards and protected Alice. Alice flew directly. "Come over," hug Lu Li with both hands, and kiss Lu Li's cheek hard. "Lu Li, you are so handsome." Lu Li was also confused at this time. He had lived for more than 20 years, and this was the first time he was kissed by a girl. Was I being taken advantage of? Chapter 24. The soldiers of the kingdom came quickly and took away all the offenders. The rest of the matter was left to the Magic Council to deal with. No matter who the mastermind was, the Magic Council would definitely be able to find out with their methods, so he didn't need to worry about it. The next morning, Lu Li and Urza prepared to return to Fairy Tale. Alice watched Lu Li and Urza leave reluctantly. After spending the past few days together, she has already fallen in love with Urza and Lu Li, especially Lu Li, who was so handsome when dealing with those bad guys last night. So she couldn't help but rush over and kiss Lu Li. It's a pity that Lu Li is still a little brother. If he were 2 years older, she would definitely make Lu Li her boyfriend. Of course, it's okay now, as long as she waits for 2 more years. On the return train, Lu Li looked at the reward he got and showed a satisfied smile on his face. From the first day to the beginning, to the end, the mission took a total of 4 days, and a total of 200,000 J was rewarded. Alice wants give it. After all, the difficulty of this mission can be said to be very high, even giving 1 million J is not too much. However, this was rejected by Lu Li. The mission commission is how much it is. This is the rule of Fairy Tale. They will not raise the price for the client casually. Lu Li handed 100,000 J to Urza. Urza was stunned. "What are you doing?" "Mission reward. This mission is done by 2 of us, so the mission reward is naturally split in half. I was only responsible for taking you on the mission. I didn't do anything in this mission. You did almost everything by yourself." She did almost nothing in this mission. Except for blocking the attacks of the 2 people at the beginning, she just protected Alice throughout the whole process. "Didn't you spend a lot of time as well? And without you protecting Alice, I wouldn't be able to concentrate on the battle. You deserve this." Lu Li put the mission reward in Urza's hand. Urza stared at the reward in her hand for a moment, then said, "Thank you." Lu Li smiled and said, "What's there to thank me for? If you want to thank me, it should be me. Bringing in newcomers is a troublesome thing. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't be able to complete the mission so smoothly. If you really want to thank me, then teach me swordsmanship when you go back. I am also very interested in swordsmanship. This is not nonsense. As a man, who would not be interested in swordsmanship? Not to mention a sword, even a very slender and straight wooden stick would make a man unable to refuse. When Urza heard that Lu Li was interested in swordsmanship, her eyes lit up great. She was the only swordsman in the guild, and she also wanted to compete with others in swordsmanship so that she could constantly improve herself. Lu Li's comprehension was so high that he would definitely learn swordsmanship very quickly. Along the way, Lu Li chatted with Urza. Because of this mission, the relationship between the two was obviously a lot closer. This was a good sign for Lu Li. Chasing a girl does not mean waiting until the other party is an adult. Now you have to leave a good impression on Urza. Get along more in the future, and sooner or later you will win Urza. After returning to the guild, Urza reported this mission to Makarov. Little did he know that the news had already spread in Fiori, and it was widely reported in this morning's morning paper, with a photo of Alice in person. Alice is now the most popular idol in the kingdom of Fiori, and her every move will attract a lot of attention. The Magic Council also interrogated her overnight, and the efficiency was very high. The mastermind was the Dark Guild hired by the king who coveted Alice's beauty. In the end, the king was deprived of his throne. After all, this world is still ruled by the strong, and the Magic Council is the highest level of the continent of Ishgar. Lu Li. You are so amazing. You defeated 30 Dark Guild wizards by yourself. Natsu said to Lu Li excitedly. It's okay, it's because they are all relatively weak. Gray also said with a little excitement, that's also amazing, that's 30 wizards. Although Lu Li is the same age as them, his strength is obviously much higher than theirs. It is human nature to admire the strong, and Lu Li is so strong that they naturally admire him very much. I didn't expect that this task was actually issued by Miss Alice. If I had known, I would have accepted it. Wakaba was very envious of Lu Li's close contact with Alice, especially Alice kissed Lu Li, which made all the men in the guild envious. Macau hit Wakaba and said, if you were to go, you might have been killed by the other party. Macau had a strong self-esteem, but now he has let it go. He is just an ordinary person. How can he compare with a little monster like Lu Li? This kid can create and use forbidden spell-level magic. It is not shameful for him to lose to him. What's more, this time when Lu Li protected Miss Alice, he used his magic. Lu Li knows so many magics, but he chose to use his, which is enough to prove that his magic is very powerful. At this time, a boy with golden hair and about 17 years old in the corner looked at Lu Li. Oh? Is he the new monster that the guild has been discussing recently? When Lu Li joined the guild, Laxus was on a mission outside. When he came back, he heard a lot of people in the guild talking about Lu Li. Felide said yes, he is Lu Li. So what's said in the guild is true. Bixro said, it's true. My babies and I saw him use the guild leader's magic with our own eyes. Laxus raised his lips and said, if he even learned the old man's magic, then there must be someone who can do it. I thought about it, it seems I have to get to know him. As he said that, Laxus stood up and walked towards Lu Li. Chapter 25. Hey! Are you Lu Li? Lu Li heard a voice and looked up, and saw a blonde and rebellious young man with 2 boys and a girl walking over. Lu Li recognized the man as Laxus at a glance, and the 3 people behind him should be the Thunder Gods, Felide, Bixro, and Alba Green. Laxus. Natsu called out Laxus' name. Among the younger generation, Laxus is undoubtedly the strongest in the Fairy Tale Guild besides the president and guildarts. Yes, I am Lu Li, what can I do for you? Laxus sat opposite Lu Li and said, if there is nothing, can't I get to know you? You are now the most famous person in our Fairy Tale Guild. You are so lucky just because you saved a big star. Laxus' words were obviously provocative. Urza frowned and said, Laxus, the mission was commissioned by the president, and no one knew that the client was Alice before meeting the client. That's why I say he's lucky. Laxus leaned back and spread his hands. Lu Li had lived 2 lives, so he could tell at a glance that Laxus was looking for trouble. He also remembered that Laxus's behavior before the Civil War was very bad. In order to get the position of president, he did not hesitate to use the lives of the girls in the guild as threats. It was not until later that he was willing to face his own heart and turned back into a cool guy. To be honest, he hated Laxus just by looking at the previous words, but later Laxus turned over a new leaf, and he still liked Laxus very much. It's just that the current Laxus looks like a rebellious teenager at first glance, and he came to find trouble with him for no reason, so he couldn't like him. Laxus Lu Li had just experienced the death of a relative a week ago. He was the only one who survived in the entire village. How could this be considered good luck? Before Urza could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lu Li. Yes. I also think I am very lucky, so do you want to take advantage of my luck? Lu Li's words made everyone around him stunned for a moment. Haven't you heard of an old saying? Luck is also part of strength. I really prefer good luck to bad luck. By the way, I am a little tired after traveling all the way. If you are okay, I will go back first. Lu Li stood up and prepared to leave. Boy, I heard that you learn magic very quickly. You can learn it just by watching others perform magic once. I don't quite believe this. Do you want to see my magic? I don't believe you can learn it. Seeing Lu Li was about to leave, Laxus stopped pretending. Lu Li stopped when he heard this. Magic? Laxus's magic. Laxus's magic is elemental magic, thunder. Thunder. In a man's heart, it is a magic that is cooler than fire. Lightning magic is not only handsome, but also powerful. Lu Li turned around quickly and looked at Laxus with shining eyes. This eager look scared Laxus. Urza immediately saw Lu Li's thoughts. After a few days of getting along, she knew that Lu Li was a magic fanatic. He liked all kinds of magic. She couldn't understand why Lu Li wanted to learn new magic when he had already learned a lot of powerful magic. Hey! Lu Li, don't be fooled, Laxus just wants to teach you a lesson under the pretext of letting you learn magic. Lu Li said to Laxus very enthusiastically. Let's go to the back of the guild, there is a wide place there, and it is convenient for you to show off. Lu Li's enthusiasm made Laxus a little confused. He came here to find trouble, why are you so enthusiastic? But Laxus still nodded. He just saw that Lu Li was very famous now and felt very annoying. He wanted to teach Lu Li a lesson and let him know who is the strongest in the fairy tale guild. Soon, several people came to the back of the fairy tale guild. Laxus, don't do anything reckless. Urza warned Laxus. Laxus raised the corner of his mouth. How can I be reckless? You all saw it. He took the initiative to ask me to show magic, didn't he? As a companion of the guild, how can I not meet the request of my companions? Hey! Are you ready? I'm about to start. Let's start. Crack, crack. Golden arcs of electricity appeared around Laxus' head. Boom. A golden lightning rose from the ground and hit Lu Li. Ah! Lu Li. Natsu and Gray couldn't help but exclaimed. When Urza saw Lu Li being hit, she looked at Laxus angrily. Laxus. But Laxus evaded and said, Hey, hey. I've already told you, why are you so careless? Although he said so, Laxus's upturned mouth couldn't hide his inner pride. Although his attack was just the simplest electric shock, it suddenly appeared from the ground, and few people could dodge his move. What monsters, newcomers, what geniuses, in front of his magic, they are all just vulnerable trash. At this moment, Lu Li's voice suddenly rang. Is this thunder magic? This feeling is really good. Then Lu Li got up, patted the dust off his body, with a bright smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. You have observed lightning magic, and you have gained extraordinary comprehension, and have comprehended the elemental magic of thunder. Chapter 26. The subtitles in Lu Li's mind showed this paragraph of text. Although it is not Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, Thunder Elemental magic is also very good. This is the magic he wants to learn. Laxus's face was a little ugly when he heard Lu Li's words. You think it's good? Then you can taste it again. Lightning Spear. Laxus raised his hand, and golden lightning gathered on his palm. As Laxus swung his arm, a lightning spear shot towards Lu Li's position. Get out of the way! Urza shouted immediately upon seeing this. However, Lu Li did not dodge, but raised his hand. Whoosh! A red-black flame appeared on Lu Li's palm. Lu Li swung it casually. Boom! The lightning spear fired by Laxus was knocked away by Lu Li, and fell on the ground next to him, creating a big hole in the ground. Your understanding is beyond belief. You have comprehended the magic lightning spear. Looking at the words in his mind, Lu Li couldn't help but smile. Anything else? Laxus was completely furious when he heard Lu Li's words. Stinky brat! How dare you look down on me? Crack! Crack! Laxus raised his palm, and a golden lightning fell from the sky, falling towards Lu Li's position. Lu Li's palm was wrapped with flames, blocking his head. Boom! The lightning fell on Lu Li, and most of it was blocked by the flames. What? How can it be? Laxus's attack blocked it. Natsu, Gray, and the Thunder Gods were all shocked to see Lu Li block Laxus's lightning. Laxus is not Makao. Although he is only 17 years old, he has powerful magic and inherited magic from the president. In the entire guild, only the president and guildarts are stronger than him. Natsu and Gray have challenged Laxus before, but they were defeated by Laxus in one blow. Lu Li could easily block Laxus's lightning magic. Your comprehension is incredible. You have mastered the magic of attracting lightning. Anything else? Anything else? Bastard! It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't be able to restrain yourself. I'll show you my magic. Laxus' forehead was bulging with veins. 3 attacks failed to take down the little brat Lu Li. Coupled with Lu Li's provocation, his proud self-esteem could not stand it. Lightning Strike! Laxus aimed his palm at Lu Li and released a pillar of lightning. The flame in Lu Li's palm became stronger. A red-black flame magic circle appeared, and then a violent pillar of flame shot out from Lu Li's palm. Boom! The pillar of flame and the pillar of lightning collided with each other. Suddenly, a terrible explosion broke out. Your understanding is amazing. You have comprehended the magic lightning shock. Laxus looked unhappy. This little kid's magic could actually block his own magic. I just don't believe that I can't take down a little brat like you. Golden lightning appeared under Laxus's feet, and he quickly rushed towards Lu Li, with golden lightning condensing on his fist. Lu Li was also excited to fight, and he rushed forward with flames wrapped around his fist. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Stop! Lu Li and Laxus stopped at the same time. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw that President Makarov had come over. What are you two doing? Seeing his grandfather appear, Laxus knew he couldn't continue nothing, just sparring with each other. Lu Li. Makarov looked at Lu Li and asked. Well, Laxus is right, I wanted to see Laxus's magic, so I had a competition. Hearing Lu Li say this, Makarov said nothing more. Competition should also be done in moderation, it would be bad if you get hurt. I understand, President. Laxus looked at Lu Li deeply and said, this time doesn't count. Let's have a good competition next time. After that, Laxus left with the Thunder Gods. Natsu and Gray came to Lu Li quickly. Natsu, Lu Li, you are so awesome. You can even tie with Laxus. Gray, yet. I've long been fed up with Laxus's arrogance. Lu Li gathered magic power on his palm. Crack! Crack! Golden arcs of electricity wrapped around Lu Li's palm, and then Lu Li raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Crack! The lightning struck a stone not far away, breaking it into pieces. Laxus, who had just walked a short distance, heard the sound and turned around quickly, just in time to see Lu Li using lightning to attack the rock. The expression on his face changed immediately. This guy actually learned his magic. He didn't really believe this statement at first, but he had to believe it when he saw it with his own eyes. Felide said, "This Lu Li seems to be able to learn the magic he sees immediately, and I don't know how he did it." Humph! If you learn it, it's no big deal. The same magic, when cast by different people, has different powers. Magic is only part of it. The real power is the magician himself. Let's go. Laxus turned and left. He remembered Lu Li. In the future, he would definitely fight with Lu Li to let him know who is the strongest in the fairy tale guild. You learned Laxus's magic. Although Natsu and Gray have seen how abnormal Lu Li's magic learning is, they are still shocked every time they see it. Urza said to Lu Li, "You are really reckless, Laxus is not an ordinary magician." Lu Li smiled and said, "I'm fine, don't worry, I know what's going on, it's a pity that I didn't see more magic." Lu Li felt a little bit sorry. If the old man didn't show up, he would definitely see more magic moves. Maybe Laxus would use the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. If the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic is integrated into his Dragon God transformation, the power of the Dragon God transformation should be even higher. But there is no rush. Now he is in the Fairy Tale Guild, there will be opportunities in the future. Chapter 27. After a day's rest, Lu Li set out again the next day to do a mission. Compared to this kind of mission of protecting people, he prefers hunting. That looks more like an adventurous life. Lu Li saw that no one had taken up the task of hunting the fierce demon beast Valken, so he took it. Although it was the first time for him to go on a mission alone, he was an adult soul after all, so he didn't feel much about it. If he was bored on the journey, he could chat with others through the chat group and share his daily life. In a blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Lu Li came to the Fairy Tale Guild. A month ago, Lu Li saved up his first 1 million in his life. Lu Li paid for someone to build a house for him in a sparsely populated area, and today was the time for delivery. Lu Li looked at his exquisite 2-story small building by the mountains and rivers and felt very satisfied, and paid the balance directly. With such a place, he could practice happily every night without worrying about disturbing others or being disturbed. When Lu Li was about to start practicing, the chat group suddenly vibrated. This was someone tagging him, and it was obvious that something was wrong. Lu Li opened the chat group. Erica : at everyone. I may have to say goodbye to you forever. Kane, what's wrong? Erica? What happened? To Sakarin yet? Sister Erica, why did you suddenly say such scary things? Erica : it is the god of disobedience. The god of disobedience has appeared. At this time, in the God Slayer world, a huge wild boar was wreaking havoc. Erica had discovered it before and immediately went to stop it, but her attack had no effect on the wild boar at all. At the same time, her behavior completely angered the wild boar. If she hadn't learned the breathing method and the magic of divine feet, she might have been killed by the beast. But if she continued like this, she would be killed sooner or later. Whitebeard : Erica, stay away from the god of disobedience, and then summon me over. I will deal with the god of disobedience. Erica : I appreciate Whitebeard's kindness, but I cannot put him in danger for my own personal reasons. During the recent chat, they all understood Whitebeard's hobby, which was to have children, so they all called Whitebeard Dad. Whitebeard : silly girl, since you call me daddy, how can a father watch his children die? As for my strength, you don't have to worry. Although I don't know how strong the god of disobedience in your world is, my father is the strongest man in the world. It should be no problem for him to deal with a god. Whitebeard has been chatting with several people in the chat group recently, and he has also fallen in love with these children. Although he has not met them yet, since they are called Dad, he must protect them. Erica: No. Dad, you are old and in poor health. I can't let you risk your life to save me. Whitebeard's profile picture and information show that he is an old man in his 70s or 80s. He is already 72 years old, and he has tubes inserted into his body. He must be old and have health problems. She can't let such an old man deal with the god of disobedience no matter what. Whitebeard: Silly girl, I'm not too old to move, please invite me over. Whitebeard was very anxious at this time. Lee, forget it, let me do it. Whitebeard: Dad, you are not in good health, so don't move around. Tusakarin: Lu Shen. Yes. Lu Shen is still here. Erica, quickly ask Lu Shen to help you. When Tusakarin saw Lu Li talking, she immediately remembered that there was a big guy named Lu Li in the chat group. Yes. Lu Shen will definitely be able to save you. Erica: But, that's the god of disobedience. Although Lu Li created very terrifying magic, he always said that he had just learned magic. If he really had just learned magic, then coming here would be like committing suicide. She called Lu Li Lu Shen because Lu Li's creativity was comparable to that of a god, not because his strength was that of a god. In particular, Lu Li's detailed information showed that Lu Li was only 13 years old. At 13 years old, isn't he just a younger brother? Lu Li: Yes, I know, that's why I want to go and see, I am very curious about the existence of gods. Erica was still a little hesitant. Boom boom boom. The huge wild boar destroyed buildings one after another in pursuit of her. She didn't care about that anymore. She quickly used up her points and invited Lu Li. If necessary, she could lead the god of disobedience away, and then let Lu Li release that powerful magic, so that she and the god of disobedience would perish together. A line of words appeared on the screen in front of Lu Li. Erica invites you to enter her world, do you agree? Lu Li raised his hand and clicked. Agree. Swish. Lu Li appeared next to Erica. Lu Li glanced at Erica, who had long blonde hair, blue eyes, and a red dress. She looked very beautiful. Erica also saw Lu Li. Sure enough, Lu Li looked the same as in his profile picture, with silver white hair, blue eyes, long silver eyelashes, and a grey sweater. He looked casual and handsome. When Lu Li appeared next to Erica, a live broadcast screen appeared in the chat group. Tusakarin: Oh. Is this Lu Shen? Lu Shen is so beautiful, Sister Erica is so beautiful too. Rin, boys can't be described as pretty, they should be described as cute. Lu Li didn't have time to pay attention to the chat in the group, but looked at the big wild boar in the distance, his eyes full of curiosity. Is this the god of disobedience? Chapter 28. The live screen also moved to the beast. Tusakarin: Wow! What a big wild boar! Although I've heard from Erica that there is a god of disobedience over there, I didn't expect it to be so big. Whitebeard: It's actually not that big. Any sea king is much bigger than this wild boar. There are countless giant creatures in the world of One Piece, and the most famous ones are the sea kings. Although humans sail on the sea, the real overlords of the One Piece world are the sea kings. The smaller sea kings are dozens of meters long. The big sea kings are bigger than an island. Not only sea kings, but also land creatures are super huge, such as the Elephant King, whose huge body is already towering into the sky. Whitebeard has seen almost all kinds of giant creatures in his many years on the sea. Tusakarin: The world over there sounds very exciting. There is no need to show off the Father's majesty here, nor does it require the sons to be in awe. Whitebeard often tells stories about his adventures in the sea. These stories also include battles with the Navy and the Pirate King, which makes the chat group feel fascinated. Yes. Whitebeard is one of the 4 emperors. Whitebeard: Gulala. When I have more points in the future, I will invite you all over and let you have a good time here. Now let's see how Lu Kid deals with this big wild boar. Whitebeard was also very interested in Lu Li's strength. As for the so-called gods, as the strongest man in the world, would he be afraid of those things? With his strength, there is not much difference between him and the real gods. Erica corrected, to be precise, it is a divine beast, not a real disobedient god. The disobedient god refers to the god who escaped from the courtyard of mythology and appeared on the earth. They will bring disasters corresponding to their own attributes, and the land where the sun god appears may become a scorching hell. If the sea god appears, there will be a flood. If the god of war comes, it won't be surprising if war breaks out at any time. The gods of disobedience existed before the birth of human history, but only people with magic could recognize them as gods. To ordinary people, they would just be considered a natural disaster. Lu Li became interested and said, "Oh? So it doesn't matter if we kill this thing, right? Of course, whether it is a mythical beast or a disobedient god, they will bring disaster to the world, but don't underestimate the mythical beasts. Even if they are not as powerful as real gods, they are not something that ordinary magicians can deal with. This is such a big wild boar, I don't know if the meat is delicious." Erica was a little confused when she heard Lu Li's sudden words. This is a divine beast, and you are thinking about whether it is delicious. The wild boar naturally noticed Lu Li and Erica. It dug the ground with its front paws. Then it rushed over here quickly. Boom, 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 boom. All the buildings in front of the wild boar were destroyed by it, as if it had smashed a piece of paper. "It's coming!" Erica shouted, then raised her sword and prepared to attack. "Well, stay away, I will take care of this guy." As Lu Li said this, he jumped up from the roof and began to grow rapidly. In a blink of an eye, Lu Li's body became even bigger than a wild boar. What? Erica was stunned when she saw this scene. Not only Erica was stunned, but everyone in the chat group was also stunned. To Sakarin, it's so big. Sigma, oh, oh. Kaneo, it's so big. Sigma, oh, oh. Whitebeard: so big. Sigma, oh, oh. Ever since Whitebeard learned how to form a formation, he often followed suit. Whitebeard was accustomed to Lu Li's huge size. In the world of One Piece, giants are a very common and powerful race. This race is born with a body size that is dozens or even hundreds of times larger than that of humans. The powerful strength makes the giants the most powerful warriors. He has also been to the giant kingdom of Elbaf, which is known as the world's #1 power. This is enough to prove how powerful the giants are. Not to mention, the little ounce in his large fleet is much larger than Lu Li. What surprised him a little was that Lu Li could become so huge. After these days of understanding, he roughly understood it. Although he didn't understand magic, he felt that it seemed to be similar to the devil fruit ability users. It's just that these people are born and can learn all kinds of magic. When Lu Li fell down, he punched the big wild boar on the head. Boom! The wild boar was knocked to the ground by Lu Li's punch. The powerful impact caused the ground to shake violently, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. The powerful impact caused broken stones to splash all around. Whoa! As expected of a wild boar, it's really tough. Lu Li grabbed the boar's hoof, lifted it up with both hands, and threw it towards the sea. The wild boar fell into the sea, like a meteorite falling, and huge waves rose on the sea, constantly hitting the coastline. But soon, the body of the wild boar floated on the sea, standing on the sea as if walking on flat ground. Roar! The wild boar roared loudly, and the sound waves from the roar made the sea continue to stir, forming waves of tsunamis. Lu Li's mouth curled up slightly. Are you angry? Chapter 29. Flames rose from the wild boar's back, and its eyes glowed red. It was obvious that it was getting angry. Don't worry. We can still have some fun. The wild boar rushed towards Liu Li. Liu Li condensed golden lightning on his palm. Then he raised his palm and a golden lightning fell from the sky. Crack! Lightning struck the wild boar. The wild boar staggered after being struck by lightning and roared. A huge golden arc of electricity appeared around Liu Li's head. Boom! Lightning came out from the sea surface under the wild boar's feet and hit the wild boar. Oh! The wild boar cried out in pain. It's not over yet. Liu Li condensed a golden arc of electricity in his palm. A golden lightning spear shot towards the wild boar. Boom! Not bad, not bad. A burst of flames shot up from Liu Li's palm, and the flames quickly spun, forming a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It looked like a blazing sun, emitting light and heat. Dragon God, Great Yan Emperor. Liu Li fired a huge fireball at the wild boar. A terrifying explosion occurred. Due to the high temperature of the flames, a large amount of white water vapor evaporated from the sea, filling the entire city. After Liu Li's training during this period of time, his magic power has also been greatly improved, and the power of this magic has become more powerful. After the water vapor disappeared, the wild boar also disappeared. Solved! Solved! Erica's eyes widened in disbelief. That was a divine beast. No, it was more than that. If she was not mistaken, it was not just a divine beast. It was probably the incarnation of the god of disobedience. Okay, the matter is settled. I should go back now. If you have anything to say, please chat in the group, otherwise you will not have enough points. Erica bowed and thank you very much. Liu Li waved his hand, then clicked back on the panel. Swish! Liu Li's figure disappeared. Tusakarin Liu Shen is so amazing. Can I yet? Liu Shen actually destroyed such a terrifying beast so easily, he is so strong. Tusakarin was born in a famous family, a magic family, but she could never imagine that a magician could be so powerful. Kane didn't have magic. For her, there was almost no way to deal with the monsters like the beasts. It was also the first time she knew that the monsters in the other world were so terrifying. Compared with Erica, her side was just a small fight. Whitebeard : not bad, not bad. He is so strong at such a young age, very good. Compared with Tusakarin and Kane, Whitebeard is much calmer. The strength shown by Liu Li is also quite good, and his methods are very rich. Generally speaking, he is stronger than the average Shishibukai. But compared with the admirals and the 4 emperors, he is still a little bit behind. But this is only what Liu Li showed, and it can be seen that this kid still has reservations. Of course, the most important thing is Liu Li's age. 13 years old. This age is really too young, too young. At this age, he has such strength. There is no doubt that the world he lives in is more advanced than his world. Tusakarin Liu Shen, how did you become so big? Is that magic? Liu Li has also returned to his home. Liu Li: yes. That is gigantic magic, which can make your body gigantic. Tusakarin: giant, that's amazing. Can Liu Shen put that magic on the shelf? Liu Li: yes. You have added the magic item giant. Sales points, 200,000 points. Tusakarin: 200,000 points. Forget it, I can't afford it. Liu Li: even if you can afford it, I advise you not to buy it. Our world is different. Although we all use magic, the composition of magic is also different. You may be able to use magic to activate lower level magic, but I think the power will be greatly reduced, and you may not even be able to activate higher level magic. Tusakarin: is that so? That's such a pity. Erica: Mr. Liu, thank you so much this time. Liu Li: you're welcome, it's just a small favor. It's also quite interesting to see the mythical beasts from another world. Kane: it's great that we can resolve the crisis, Erica. Erica: No, if it was just a simple divine beast, the crisis would have been resolved, but now the problem has become more serious. Whitebeard: What's going on? Erica: That beast is not a real beast, it is the incarnation of a god. It is more powerful than ordinary subordinate gods and beasts. Liu Shen was able to defeat that beast, and his strength is comparable to that of a real god. It's just that it is the incarnation of a god, and its appearance means something worse. To Sakura: What's so bad? Erica: The god war is about to begin. Can a god war? What is god war? Erica: It's a battle between the gods of disobedience. The god incarnation just now was an invitation to fight. Maybe soon this place will become a battlefield for the gods. The gods of disobedience don't care about the lives of ordinary people. If the gods fight here, the whole island may be destroyed. Erica's words caused the chat group to fall silent. Although it was not their own world, if an island was destroyed, countless innocent people would be killed. Liu Li: When the time comes, you just invite me over. Erica: That's a real god. This incarnation today can't compare to him. Liu Li: If it's just a god of this level, I'm not interested. Don't worry, at worst I can just run away if I can't beat him. If I can beat him, I'll fight. If I can't, I'll run away. It's that simple. Whitebeard: Gulala. What an interesting kid. Erica: Don't worry, I'll go see the so-called gods myself. I haven't encountered such an interesting thing in a long time. Chapter 30. Erica didn't know that not long after she left, a blue-haired boy about 15 years old appeared here. Interesting, really interesting, my avatar was defeated by a human, and the magic used was incredible. I never thought there would be such an interesting human in this world. However, the avatar was destroyed, so the god war can only be postponed for half a year. I hope I can have more fun by then. Liu Li went offline after chatting for a while. Liu Li came to a huge rock near the small waterfall outside the house and sat cross-legged. Let's try that today. Liu Li began to concentrate. Hey! A blazing flame appeared on Liu Li's body. This was created by Liu Li imitating the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, Dragon God Transformation. It is a magic that transforms a person's physique into that of a dragon. Normally, as long as you continue to improve your magic, you can transform into a dragon's physique. Liu Li used fire to refine his body, which greatly accelerated the process. Then Liu Li started the Dragon God meditation method. The two magic sources in his body worked together, and the magic power in the air was constantly absorbed by the magic source, converted into his own magic power, and powered the magic. Finally, Liu Li took a deep breath. His heart was beating like a drum, sending the oxygen and magic power in the air are absorbed, just like a sleeping dragon breathing. He is using the Dragon God breathing method. When he inhales, the magic power can quickly enter the magic source through his mouth, and the magic source transforms the magic power. At the same time, the transformed magic power travels throughout the body with the breathing method, and is further compressed. If Liu Li does not have a strong body, his body may explode. This is a strong body created after 3 months of hard practice of Dragon God Transformation and Nameless Breathing method. Even so, Liu Li's body is now full of blue veins, as if it will explode at any time. It is still a bit difficult to use the Dragon God breathing method with my current physical condition. It is worthy of being a breathing method worth 2 million group points. But there is a solution. Liu Li's body began to grow slowly, and soon he turned into a small giant about 5 or 6 meters tall. This was not just Makarov's giant magic, but a new magic created by Liu Li using the magic of Dragon God Transformation and the giant magic Dragon God Giant Spirit God form. Some people may think that Makarov's giant magic is not very good, it doesn't look strong at all, just a bigger target. But after Liu Li really practiced this magic, he realized that this magic is very powerful. the destructive power of the giant body will increase thousands of times. And this magic can be infinitely enlarged with the magic output of the caster. The old man's magic power is very strong, and the real limit of the old man is his body. The huge magic power will bring a great burden to the body, especially the old man is old and has a little problem with his heart. If you are not emotionally excited and don't use magic at full power on weekdays, there is no problem. If you use full power, your body will be the first to fail. If it weren't for this reason, the old man's true strength would definitely be ranked among the top 10 magic guides. Liu Li integrated the giant magic into his own magic system. This made the giantization become one of his own moves. Because it is driven by the magic of Dragon God transformation, Liu Li's giantization is even more powerful than the old man's improvement. After Liu Li's body grew to 5 meters, the blue veins on his body disappeared. His body could fully withstand the operation of the Dragon God breathing method. Liu Li's physical fitness and magic density began to improve rapidly. Another 3 months passed quietly, and Liu Li had been in the Fairy Tale Guild for half a year without realizing it. He has completely gotten used to the life in Fairy Tale and is familiar with almost everyone in the guild. On weekdays, he is either in the guild or doing missions. Occasionally, he will compete with Urza in swordsmanship to cultivate their relationship. Most of the rest of the time is used to practice magic. At this time, Liu Li ended a night of full concentration on practice. White snowflakes began to float in the sky. Is it snowing? It should be snowing on Earth too, right? Liu Li thought about the time of his death. It should have started snowing in his hometown this season. Although his life in this world is better and more exciting, he can't help but think about his hometown. The snowflakes started with a star-like pattern, and then gradually turned into heavy snow. In a short while, the snow was already 10 centimeters deep. Even though the snowflakes were so big, there was no snow on Liu Li's head and body. The snowflakes disappeared and evaporated before they fell on Liu Li. This was the effect of Liu Li's own magic power. Liu Li's main magic power is now fire attribute. Even if it is not activated, the magic power will have an impact on the surroundings. Just like Gildarts, if you fall down accidentally, you may crack the ground. Speaking of Gildarts, Liu Li has been in the Fairy Tale Guild for half a year, and he has never seen Gildarts once. In the anime, Gildarts is a man who can't stop at all. It seems that he only appears a few times a year. Now he has a deep understanding of it. He has been thinking about Gildarts' crushing magic for a long time. Chapter 31. Liu Li came to the guild and heard the familiar sound of fighting as soon as he entered the guild. It was Natsu and Gray fighting again. He was used to it. Natsu and Gray fought almost once a week on average. Liu Li sat on the chair as if nothing had happened. What is the reason for them? They fought because of a mission commission, said a cute blue kitten. The blue kitten was Harpy. 2 months ago, an egg fell towards Liu Li, and Liu Li caught it. He sensed that there was a kitten gestating inside, and immediately guessed that this was Harpy. At first he wanted to keep it, after all, he also liked small pets, but then he thought about it and gave Harpy to Natsu. Compared to himself, Natsu needed Harpy's company more. Now Natsu was no different from his younger brother, so there was no need for him to snatch something that originally belonged to him. Natsu was naturally overjoyed after getting the egg, and Harpy hatched soon after. Habi, here you go. Liu Li opened his palm, and a lively fish appeared in his palm. Fish. When Habi saw it, his eyes lit up and he happily hugged the fish. Liu Li, you are the best. Liu Li's house is built next to a small waterfall. There are abundant fish resources there. When he is free, he can practice and fish there. Then he can store them in his private space and take them out when he wants to eat. At this moment, ding dong ding dong. The big bell above the Fairy Tale Guild suddenly sounded. Natsu and Gray both stopped. The way this bell rings is... Oh! Could it be that? It's Gildarts. Oh 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 oh! Gildarts is back! Almost everyone in the guild cheered when they heard the bell ringing. Gildarts is the most recognized wizard in the Fairy Tale Guild and is the idol worshipped by everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild. Knowing that the idol is back, everyone is naturally very excited. Gildarts. Happy looked at Lu Li in confusion. Urza explained Gildarts is the strongest wizard of Fairy Tale Guild, and the only S-class wizard of Fairy Tale Guild now. Urza's face was also slightly excited. She remembered how shocked she was when she saw Gildarts' magic. Lu Li also thought to himself, I'm finally back. It's Gildarts. Gildarts is back. The crowds on the streets of Magnolia Town were all in an uproar. Magnolia has changed to Gildarts mode. Citizens, please proceed to the designated location immediately. Repeat again. Almost immediately after the announcement was made, the center of the city began to move. After a while, a passage from south to north leading to Fairy Tale appeared in the center of the city. Happy saw it and said in horror, the city is cracked. Listener explained, because Gildarts uses magic that shatters objects when it touches them. If he accidentally walks over in a daze, he will crash into the houses, so the whole city is transformed with magic. Happy was dumbfounded. Lu Li's mouth twitched. Although he had seen it in anime, the feeling of seeing it with his own eyes was incomparable to that in anime. Soon, a middle-aged man in a black cloak came over. He waved from a distance and shouted cheerfully, "Hey! Everyone, I'm back! Welcome back! Gildarts!" Many people came forward to greet him warmly. "Oh! It feels good to be home!" Natsu shouted excitedly. "Gildarts! Fight with me!" Gildarts looked at Natsu and saw a bruised man. He finally recognized him and said, "It's Natsu. Did you fight with Grey again? Stop talking nonsense. Fight me to the death." Natsu rushed towards Gildarts, but Gildarts stood still and put his hand on Natsu's head, making Natsu unable to move no matter how hard he tried. Hey! I just came back, don't welcome me like this. Let's fight next time." As he said that, Gildarts flicked his finger on Natsu's forehead. Swoosh! Natsu flew backwards, hit the table and chairs, and his eyes were spinning. Happy complained in shock, "It's over." In Happy's cognition, Natsu's strength is very strong, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated by Gildarts so easily. Lu Li activated the Dragon God Perception method. He clearly felt that there was a terrifying magic power contained in Gildarts' body. Just when his perception touched Gildarts' body, it suddenly shattered. Lu Li was shocked. He didn't expect Gildarts' magic power to be so powerful that he could shatter his perception unconsciously. Gildarts also noticed something and looked at Lu Li. "Are you new to the guild?" Chapter 32. Lu Li nodded. "Yes, hello, I joined the guild half a year ago, my name is Lu Li." Not bad, not bad." Gildarts could sense the extremely powerful magic power in Lu Li's body, which gave him a faint sense of threat. This kind of perception is human instinct, especially for Gildarts, who has always been on the brink of life and death. This instinctive perception is more accurate. Gildarts did not seem to be indifferent on the surface, but he was very shocked in his heart. A 13 or 14-year-old boy could actually give him a very dangerous feeling. How could this be possible? Gildarts. At this time, Makarov's voice sounded. "Oh. President, long time no see. How's the work going?" Gildarts said with a smile, "Why ask? I'll do it myself, so it'll be easy." Oh. Gildarts indeed. Even the 10-year mission was completed easily. Next, should we challenge the 100-year mission? Happy asked puzzledly, "What is a 100-year mission?" Urza explained, "You've also heard that the second floor of the guild is full of S-level missions. Because they are all very dangerous, only S-level wizards in the guild can accept them. Above the S-level missions are SS-level missions, which are more than twice as difficult as S-level missions. Above that are 10-year missions, which means that no one has been able to complete the mission for at least 10 years. And above the 10-year mission is the 100-year mission, which means that once the mission is released, no one has been able to complete it for more than 100 years. Makarov was relieved to see Gildarts intact, then frowned and asked, "Why did it take so long this time?" Gildarts scratched his head embarrassedly. "Well, after the mission was completed, the client insisted on treating me well, so I stayed there a little longer." Makarov's face darkened. He had watched Gildarts, this brat, grow up, and he knew his character best. It must be that the client used a beauty trap to make Gildarts linger. However, Gildarts himself is a wanderer. He will not stay in one place for long. When he gets tired of playing, he will return to the guild. "Do you still remember to come back?" Well. Don't be angry, President, even though I'm away, I still miss everyone in the guild in my heart." Then Gildarts reported the mission to Makarov. For a mission of this difficulty, all the details must be reported to the president after returning to the guild. Everyone in the guild was still a little excited, and there were more laughter and joy than before. Gildarts was not only the idol of many wizards in the guild, but also the backbone and ace of the guild. As long as he was in the fairy tale guild, he would be the strongest, and everyone would have someone to rely on. Lu Li was thinking in his mind how to steal magic from Gildarts. After thinking about it, I think it would be better to explain it directly to his face. According to the anime, Gildarts has a very good personality, especially when it comes to training the younger generations of the guild. Whether it is Natsu, Gray, Myra, or Urza, they have all received guidance from Gildarts, so there is no need for him to go around in so many circles. After thinking it through, Lu Li stood up and walked over here. Makarov and Gildarts also noticed it. Lu Li stood in front of Gildarts with a slightly fanatical look in his eyes and said, "Uncle Gildarts, I want to learn your magic." Gildarts was stunned when he heard Lu Li's words, and looked at Makarov in confusion. What was going on? For Gildarts, the only person in the guild who could make him feel dangerous besides the president was Lu Li, so he still had a deep impression of Lu Li. Makarov heard Lu Li say this, and helplessly put his hand on his forehead. What? Lu Li wants to learn Gildarts' magic. Real or fake? Gildarts' magic is a super advanced destructive magic, Crush. Can Lu Li learn it too? You never know, you may have seen Lu Li's talent before. Everyone in the guild couldn't help but discuss enthusiastically after hearing Lu Li's words. But Gildarts was getting more and more confused. What were they talking about? Seeing that Gildarts didn't understand, Gray and the other kids came over to explain to Gildarts. "Uncle, Lu Li's magic talent is very abnormal. He can use almost any magic after just one look at it, and can even create new magic on the spot." Gray described in detail the exaggerated performance of Lu Li since he joined the guild. Gildarts opened his mouth in fear. If he didn't know these kids in the guild, he really thought they were talking nonsense. Is this kid so perverted? Makarov said helplessly. Lu Li, Gildarts' magic is a superior destructive magic crushing. This is a very dangerous magic. In addition to powerful magic power, the most important thing to practice is control. The power of this magic is too terrible. If it is not well controlled, even a careless mistake will cause irreversible tragic consequences. This is not Makarov's stinginess. Gildarts is also a monster-level super genius. However, even though Gildarts has been specializing in practicing this magic, it has been difficult to control this magic over the years. Lu Li's talent and understanding are beyond doubt, but the time he has been exposed to magic is still too short. When Lu Li heard Makarov's words, he was a little disappointed, but what the president said was not unreasonable. At this time, Gildarts' voice sounded. Sure. Chapter 33. Gildarts? Makarov looked at Gildarts in disbelief. Gildarts practiced magic himself, and he knew best how difficult it was to control his magic. President, it is a good thing that young people are motivated. Don't discourage their enthusiasm. And how can you know that you can't control yourself if you haven't learned it? Some things are better if you stop them. Gildarts reached out and patted Lu Li on the shoulder. Lu Li, don't you want to learn my magic? I can teach you. Really? Thank you, uncle. Lu Li was very surprised. Makarov shook his head helplessly when he heard this. Gildarts stood up and said, let's go to the back of the guild. I also want to see with my own eyes whether you can learn it just by looking at it. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I really can't believe it. Soon, everyone followed curiously to the back of the guild. They were also very curious whether Lu Li could learn Gildarts' magic. If he really learned it, it would be amazing. Gildarts said, come on, you release your magic power with all your strength first, and I will see how your magic power is first. If your magic power is not strong enough, it is almost impossible to learn this magic. Lu Li nodded when he heard Gildarts' words. Then he opened his dual magic sources and released his magic power with all his strength. Boom! A terrifying magic power emanated from Lu Li's body, and the red-black magic power rushed straight into the sky. The ground around Lu Li's feet was all broken into pieces, and under the influence of the magic power, it was suspended weightlessly. The lake water not far away was also constantly agitated because of Lu Li's magic power. Ah! The violent air wave spread to the surroundings, and everyone in Fairy Tale couldn't help but scream. Is this really that Lu Li? How can this be? How can Lu Li have such terrifying magic power? Everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild was frightened. Many people were terrified and trembling under the pressure of this magic power. Even Gildarts and Makarov were shocked by Lu Li's magic power. Although Lu Li's magic power was not as strong as Gildarts, his mass density was not much worse than Gildarts. What really shocked the two was that Lu Li was only 13 years old. Even if the new year was coming soon, he was only 14 years old. How could Lu Li's young body withstand such terrifying magic power? Enough, enough! Gildarts said hurriedly. Swish! The magic power on Lu Li disappeared instantly. The control of this magic power shocked Gildarts and Makarov. Such a powerful magic power was hidden so perfectly, and the breath of magic released was very weak, giving people the feeling that he was just an ordinary magician. Magic power itself comes with a certain radiation, and the stronger the magic power, the stronger the radiation. Every magician has a certain perception of other magicians, just like they are born with observation haki, but they are only aimed at magicians. Therefore, the more powerful the magic power, the easier it is to be discovered. Gildarts felt a sense of danger when he first saw Lu Li, and he thought he was wrong, but now it seems that he was not wrong. Lu Li asked, is that enough? Enough, enough, absolutely enough. When he learned this magic, he didn't have such strong magic power. How do you want to learn? Do you want me to teach you step by step, or do you want me to learn by watching me cast spells? I'll watch you cast the spell, uncle. Although he could learn it by studying, it would be faster to watch it directly. He also wanted to know if his extraordinary understanding could quickly learn super advanced magic. Gildarts raised his lips and gave Lu Li a thumbs up, confident. Well, you can cast magic on me, so that you can understand it more deeply. Okay. Lu Li did not hesitate, spread his legs and raised his right hand high above his head. A column of fire shot up from Lu Li's palm, and then quickly expanded to form a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Terrifying heat waves emanated from the fireball. It's so big! Everyone was shocked to see Lu Li release such a huge fireball. They had never seen Lu Li use this magic before. Natsu's mouth was watering when he saw Lu Li's big fireball. He had the honor of tasting Lu Li's flames, and the taste was absolutely amazing. He had never tasted such delicious flames before. Not only that, after he ate Lu Li's flames, his magic power increased greatly, so when he saw Lu Li could release such a huge fireball this time, he was naturally drooling. Hey, hey, hey! I asked you to cast magic, but there's no need to do it so big. Kildarts couldn't help but complain when he saw Lu Li release such a huge fireball, but his expression was still very relaxed. Dragon God, Great Yan Emperor. Lu Li fired a huge fireball at Kildarts, and almost all the ground around it was burned. Kildarts raised his left hand calmly. Smash it! Swish! A flying grid-like object passed over the fireball. The fireball was instantly disassembled into cubes and then disappeared. Oh! Too strong. Kildarts indeed. Such a huge fireball was shattered. Everyone in the guild cheered when they saw this scene. Kildarts had not used magic very often, and few people in the guild had seen him. Every time I see Kildarts use magic, it is so shocking. Wow, so awesome! Lu Li's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was the magic he longed to see. At the same time, he felt the knowledge about super magic, shattering emerging from his mind. Subtitles in his brain also began to appear. You have observed the super advanced destruction magic, Crush. Your understanding is extraordinary. You have comprehended the super advanced destruction magic, Crush. Chapter 34. Seeing the subtitles in his mind, Lu Li smiled. Kildarts shouted at Lu Li, you can continue to attack. Lu Li bowed and said no, thank you very much, uncle. Kildarts was stunned, and then he thought of something. He looked at Lu Li in disbelief and said have you already? Lu Li nodded and said, thank you for showing me magic, I have learned it. What? Lu Li has already learned it. Can you learn Kildarts magic just by looking at it? This is too perverted. Everyone in the guild was talking about it. Kildarts's magic was not ordinary magic, but a super high-level destructive magic, shattering. It could instantly shatter the atomic connections of any substance it touched. If used on a living being, it could turn the opponent into dust on the spot. It was undoubtedly the most advanced magic. Natsu! Lu Li called out, and Natsu immediately understood. He took a deep breath, sucked the air into his lungs, and then concentrated his magic power in his throat. Natsu formed his hands into a cylinder and placed them in front of his mouth. Swish! A flame magic circle appears. The roar of a fire dragon. Natsu rushed towards Lu Li with a stream of blazing fire from his mouth. The sudden movement startled everyone around him. Lu Li raised his palm towards the flames and whispered, smash! Lu Li's palm produced a grid-like object similar to Kildarts's, and in an instant, it cut the flames emitted by Natsu into pieces. Bang! All the flames emitted by Natsu disappeared. Really learned it. Everyone looked at Lu Li in shock. Although they already knew that Lu Li's talent was very abnormal, every time they saw it, they felt that it was even more abnormal. Kildarts was also shocked at this time, and even a little frustrated. He spent a lot of time learning this magic, but Lu Li learned it just by watching it once. Lu Li looked at his palm and showed joy on his face. Makarov warned with a serious face Lu Li, this magic is very dangerous and needs to be mastered. If you don't master it, don't use it on weekdays unless you have to. Lu Li nodded solemnly. I know, President. Lu Li's friends also came up at this time, looking excited. Kildarts said to Makarov with a clatter, President, where did you pick up such a little monster? Makarov also told him about picking up Lu Li. After listening, Kildarts shook his head and sighed, another poor child. Many children in the guild were homeless and were taken in by Fairy Tale. He himself was the same. He was rescued by the president when he was young and then joined Fairy Tale. In the following week, Kildarts taught Lu Li all his moves, and guided Liu Li in practicing magic and some combat skills to fight against Liu Li. Before, Liu Li relied on his strong physical ability and perception to fight, and had never learned systematically. Now that he was instructed by Gildarts, Liu Li benefited a lot and was extremely grateful to Gildarts. These were all precious experiences that Gildarts had accumulated after countless battles, and he actually passed them on to himself without reservation. It can be said that Gildarts was his real teacher in the way of magic. In the next week, Liu Li practiced on his own. With the guidance of Gildarts, his strength was also rapidly improving. Physical fitness is one aspect, and combat skills are also very important. Superb combat skills can double one's strength. At this moment, the chat group shook. Liu Li opened the chat group. Erica : at Liu Li, bad, Liu Li, the incarnation of the god of disobedience has appeared again. Tusaka Rin, you show up again so soon. Erica : not only that, there was only one incarnation before, but this time there are 4 incarnations at the same time, which means the real god of disobedience may also be here. Can a real god? That would be even worse. Liu Li, invite me. Liu Li simply replied with 2 words. He had also seen the God Slayer, but because it had been so long, his memory was a little fuzzy. But he knew one thing, that if he killed the god, he would become a God Slayer, and thus gain the power of the god. Liu Li was also very interested in the power of power. Erica invites you to enter her world, do you agree? I agree. Liu Li's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in the God Slayer world. Liu Li appeared beside Erica, and the two stood on the roof together and looked into the distance. At this moment, the city was in a very bad state, with a total of 4 mythical beasts wreaking havoc in the city. They were a huge bull, a white horse, a goat, and a camel. The bull used its powerful body to rampage through the city, the white horse fired flames, the goat released lightning to bombard the stairs and smash the building, and the camel trampled the ground easily and broke it into pieces. Almost at the moment Liu Li appeared, a storm swept over, and a blue-haired boy who looked about 15 years old and wore ancient robes appeared behind Liu Li and Erica. The moment Erica saw the other party, her face changed drastically, and her body tensed up all of a sudden. God. Chapter 35. Rin Tusaka is this god? Rin Tusaka was very shocked. For a magician, although there are various churches and they also promote gods, in the magic world, gods are just legends. It is only recorded that gods did exist in ancient times. Seeing a living god on the screen is still a huge shock to a magician. Can a god? There are no gods in her world, only evil spirits. The existence of gods is just for people to have faith. She doesn't believe in gods, especially after hearing about Erica's world. She thinks there is not much difference between gods and evil spirits. Whitebeard: oh? Is this boy a god? In the captain's bedroom of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard looked at the boy on the screen. Whitebeard had no awe of a god, he was just a little curious. The boy had a purple halo around his body, and Erica, a magician, recognized his identity immediately. You must be the one who killed my incarnation last time. I have been searching for you all this time, but I haven't found anything. Later I changed my way to look for the girl. I found her, but I didn't find you. So I think, since you showed up during the last destruction, will you show up again this time? As expected, you really showed up. But I am a little confused, how did you appear? Listening to the boy talking to himself, Erica's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect that a god would use such a despicable method. God! Why do you want to destroy the city? I don't know how many people will die. The young man said disdainfully. People? Why should I care about people? What does the life and death of humans have to do with me? To be honest, my mercy is added by you humans. How can I change because of the will of humans? Actually, I originally wanted to challenge another old rival, but you suddenly appeared and defeated my incarnation, which made me a little interested in you. What's your name? The young man looked at Lu Li. Before asking someone's name, should you introduce yourself? Or as a god, do you not even know the most basic etiquette? Lu Li said indifferently. Maybe it was because he knew that the other party was an anime character, he instinctively felt that he should be above these so-called gods. I am the winner, the strongest, the one who defeated all enemies. I thought it would be nice to have a taste of defeat, so I awakened the ancient kings of the gods and fought them one by one. So far, I have never been defeated. Winner. Erica's expression changed drastically, and she said to Lu Li, leave quickly. Lu Li? The surname comes first, the given name comes second. Are you from that country in the east? Lu Li was unmoved when he heard Erica's words. So, what's your name? The boy smiled gently. Girl, it seems that you already know my identity, so you can introduce me to this boy. Vilaslagna, the god of war in ancient Persia, is also the god of light. He has 10 incarnations: strong wind, bull, white horse, camel, wild boar, boy, phoenix, shepherd, goat, and human warrior holding a golden sword. He is the invincible god of war. The winner. The more Erica narrated, the uglier her face became. She thought that the wild boar was the incarnation of a divine beast, but she didn't expect it to be the incarnation of this one. This one is also an extremely difficult upper existence among the gods of disobedience. She regretted inviting Lu Li here. Vilaslagna? Can you make your avatars quiet down? If you want to fight, we can find a spacious place, so that I can fight with all my strength. Vilaslagna looked at Lu Li curiously after hearing what Lu Li said. Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you? Just because you are a god? I'm sorry, I have lived in an atheist country since I was a child, and I don't have any special impression of gods. Velsragna was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Interesting. Then I will do as you wish. Velisragna raised his hand, and a gust of wind quickly blew around his body. The incarnations that destroyed the city were absorbed by him one after another. Erica said to Lu Li, Velisragna is not an ordinary god, he is very powerful. This world has nothing to do with you, you'd better leave quickly. How about you? I am from this world, and it is a knight's duty to protect his people. Lu Li smiled at Erica and said, then it is my duty to protect you. Erica blushed when she heard the sudden love words. It's already this time, and you're still joking like this. Tusakarin Ericane is shy. Kane yes. At this time, Velisragna also absorbed the 4 incarnations, and a pattern appeared in front of him. There was a huge ring in the middle, and the surrounding patterns were connected to represent the 10 incarnations. Now all the avatars are here. Young man, where do you want to duel? Lu Li pointed to the sky and said, just up there. This way, it will have less impact on the ground. The sky? Interesting. I don't mind, the sky is my battlefield, but you. Velisragna's body flew up gently, looking down at Lu Li and said. 3 pairs of 6 huge white wings suddenly opened behind Lu Li, making him look like an angel. Lu Li's transformation stunned everyone who saw him. Angel. Chapter 36. Tusakarin I said Lu Shen is not a human. Look. Lu Shen is an angel. Tusakarin was born into a famous magic family. In the Western Church, the image of angels is almost universally known. Angels are called messengers of God and also belong to gods. Kaneo Lu Li can actually grow wings. Whitebeard, this is really surprising. Erica looked at Lu Li in shock and said, Lu Li, are you an angel? Lu Li flicked his finger on Erica's forehead and said, what angel? How can I look like an angel? I am using magic, wing magic. Wing magic is a magic that harpies are born with, and Lu Li would not miss such flying magic. After learning it, it was improved and became the current six-winged one, which looks similar to the six-winged seraphim. Interesting. Very interesting. Human. I didn't expect you to know so many interesting magics. I'm really looking forward to it. It looks like you can bring me more fun. Veleslana said as he flew over the sea. You wait here, I will go and deal with him. Lu Li said as he flapped his wings and flew rapidly towards Veleslagna. Wait. Erica also wanted to help. Maybe her power was insignificant in the face of the gods, but she couldn't watch Lu Li take risks alone. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Li had disappeared, and she could only watch the battle through the chat group screen. Lu Li's flying speed was very fast. With 6 wings and his magic power, Lu Li's flying speed was not much slower than that of a fighter plane. In a blink of an eye, Lu Li caught up with Veleslagna. You are indeed a human that I like, but the power of the gods is more than that. A pair of red phoenix wings appeared behind Veleslana, and he quickly chased after Lu Li. Erica : at Lu Li, you have to be careful. Veleslana has 10 incarnations, which means he has 10 kinds of powerful powers. If you can't defeat him, you will leave this world immediately. Lu Li: I know, don't worry. 2 figures flew rapidly over the Mediterranean Sea, and after a while they stopped over an uninhabited island. Lu Li used his senses to scan the island, and found that there were no humans living on it, only some animals and plants, and there was a volcano in the center of the island. Is this the battlefield you chose? It's a suitable place for you to rest in peace. Veleslana said with a smile as he looked at Lu Li, who had stopped. Tusakarin: come on, Lu Shen. Kill this arrogant god. Chinawi: brother Lu Li, come on. Whitebeard: really? I want to go too. Why did you fly so far? If he was with Erica, he would be able to help if she invited him over if there was any danger. But Lu Li flew so far, he couldn't go because he couldn't fly. Come on. Let me have more fun. Veleslana raised his hand and released a bolt of lightning. Erica: be careful. This is the lightning of the goat. Snap. Dazzling blue-white lightning fell from the sky and struck Lu Li. Lu Li stood there and raised his palm, easily blocking the lightning. Oh? You actually blocked my lightning without dodging. It seems that I was right about you. At this time, a golden arc of electricity also condensed on Lu Li's raised palm. Crack! A golden lightning bolt fell from the sky and struck Veleslana. Veleslana did not dodge, and a golden shield appeared around his body. This was the protection of the gods. Boom! The golden lightning struck the shield, and the shield trembled slightly, but did not break. Interesting. Can you use the power of lightning? You know a lot of magic. But as a mere human, I can't destroy the protection of God. I know a lot of magic, but not as much as you do. Lu Li flapped his wings and rushed towards Veleslagna. Veleslagna did not dodge, but just stood there with his shield turned on. Although Lu Li was quite powerful, he did not think that a mere human could destroy his shield. At this moment, Lu Li punched the shield. Smash! Bang! Veleslana's shield shattered. What? He was so shocked that he didn't even react for a moment. Lu Li punched Veleslagna in the face. Veleslagna's body fell from the sky to the island like a cannonball. Boom! A huge hole was blasted out on the island. Erica: what? Veleslagna was. Erica couldn't believe it. The opponent was the god of war of the East. Not only was the god's protection broken, but he was also punched into the ground. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Tusakarin: Lu Shen is invincible. Slash, slash. Kane: Lu Shen is invincible. Slash, slash. Whitebeard: Lu Shen is invincible. Slash, slash. Lu Li had already closed the chat group at this moment. He couldn't be distracted by the battle with the gods. Chapter 37. Hey! How long are you going to stay down there? Lu Li shouted downwards. His perception method could easily sense the situation below. Boom! The ground broke open, and Veleslana slowly flew up from the ground. At this moment, the other party's face showed fanaticism. Very good. Very good. Human. You are awesome. I haven't tasted pain for a long time. Come on. Let's fight each other. Veleslana rushed to Lu Li at a high speed, with the pattern of a bull flashing across his body, and punched Lu Li. Lu Li flapped his wings and dived down, with flames burning on his fist to meet Veleslana. The fists of one man and one god collided. Boom! The terrifying wave spread out to the surroundings, and the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by this wave. Tusakarin so strong. The magic she learned was only enough to break rocks and fly, which was no longer within the realm of humans. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have imagined that magic could be so strong. This was no longer within the realm of humans, this was the realm of gods. Kane yet? It's too strong. Kane was even more shocked. Her world was relatively low level. Although her individual combat power was not weak, it was simply child's play compared to this kind of destructive power. Erica : I can actually be on par with that Eastern god of war. Erica was shocked. She knew the Eastern god of war very well. He was the best among all the gods. Whitebeard : good. Good. Whitebeard is very satisfied with Lu Li. He now looks at Lu Li like his own son. The stronger the son, the happier the father is. Judging from the strength shown by Lu Li alone, he is no less than the 4 emperors. If he is trained by himself, it will not be a problem for him to become the new pirate king. Bang! Lu Li and Veleslana separated. Then the two rushed towards each other and fought fiercely. Veleslana has the Phoenix Incarnation. When using the Phoenix Incarnation, when being attacked quickly by the opponent, he can gain faster agility and jumping power. But even if Veleslana's speed is increased to be a little faster than Lu Li, it is not much faster. At the same time, Lu Li is activating the perception method, and he is not at a disadvantage in the battle against Veleslana. Wild Boar. At this time, the pattern of Wild Boar flashed on Veleslana's body again. Wild boars have a strong ability to charge in a straight line, and have sharp claws that can crush anything. Veleslana's hands were clawed and grabbed Lu Li. Lu Li also clawed and went forward. This was created by imitating the claws of a fire dragon. After getting along with Natsu these days, Lu Li secretly learned almost all of Natsu's moves as a dragon slayer. How could the claws of a fire dragon be inferior to a wild boar, even if the wild boar was transformed from a god? The powerful dragon is at the same level as a god. Boom! The two men's claws collided, and both retreated again. This time, they fought evenly. The chat group was also extremely quiet at this time. Such a fierce battle made everyone unable to look away. Very good. Very good. You are awesome. You are even more powerful than those ancient gods I awakened. Lu Li was also a little excited at this time. He had never experienced such a fierce battle, but this feeling was really good. Lu Li's eyes naturally could not escape the gaze of Veleslana, who was a god. Veleslana raised the corner of his mouth. Human. It seems that you and I are of the same kind. Let's enjoy the battle. Goat. The goat pattern appeared on Veleslana's body again. At this point, Veleslana had also activated the boy phoenix bull wild boar goat, the 5 incarnations. Veleslana raised his hands, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Crack, crack. Dazzling lightning flashed in the thunderclouds. Crack. Lightning struck Lu Li from the clouds. Lu Li moved his wings slightly and dodged the lightning. Veleslana raised his lips. It's not over yet. Then, another lightning struck Lu Li again, and Lu Li dodged again. Then, dense lightning attacked Lu Li, and Lu Li didn't even look at them. He easily dodged them all and rushed towards Veleslana. This guy. Veleslana's expression changed. He didn't expect that Lu Li could dodge all his attacks so easily. Whitebeard: it's observation hacky, this kid has learned observation hacky as well. Whitebeard saw at a glance how Lu Li dodged Veleslana's attack. It was the observation hacky that he uploaded in the chat group. This kid not only learned it, but also developed observation hacky to a very advanced level. It can't be said to be foreseeing the future, but it's not much different. This kid is really a monster. Veleslana saw Lu Li appear in front of him and quickly raised his hand to release lightning. Lu Li tilted his head and dodged the lightning. He grabbed Veleslana's wrist with his left hand and pressed his right palm on Veleslana's chest. Hey! A flame burst out from Lu Li's palm. Ah! Strong wind! Veleslana roared. The pattern of strong wind appeared on his body. In addition to causing a tornado, the strong wind can also cause a tornado if someone familiar with it calls the user's name. As long as the person calling the name is aware of the user's existence, you can instantly move to the other party's location through the wind. No matter how far away, you can instantly reach it, even to another world, and you can also take the people around you to move instantly. A tornado rotated around Veleslana, stripping all the flames off his body. Chapter 38. Camel. Veleslana roared again. A camel pattern appeared on his body. Camels can relieve all injuries and greatly improve healing power. Even if the heart is pierced, it will not die immediately and can continue to fight for a while. At the same time, it can also gain the mind's eye, see through the speed, and obtain the god-level kicking skills, and greatly improve endurance. The injuries on Veleslana's body began to recover rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, all the injuries on his body were restored to their original state. Tusakarin recovered. Tusakarin was very shocked. Veleslana's camel avatar can relieve all injuries and quickly recover from his own injuries. Tusakarin, isn't this cheating? This is the power of God. Not only that, every time you fuse an incarnation of God, each power of God will be strengthened. After fusing 7 incarnations of God, Veleslana's strength is unimaginable. Kaneo didn't say anything. As the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, she was already immune to the ability to recover. Although the god's ability to recover was good, compared to the demons in her world, even the lowest level demons had stronger recovery than this god. This was the main reason why demons were so difficult to deal with. When fighting demons at night, it was almost impossible to kill them as long as the Nichiren sword was not used to cut off the demon's neck. Whitebeard didn't say anything either. There was no such thing as recovery in their battle. The collision of domineering and domineering meant that if they were injured, they could only withstand it. If they wanted to fully recover, they could only rely on doctor's treatment and the body's self-healing. You actually allowed me to use the 7 incarnations, human, you can be proud of yourself. After recovering from his injuries, Veleslana looked at Lu Li and said with a smile. Are you gods always so arrogant? You have been injured by me twice but you still refuse to lower your proud heads. Lu Li chuckled. Veleslana didn't mind hearing this as gods. How can you bow your heads to humans? If you bow your heads, are you still a god? Besides, I haven't used my full strength yet, so even if I suffer a slight setback, it's no big deal. What's more, I am the winner. The strongest. The one who defeats all enemies. The undefeated king. Human, I will be serious next time. It's a pity that you didn't defeat me before I used my full strength. Lu Li smiled and said, it's nothing to regret. You didn't use your full strength, so what gave you the illusion that I used my full strength? Veleslana was stunned when he heard this. Luli's whole body was burning with raging fire. The terrifying heat caused the trees on the island to wither. Countless creatures jumped into the sea in fear to avoid the heat. Then the white wings behind Luli seemed to be ignited by the fire and turned into red and black wings of flame. It was like the arrival of the god of fire. Tusakarin brother Luli is on fire. Erika: It's not on fire, it's magic. Although I have never seen such magic, the magic in Luli's world is incredible. It can actually fight against gods with human bodies. And it's not an ordinary god, but the eastern god of war Veleslana. Kane magic is incredible. If she had Luli's strength, perhaps the evil spirits would have been destroyed long ago. Veleslana's face showed a morbid excitement. Interesting. So interesting. Humans. Veleslana flapped his phoenix wings and rushed towards Luli. Luli also responded, and the two fought fiercely again. This time, Veleslana integrated the power of the 7 incarnations and his strength increased significantly. Luli also activated the Dragon God Transformation, Dragon God Domineering Method, Dragon God Perception Method and Dragon God 6-Winged Seraph form. The 6-Winged Seraphim is the magic that Luli integrated into the Dragon God Transformation after improving the wing magic of the Harpy. If the Harpy's full-strength flying speed is Mach 1, 340 meters per second, the 6-winged Luli's flying speed is about Mach 3, 1020 meters per second. Then Luli's speed under the 6-winged Seraphim can double again, reaching Mach 6, 2040 meters per second. Luli and Veleslana kept colliding. If Veleslana didn't have the power of the Phoenix, he might have been killed by Luli long ago. Luli's attack also put a lot of pressure on Veleslana. The power of the Phoenix made him look like Luli's movement was slow. But slow is slow. He looked at the opponent's slow speed, but it didn't mean how fast he was. When the power of the Phoenix was fully activated, he was only a little faster than Luli, which was nothing at all. But the opponent seemed to be able to see through his actions, completely erased this slight gap, and even surpassed him. The most annoying thing was Luli's powerful flame. Just by getting close to him, he felt a strong burning force, and could only use divine power to heal quickly. This kind of frustrating battle made him very uncomfortable. White Horse. Veleslana merged with his 8th incarnation. The pattern of the White Horse merged into Veleslana's body. Veleslana's power was increased again. Boom, Li and Veleslana collided head-on. The strong impact made both of them retreat back and create some distance between them. Chapter 39. Human, you are able to force me to merge 8 incarnations. This is truly commendable. I would like to call you the strongest human. But, the strongest human is only the strongest human after all. I am the strongest among all gods. I am very satisfied, so, everything ends here. Veleslana put his hands in front of him, and the divine power continued to gather in his hands. Soon, a dazzling magic circle appeared, and then a group of fierce horses formed by a white flash like the sun rushed out of the magic circle and rushed towards Luli. The white flames completely surrounded Luli's body, and it kept spraying and burning like a spray gun. Boom! The top of the volcano not far away was cut off by this fireball. The volcano, which had been dormant for who knows how many years, has become active again, with thick black smoke rising from the crater. Tusakarin brother Luli. Chanawi: brother Luli. Erika: Luli. Whitebeard: little brat. The chat crowd all cried out in worry when they saw this scene. After a while, the blazing solar flash completely surrounded Luli, forming a huge fireball, like a new sun in the sky. Veleslana turned around and said, "Human strong man. You can let me merge the 8 incarnations and launch a solar flame attack. Your record is enough to make you proud. You can die without regrets." Suddenly, a voice sounded in the white fireball. "Tasty." "What?" When Veleslana heard the voice, he turned around in disbelief and stared at the fireball with wide eyes. The people chatting also showed surprise on their faces. That was Lu Li's voice. Lu Li was not dead. Then he heard Lu Li's voice coming from the fireball. Delicious. Really delicious. Then everyone saw that the white solar flare became much smaller. Soon, everyone saw that Lu Li, who was at the center of the flame, was now opening his mouth wide to suck in the flame. In the blink of an eye, all the solar flare was swallowed into Lu Li's stomach. What? Velslana's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time he lost his composure since the fight with Lu Li. Tusaka rin hei. Sigma, LLL. Chini colon hei. Sigma, LLL. Erica colon hei. Sigma, LLL. Whitebeard colon hei. Sigma, LLL. Lu Li wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "Thank you for the hospitality." Velslana pointed at Lu Li and said in disbelief, You put my flame. Eat it. Lu Li said what Velslana wanted to say. Eaten? How is it possible? That is the same as the flames of the sun. Tusaka rin monster? She originally thought that Lu Li was not a human, but now she felt that he was no longer a human, he was simply a monster. Kane, although I already knew that brother Lu Li was not immortal, it was really unexpected that he could swallow fire. Erica colon, this is already within the realm of God's power. Whitebeard colon, young people have such a good appetite. When the chat group heard Whitebeard's words, they all fell silent. Eat it, and the power will surge up. It's rude not to return the favor, so you should also eat my fire. Okay. Then come on. Although Velslana was shocked that Lu Li could actually devour his own flames, he was only slightly shocked. The gods of fire in various myths all possessed similar powers. He was just shocked that Lu Li was just an ordinary human being but could do what only gods could do. Since he had been invited to fight by Lu Li, as a god, and he believed that he was the strongest god, his self-esteem would not allow him to avoid the fight. Lu Li took a deep breath, and the terrifying suction force even stirred up a gust of wind around him. The air was constantly sucked over by Lu Li, and Lu Li's chest swelled up as if it was about to explode. The dragon god's roar. A huge red-black flame magic circle appeared in front of Lu Li's mouth. A violent firestorm spewed out from Lu Li's mouth, directly hitting Velslana's defenses. Ah! Velslana roared loudly, continuously outputting divine power to increase the protective wall, but the protective wall was still melted by the flames spewed out by Lu Li at a speed visible to the naked eye. Velslana's face suddenly changed. Boom! The flames finally broke through the protective wall and fell on Velslana. Wow! Velslana's body was constantly burned by the flames and he screamed in pain. Tusaka rin, kill it. No one else said anything, all staring at the screen nervously. I am the winner. The invincible god. How could I lose to a mere human? Ares. The pattern representing Ares appeared on Velslana's body, the flames on Velslana's body went out, and he was restored to his original state. Kane, how could it be? Erica colon, one of the 10 incarnations of Ares Velslana, whose ability is to regenerate and revive after dying once. Erica's face was very heavy at this time. Velslana had already merged 9 incarnations at the same time, and his ability value had almost reached the peak. However, magicians need to consume magic power to cast magic. After such a high-intensity battle just now, and casting such a powerful magic, how much magic power would Lu Li have left in his body? 1/5 or 1/10, or has it already reached the bottom? Tusaka rin, isn't this cheating? Chapter 40. How can he be resurrected after being killed? This is cheating. No, this is not cheating anymore. Shana y colon, doesn't that mean Lu Li has no chance of winning? Shana Hui was a little worried. If the gods could always be resurrected, how could they fight? Whitebeard: there must be some limits, right? Whitebeard was also shocked by the power of this god. The power of the god of disobedience seemed to be not much different from that of the 4 emperors. But this numerous and complex power was indeed a bit tricky. Erica: yes. Resurrection will consume a lot of divine power, and there is also a cooling time. As long as you kill him within the cooling time, the god will not be resurrected. After taking a few deep breaths, Velaslana looked at Lu. What kind of magic is that? Lu: dragon transformation is a magic I created that can transform people into dragons. Velaslana's pupils shrank when he heard Lu's words. The magic he created was also a magic that could transform humans into dragons. Dragons, whether in Eastern mythology or Western mythology, are extremely powerful beasts. They are the life that stands at the top of all beasts. Each dragon has god-level power. The top dragon can be called the dragon god. It is a powerful being that stands at the top of the pyramid among all gods. What shocked him the most was the magic that Lu said he created. Such a young boy actually created such a terrifying magic. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe it. But now it's not his turn to not believe it. The other party has forced him to merge the 9 incarnations and even killed him once. There are only a handful of gods who can force him to this point. This is enough to prove that everything the other party said is true. I have to admit that I underestimated you. Your strength is beyond my expectations. Next, to express my respect for you, I will use all my strength. Warrior. Velaslana merged his 10th incarnation, Warrior, with a golden sword. Activating this incarnation allows one to see through the opponent's actions. Then, a golden blade appeared in Velaslana's hand. Erica: that sword, could it be? To Sakharin: what happened to that sword? Erica: the golden sword, that sword has the power to sever the divine nature, it can strip the divine nature from God and make God become something other than God. After starting this posture, Velaslana's confidence returned to its peak. I always want to be defeated, but I can never be defeated. It's all because I am the strongest. And now you can force me to use all my strength. I'm really excited. Human. Please make me happier. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, as if responding and confirming what Velaslana said. Erica: not good. Lu, run away. Erica shouted nervously. This was the true attitude of the Eastern god of war. Before, Lu could barely fight Velaslana, who had integrated 8 incarnations, on equal terms, and even killed him once. But this time, the opponent had integrated 10 incarnations, and his strength had increased a lot. Lu had no chance of winning at all. However, Lu had already closed the chat group at this time, and now he couldn't see it at all. Lu didn't get nervous when he saw Velaslana had integrated 10 incarnations. Instead, he said with a smile on his face, the strongest? What a tempting word. Since you have already given your all, if I don't give my all, wouldn't that be looking down on you? Second magic source. Open. Boom. A terrifying red magic power rose from Lu's body, and the dense dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by this magic power. The sun's rays shone through the clouds onto Lu's body. Lu's magic power suddenly doubled. That's right, not 1/10, but doubled. After using the meditation method, Lu found that the second magic source was not fixed in size, but could continue to grow. Just like humans, growing from children to adults, and finally as tall as adults. Now Lu's second magic source is almost the same size as the first magic source. On weekdays, Lu can use the first magic source to deal with anything. Only when he is practicing will he open the dual magic sources, but that is just to use the magic source to absorb the magic power in the air and convert the magic power in the air into his own magic power. It is just to open the most basic ability of the magic source. This is the first time he really opened the first and second magic sources and used them in battle. The powerful magic power surging in his body also made Liu Li's confidence reach its peak. Facing the bright sunshine, Liu Li pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other, posing in a handsome pose. I am the only one who is supreme in heaven and on earth. Chapter 41. Tusaka-rin so handsome ah. Not only Tusaka-rin, but also Kane and Erika were struck by how handsome Liu Li was at this moment. Unexpectedly, Liu Li didn't even use his full strength. Whitebeard also muttered in a low voice, "This brat, he actually did such a fancy trick, wouldn't it be better to just kill that guy when the other party didn't use his full strength? But this look is really damn handsome." When Veleslana saw Liu Li's posture, his face also revealed a paranoid madness. Very good. Very good. Very good. Human beings. You can really give me a surprise, let's have a decisive battle. Veleslana rushed towards Liu Li with the golden sword in both hands. The golden sword in his hand stabbed at Liu Li. Liu Li's fist was wrapped in flames and he rushed forward. The fist and the golden sword collided with each other. Boom! The collision of powerful magic and divine power destroyed everything around, and the trees and land on the island were torn apart. The terrifying energy caused the volcano on the island that had been dormant for hundreds of years to erupt, and the scorching magma rushed into the sky. Oh ah 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 ah! Veleslana continued to inject divine power into the golden sword. Liu Li also injected magic power into his palm. Smash it! Crack! A crack appeared on the golden sword. What? The golden sword actually had cracks on it, and Veleslana was stunned. Bang! The golden sword completely shattered. How is it possible, my golden sword? Veleslana looked at the shattered golden sword in disbelief. The golden sword that could even cut through a godhead actually shattered like this. While Veleslana was in a daze, Liu Li's arm quickly grew larger. The powerful force bombarded Veleslana. Veleslana's body fell to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! This time it was like a meteorite falling, the powerful impact spread in all directions, destroying everything it touched. Liu Li raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand high. 18 magic circles were distributed above and below the fingers, front and back, left and right. A beam of fire rose in the center of the magic circle, the flame condensed and compressed, forming a semi-solid ball, and then the ball began to slowly grow. As the ball continued to grow, it became clearer to everyone. This was not a small ball at all, it was like a small sun. Soon the ball expanded to a diameter of about 1 meter. The terrifying heat wave spread to the surroundings, all the plants on the island were withering, and the sea water was evaporating rapidly. The space around the small sun was distorted, as if it was about to be burned. Veleslana's face changed drastically when he saw this, but his body was seriously injured by Liu Li just now, and almost all the bones in his body were broken. Although he had the healing ability of the camel incarnation, it would take some time. Liu Li obviously did not intend to give Veleslana time to heal himself. Veleslana, I am also happy to fight with you. You are a good opponent, so I will use my strongest magic to send you away. Dragon God, the merciless sun. Liu Li threw the small sun in his hand towards Veleslana below. Veleslana also gave up struggling as he watched the sun getting closer and closer to him. A smile appeared on his face. Is this the taste of defeat? I have always wanted to lose once. I have thought of countless possibilities, but I never thought that it would be in the hands of humans. You are the winner this time, you are the strong one. But I will return from the myth to challenge you again. Don't lose to others before I defeat you. Boom! It was like a real nuclear bomb explosion. The hemispherical gas explosion and flames spread rapidly around, touching all living things, plants, or rocks, and all of them turned to ashes. The heat of the explosion evaporated a huge gap in the sea surface. The seawater formed huge waves of hundreds of meters and continued to ripple around. After a while, everything returned to calm. To Sakharin the island, has disappeared. Can this, is this the power of that magic? So terrifying. This was the first magic that Lu Li put up in the chat group, and it was worth 800,000 group points. At the time, everyone in the group was shocked. So they were all guessing at the time what the power of magic worth 800,000 group points was. Now they finally saw it. They were also deeply shocked. Whitebeard also stared. How come this little monster's strength felt stronger than his own, so strong at the age of 14, isn't it a bit too much? Erica was so shocked that she couldn't speak at this time. The god of disobedience was really killed, and it was the extremely powerful god of war of the East. Lu Li didn't have time to pay attention to those things at this time, because the subtitles in his mind. You slew the god of disobedience, Velaslana. You became a god slayer. You have obtained the power, god of war of the East. Chapter 42. The totem symbolizing the 10 incarnations of Velaslana merged into Lu Li's body, and Lu Li saw the words in his mind. Power, this is the power of the gods in the world of the god killers. After humans kill gods, they can seize the power of gods. At this time, Lu Li felt someone calling him. He felt that he could use the power of strong wind to move over instantly. So Lu Li activated the power of strong wind. A tornado appeared around Lu Li's body. Suddenly, a tornado appeared in front of Erica, and Lu Li's figure also appeared in front of Erica. Lu Li. You really killed Velaslana. Erica saw Lu Li suddenly appear, and roughly guessed that Lu Li had seized Velaslana's power. Well, kind of. Then you are now a god slayer, the 7th god slayer, no, the 7th devil is born. Demon King. Lu Li raised his eyebrows. It was an interesting name. Erica explained, I mentioned the god of disobedience. People have woven all kinds of myths, and myths have created all kinds of gods. The gods should have maintained their roles in their respective myths to make the world run normally. However, not all gods are obedient to the Shunzong myth, so these gods are also called disobedient gods. The god of disobedience is a god that brings disaster. In order to fight against the god of disobedience, human magicians fight against him. Although there is a huge gap in power between humans and gods, there are always some geniuses among humans who can kill gods through luck or coincidence. The magician who can kill the god of disobedience is called the Campione god slayer. The one who kills God is naturally the Demon King, also known as the Supreme King Magician. If the devil kills God, he will plunder the corresponding power from God. For example, the strong wind you just used is the first incarnation of Velaslana. And now you are the 7th Demon King of this world. Is that so? Lu Li knew a little bit, but not as much as Erica. Gaining power by killing gods is really a straightforward way to play. Well, the matter has been resolved, and I should go back. Lu Li opened the chat group panel and prepared to return to the fairy tale world. Erica hurriedly called Lu Li, wait a minute. Lu Li, are you not interested in the power of God? Almost all demon kings who become god slayers are eager to kill gods or other god slayers, so as to seize the power of the other party to strengthen themselves. But Lu Li seemed to be not interested at all. Not interested? I am still a little interested, but not too interested. The power obtained without practice has limited potential. Compared with power, I still prefer magic, breathing, and domineering. You see, I use these powers to kill the gods. I am not interested in killing people for no reason just to seize their power. But if you are in danger or need help, you can call me. Lu Li said and prepared to leave. Please wait a moment. Lu Li turned around, and then he felt something soft and sweet covering his lips. He immediately realized what it was, and stared at Erica's beautiful eyes. After a while, their lips parted, and Erica blushed and said, "This is a thank you gift." After that, Erica turned and ran away. Lu Li was stunned in place, touching his lips. Was he being taken advantage of? This was his first kiss. But this feeling was really good. Looking at Erica's disappearing back, Lu Li couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Then he clicked back. Whoosh Lu Li returned to the fairy tale world. He was still thinking about the feeling just now. The chat group was very lively at this time. Tusakarin brother Lu Li is so awesome. He destroyed that arrogant god and the island with just one strike. It's so cool. Tusakarin, I've decided. I'll start saving up group points from now on and I'll definitely buy that magic. Kane, wow. I want to learn it too, but I don't have any magic power, so I can't learn it at all. I really envy you guys. Whitebeard: don't worry, girl. Dad will give you a powerful devil fruit. As long as you keep developing it, you can also have powerful strength. With Whitebeard's strength, it is not difficult to get a devil fruit, but giving him a rubbish devil fruit is simply a disgrace to Whitebeard, so if he wants to give him a good one, he should give him a good one. Kane, thank you, Daddy. Tusakarin: Dad, I want one too. I want one too. Whitebeard: okay, okay. You all have it, all of it. Whitebeard was very happy to be coaxed by Rin Tusaka. Since the establishment of this chat group, his mood has improved a lot every day. Tusakarin: by the way, Sister Erica, what do you mean by God Slayer and Demon King? Just when Erica said this, the live broadcast was interrupted, and several people did not hear the rest of the words. Erica just repeated what she had just said to Lu Li. Tusakarin: what? Just killing the god of disobedience will allow us to seize his power. Erica: not only the god of disobedience, but also the demon king. If you kill him, you can also take away his power. Kane: won't this lead to the god of disobedience and the demon king, and the demon kings killing each other? Chapter 43. Erica: that's right, because most disobedient gods will bring disaster to the world, killing them is naturally justice. Whitebeard: the demon king is justice, and the gods are evil. What an interesting world. Erica: yes. But there are very few people who can kill the god of disobedience, so these demon kings are also honored by the magic world as the supreme king, which is the highest honor and status. Erica: there are now 6 god slayers in the world. They may have killed some weak gods at first, and then used their power to kill some stronger gods. Each of them is very important to the world. Erica: and Lu Li is the 7th demon king. Tusakarin: at Lu Li, brother Lu Li, demon king. Hey! He sounds so powerful. Lu Li: I am not interested in demon kings or not. Powers are just average. There is a limit to the number of times they can be used. They are not as useful as magic. Lu Li has now figured out the capabilities of several powers. Generally speaking, the power of an incarnation can only be used once a day, which is obviously greatly reduced compared to the real power of gods. It is far less useful than his magic. Of course, some powers are still very good. For example, the first incarnation is Strong Wind. When a familiar person calls the user's name, even if it is a pseudonym or alias, as long as the person calling the name is aware of the user's existence, they can use the wind to instantly move to the other person's location. However, the conditions for use are somewhat harsh. It is necessary to know the appearance of both parties and both are in a place where the wind can reach. It can only be used when a person in danger calls the user's name. No matter how far away, it can be reached instantly, even to another world, and it can also move instantly with the people around. The second is the 8th incarnation, Aries, who can be resurrected after death. The others are all very ordinary in Lu Li's opinion. Tusakarin: brother Lu Li is really a man who is full and does not know the hunger of a hungry man. That's because brother Lu Li, your magic and strength are very powerful. For us, any power is an incredible power. Lu Li: sorry, but you don't have to worry, Xiaolin, you will become very strong too. The level of the Holy Grail world is not bad. If we count from ancient times, there are gods in the Holy Grail world. Not counting those gods, the strength of those heroes is not weak, especially Gilgamesh. The difference may be that they are more inclined to the summoning system. To Sakharin, if Brother Lu Li upgrades my magic, I will forgive you. Lu Li, okay, I'll study it first. During this period of time, Lu Li was eager to improve his strength and had been practicing magic. He had so many magics that he could not practice them all, so he had no time to study other magics. However, he still studied some magics intermittently during this period, such as the wing magic learned from Harpy, and the super advanced destructive magic crushing learned from Uncle Gildarts. He integrated both types of magic into his own magic system. This also resulted in the increase of 2 more types of magic that he needed to practice. So he had a high standard for magic. In his opinion, the only powerful people in the Holy Grail world were the heroic spirits, and the masters were not much different from the small fry. Naturally, he had no interest in those magics. At the beginning, he and Tusakarin were not familiar with each other, so he naturally had no obligation to help others. Now, after half a year of getting along, although they are only netizens, they are familiar with each other, and it's okay to help out. He also likes all kinds of magic. You spent 1000 points to purchase the magic basic. You spent 1000 points to buy the magic circuit. Now these points are nothing to Lu Li. To Sakharin yet, v. Master Lu bought my magic. After getting to know each other for a while, she knew that Lu Li's most abnormal thing was his ability to draw inferences from one thing to another, as if there was nothing he couldn't learn. As long as Lu Li bought power, he would give a stronger feedback in return. Lu Li began to receive this information carefully. Hey! Lu Li's eyes lit up. The magic power in the Holy Grail world is similar to that in the fairy tale world. The magic power is divided into a large source that fills the world, and a small source that is generated in living things. The large source is like the almost inexhaustible magic power in the air in the fairy tale world. The small source is the magic source in the wizard's body. The difference is that in the fairy tale world, as long as the wizard has a magic source in his body, when the magic power is consumed, he can autonomously and continuously draw magic power from the air. But it is different in the Holy Grail world. The magic source in the human body does not actively draw magic power from the air, but requires something called a magic circuit. The magic circuit is a magician's body that forms a transformation. The magic circuit draws magic power from the outside world and forms magic power that humans can use, thereby replenishing their own magic source. This is the organ that magicians use to transform vitality into magic power. It is something similar to nerves. Without it, magic cannot be used normally. There are 2 main functions, one is the generation of magic power, and the other is the path to connect to the magic base engraved in the world. Magicians use magic circuits to create magic power, and use magic power to grind the magic base to perform magic. The number of magic circuits is determined at birth and will not increase due to external factors. Therefore, magicians accumulate bloodlines for several generations to make their offspring more suitable for the body of magic. Lu Li touched his chin magic circuit. It looks very interesting. Chapter 44. In the world of fairy tale, the magic source of wizards can draw magic from the air for transformation, so naturally no one would create something like a magic circuit. But Lu Li could see that this magic circuit actually has great potential. For wizards, there are 2 things that really limit their strength. One is the amount of magic. For the same magic, the higher the magic output, the greater the magic power. The magic stored in the wizard's body is limited, so every time you release magic, you need to calculate it well. Don't look at the magic of Natsu and others in the anime one after another, they are the elite among the elites of wizards. For most wizards, after casting a dozen low-level magic, the magic power has reached the bottom. And the importance of magic to wizards goes without saying. If the magic power reaches the bottom, it will affect the whole body. Physical weakness is the lowest level of impact. In serious cases, it may even lead to death. The other is magic. Different magics have different powers. When the magic power is insufficient, some magics are not even qualified to be learned. In Lu Li's opinion, there should be another one, that is the speed of magic recovery. This kind of magic has a very low presence in the world of fairy tale, because almost everyone relies on their own magic source to recover. So Lu Li created the meditation method. Meditation can speed up the speed at which the magic source absorbs magic from the air. But that can only maintain the release of some not particularly powerful magic, such as the maintenance of daily practice. If some powerful magic is released, the magic will be consumed quickly. Even if the meditation method is turned on, the absorption of the magic source is limited. It's like a bucket of water. The faucet is constantly dripping, but there is a hole under the bucket. After a long time, the bucket will naturally be empty. Lu Li, not just one hole, but several holes. Each of his magic is very powerful, and the price of powerful magic is that the consumption of magic is also very huge. So even if Lu Li now has 2 magic sources, he still needs to calculate when fighting. The magic circuit provides Lu Li with a very novel idea. Using the magic circuit to directly draw magic from the atmosphere to cast magic, then there is no need to worry about insufficient magic when casting magic. Of course, according to his understanding, the magic power that the magic circuit absorbs from the air is also limited, and it is mainly determined by the number of magic circuits. Moreover, when the magic circuit is functioning, the human body will be accompanied by corresponding pain. This is easy to say. The human body will be accompanied by corresponding pain, but what about non-human beings, such as dragons? Lu Li carefully recalled the method of opening the magic circuit in his mind, and then began to open the magic circuit for himself. After a while, a magic circuit appeared on the surface of Lu Li's body. The opening went smoothly. Keep going. I want to see how many magic circuits I can open. Soon, the second, third, fourth. This feeling is just like breaking through the acupuncture points in martial arts novels. As time goes by, Lu Li's magic circuits are increasing. Soon, 108 magic circuits appear on Lu Li's body. 108. Lu Li frowned. He could feel that 108 was not his limit, but the limit of this magic circuit development method. The secret method of the Tozaka family to develop the magic circuit was already very good, but the limit could only be here. And he felt that this magic circuit that was independent of the magic source was actually not perfect. Lu Li closed his eyes and began to think. You feel that the development method of the magic circuit is not perfect enough. You start to think that since the magic circuit draws magic power from the atmosphere, it must naturally be rooted in the magic source. With the magic source as the core, you begin to transform the development method of the magic circuit. Your comprehension is incredible, and you have successfully created a new magic circuit development method. Please name it. It's called Dragon God Magic Circuit Development Method. Lu Li licked his lips and said to himself with some expectation, let's see how many magic circuits I can open up this time. Lu Li began to use the Dragon God Magic Circuit Development Method. He created to open up the magic circuit. The 109th, 110th, 111th. As time went by, Lu Li stopped until he opened up the 360th magic circuit. A magic source opens up 360 magic circuits. At this time, 360 red flame-like magic circuits appeared on Lu Li's body surface, and it looked like he was wearing a magic costume. Now that the magic circuits have been developed, we need to rebuild the circuit combinations. The magic circuits are not simply about quantity, but need to be coordinated with each other. Only by combining them can the power be maximized. For example, graphite and diamond are both made of carbon. When graphite is touched, it will break, while when diamond is touched, the other will break. You start thinking about how to combine 360 magic circuits. Your comprehension is amazing, and you have successfully created a new magic circuit combination. Please name it. It's called Dragon God and Demon Costume. Chapter 45. Dragon God Magic Equipment was successfully named. Next, let's try out what kind of magic the Dragon God Magic Suit composed of 360 magic circuits can perform. Dragon God Giant Spirit God Form. Lu Li's body quickly became huge, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Li turned into a giant over 20 meters tall. 360 magic circuits were in operation, quickly absorbing the magic power in the air and converting it into Lu Li's magic power to replenish the magic source. There is no consumption. Lu Li felt that the magic power of the magic source in his body had not decreased, and he was immediately overjoyed. You know, giant magic itself is a big consumer of magic, even the old man rarely becomes too big. Then he activated the Dragon God six-winged seraph form, and 3 pairs of huge white wings appeared behind Lu Li. Lu Li pointed his toes and his body quickly soared into the sky, testing many magic in the sky. He felt a slight pain in his body, which was caused by the function of the magic circuit, but fortunately, he could still bear it. This time his body's magic power was consumed, but the loss was not large. As long as he operated the magic source, the loss would be reduced. These magic powers will be restored soon. After a long while, Lu Li returned to his home. Lu Li looked very excited. This magic circuit was very powerful. With this magic circuit, as long as there was sufficient magic power in the outside world, and he did not use big tricks like Dragon God Merciless Sun, or use powerful magic at a high frequency, his magic power would be almost endless. This was just the Dragon God magic suit he built based on one magic source. You have to know that he has 2 magic sources. 2 magic sources means double the Dragon God magic suit. He couldn't imagine how terrible his magic power recovery would be at that time. Lu Li at Tozaka Rin, Xiaolin, I uploaded the modified magic, go and see it for yourself. You have added Dragon God magic circuit development method. Sales points, 5 million group points. You have put the Dragon God and Demon outfit on the shelves. Sales points, 8 million group points. Tozaka Rin really? That's great. I'll go to the mall and check it out. After a while. Tozaka Rin Lawa, Epsilon, 3. Kane, what's wrong? Rin, why are you crying? Tozaka Rin, brother Lu Li is bullying. Whitebeard, how did Lu Li bully you? Tell me and I'll beat up that brat. Tozaka Rin, go check out the mall. Several people opened the mall and saw the products at the top of the list. After reading this, everyone was speechless. They finally understood why Rin was crying. If Rin accumulates 100 points every day, or even 200 points a day, it would take at least 25,000 days to accumulate 5 million points, which is 68 years. To buy 8 million points it would take about 109 years. Even if Rin is just a child now, she will become an old woman in 68 years, and even be buried in the ground in 109 years. What else can she learn? Lu Li, I just put it on the shelf, I didn't know it would be so expensive. The price of this mall is only known after it is put on the shelf. Lu Li himself was a little shocked by the price. Lu Li, wait for me to modify it. Lu Li began to cut. You have an incredible comprehension and have successfully created a new magic circuit development method. Please name it. Elementary Dragon God, Magic Circuit Development Method. Primary Dragon God, Magic Circuit Development Method was named successfully. You have an incredible comprehension and have successfully created a new magic circuit combination. Please name it. Primary Dragon God and Demon Suit. The Primary Dragon God and Demon outfit was named successfully. You have added Primary Dragon God, Magic Circuit Development Method. Sales points, 200,000 points. You have put the primary dragon god and demon suit on the shelves. Sales points, 500,000 points. The chat crowd was a little speechless. On the one hand, they were shocked by Lu Li's abnormal understanding. On the other hand, the things created by Lu Li were sold for a high amount of points. Lu Li, I have already tried my best to cut down on it. If I cut down on it any further, it will become a little unsystematic. At this time, Tosaka Rin also began to read the detailed introduction of the things Lu Li put on the shelf. 108 magic circuits. And they have built a system out of these 108 magic circuits. Tosaka Rin knew exactly what this meant. She had been taught by her father, Tosaka Tokiomi, since she could remember. She had also developed many magic circuits, but she had never heard of 108 magic circuits. And the system built out of 108 magic circuits was even more unheard of, because each system was like a combination lock. 108 magic circuits are a combination lock made up of 108 numbers, and the number of combinations is far from enough even if there are stars in the sky. The ancestors of their Tosaka family have been constantly learning and creating to build the Tosaka family system. But what Lu Li gave seemed to be the optimal solution for these 108 magic circuits. She didn't understand the things Lu Li sent out before, and just felt that they were mysterious and powerful. But now she understands what Lu Li sent out. But the more she understands, the more she knows how difficult this thing is. She was deeply shocked by Lu Li's understanding. Suddenly, she thought of something and immediately went to read the detailed introduction of the product that Lu Li had just sent out. Before, she was dumbfounded just by seeing the sales points, and she didn't even bother to read the product introduction. Now she sees the 360 magic circuit development method and the magic outfit constructed by 360 magic circuits. She has been completely shocked and speechless. At this moment, she has only one thought in her mind. This guy is definitely not a human being. Chapter 46. Tosaka Rin, thank you, Brother Lu Li. I am very satisfied. I will work hard to accumulate points. Although the points are a bit expensive, Tosaka Rin is already very satisfied. After all, the more expensive the points are, the higher the value. She only needs to accumulate 2 more years to buy the magic circuit development method. She needs 7 more years to accumulate the magic equipment construction method. The two together take about 10 years. Although 10 years is a bit long, it is also within the acceptable range. If she can learn it, she will not be afraid of any magician in this world. Compared with the gains she has gained, 10 years is too short. Lu Li, as long as you are satisfied. After chatting for a while, Lu Li logged off. He had gained a lot today. First of all, he had the power of God. Although he looked down on it, the other party was at least a guy who could fight with him for so long. He was just a little unhappy because of this pirated power that could only be used once a day. Secondly, he got a kiss from Erica. To be honest, a man who is not unfaithful is not a man at all. Compared with Urza, who is still young, Erica is beautiful, sexy, and so proactive. For most men, they have no resistance to proactive women, and Lu Li is one of them. Finally, there is the magic suit. The magic suit is not a magic weapon, but a magic outer suit constructed by magic power, like clothes. He really didn't expect to have such a harvest in the Holy Grail world. Now think about it carefully, the level of the Holy Grail world is actually not low at all, and it is only a little worse than the God Slayer world. It's just that most of the fights are with heroic spirits, so the master seems a little insignificant. There is no need to say more about the world of One Piece. Although armament haki and observation haki are a bit common, the real haki masters are all top-level strong men. I will also learn haki if I have the chance in the future. Forget about the devil fruit, which has side effects and is not necessary. In fact, even in the world of Demon Slayer, which seems to be the lowest level, there are extraordinary powers, that is, the self-healing ability of evil spirits and their almost immortal lifespan. This is extremely extraordinary in any world, at least in Liu Li's opinion. It is thousands of times stronger than the power he has obtained. Even among humans, there are extraordinary saints, that is, the founder of the breathing method, Tsugakoku Yoriichi. The more carefully you watch Demon Slayer, the more you can understand how perverted Tsugakoku Yoriichi is. All the members of the Demon Slayer Corps beat up the Demon King Muzan together, poisoned and drugged him, and finally dragged him under the sun to let the sun kill him. And Tsukuni Yoriichi alone beat the Demon King Muzan without any chance to fight back. He even dared not show up when Tsukuni Yoriichi was alive, and dared to show up again long after his death. Tsukuni Yoriichi is a peerless person with skills close to Taoism. In any world, he is a strong man at the top of the pyramid, but he is just an ordinary person who knows a little breathing method. If Tsukuni Yoriichi traveled to the world of One Piece, he would also use haki, which means that a knife can cut from the starting point of the Grand Line to Raftel and then cut back from Raftel. Since defeating the god of disobedience Velaslana, Liu Li has also had a certain understanding of his own strength. After all, he has watched many anime, and by comparing, he knows his approximate level. According to the calculation of the One Piece world, he should be at the level of the Admiral and the Four Emperors. According to the calculation of the fairy tale world, he is at least one of the 10 holy wizards. This level can be regarded as a strong man in any anime. All this is due to his heaven-defying understanding and the 2 golden fingers of the chat group. It seems that I can visit other worlds more in the future, and maybe there will be some unexpected gains. The next morning, Liu Li went to the Fairy Tale Guild. He had been busy with training for almost a week and it was time to do some tasks to earn some living expenses. When Liu Li arrived at the guild, he saw a lot of people gathered in the guild, and some faces that were not usually seen appeared. Although there were a lot of people, the guild seemed much quieter than usual. Liu Li. Over here, over here. Natsu saw Liu Li and immediately called him over. Liu Li walked over and sat down. There are so many people in the guild. Is there anything going on? It's a big deal. Natsu hadn't finished speaking. The door to the second floor of the guild was opened. Makarov and Gildarts walked out of the room, and Makarov jumped onto the railing on the second floor. President. Been waiting for you for a long time. Announce it quickly. Who is it this year? The guild, which had been somewhat quiet, suddenly became noisy, and everyone was very excited. Ahem. According to the old practice of fairy tale, the list of participants in the S-Class Wizard upgrade test is about to be announced. Ah! An S-Class Wizard. He wants one too. Chapter 47. At Bien Ng Si Bien Lo Trong Hthng. Chapter 48. Laxus was very angry at this moment. He grew up in fairy tale. After becoming a wizard of fairy tale, in order to be recognized by others, he worked hard to complete various difficult tasks. But even so, he didn't get the first opportunity to participate in the S-Class Wizard promotion test until he was about to turn 18. And what about Liu Li? Not to mention that he had just joined the guild for half a year, he was still a kid less than 14 years old, but he got the same opportunity as him to participate in the S-Class Wizard promotion test. He wanted to ask, why? It was okay for others to look at him unfairly, but his grandfather actually treated him like this. Liu Li noticed Laxus's eyes and frowned slightly. It was okay for him to make trouble for him before, and they didn't meet much afterwards. What happened this time? Because he was a competitor of the S-Class Wizard? But Liu Li didn't mind. He was still thinking about Laxus's Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. The test will be conducted in a week, you two should adjust your status. Since this is your first time participating, let me explain the rules first. The 2 selected people will have to choose a partner within a week of preparation. There are 2 rules for partners. First, the partner must be a member of Fairy Tale. Second, S-class wizards are not allowed as partners. The specific test content will be announced after arriving at the guild on the same day. Over. After Makarov finished speaking, the guild returned to its previous state. Many people were discussing who would become the new S-class wizard between Lu Li and Laxus. Some guessed it would be Laxus, while others thought it would be Lu Li. Some people were very upset because they were not selected, and drank to relieve their sorrow. Lu Li and his friends sat at a table, eating and chatting. Lu Li, you will definitely choose me as your partner, right? Natsu was very attentive to Lu Li. It was normal that he did not get a place. After all, he was still too young. Lu Li was already the youngest player in the history of the Fairy Tale Guild to participate in the S-class promotion assessment. For Natsu, even if there was no way to be promoted to an S-class wizard, he had to take the exam, which would make him more experienced in the future when taking the exam. Gray said, "Why choose you? It is more appropriate to choose me. My comprehensive magical ability is stronger and I can deal with various situations. I will definitely help you become an S-class wizard." Gray had the same idea as Natsu. This was an S-class promotion exam. Who wouldn't want to participate? He didn't want to see Natsu's arrogant look when he came back. Natsu grabbed Gray by the collar. "What did you say? Do you want to be beaten? Come on. Who's going to hit who?" Just when the two were about to fight again. At this time, Myra said to Lu Li, "I'll be your partner." Natsu and Gray were stunned when they heard Myra's words. Why did Myra want to get involved? The two of them are no match for Myra. Besides, doesn't Myra and Lu Li have a bad relationship? Lu Li smiled and shook his head and said, "I have already chosen my partner in my mind." "Who is it?" Lu Li looked at Urza. "Urza? Why did you choose her? Do you think I am not as strong as Urza?" Myra looked unhappy. She didn't want to lose to Urza. "That's not the case. Urza and I have an agreement that whoever takes the S-rank exam first will be the other's partner. Of course, if both of us take the exam at the same time, this agreement will be cancelled. I originally thought that Urza would be the first to qualify for the exam, but I didn't expect that I would be the first to qualify. Originally, he thought that if Urza qualified, he would help her, and this would make him closer to her." "Ah! Urza, you are so cunning. I didn't expect this situation, but since Lu Li has obtained the qualification for the assessment, I will definitely help him become an S-class wizard," Arisa said seriously. At this time, a voice sounded and said, "Humph! How shameless! Everyone can boast. You must become an S-class wizard?" If it was that easy to become an S-class wizard, the guild would have been full of S-class wizards. The reason why S-class is because the assessment is extremely difficult. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can become one. Several people looked in the direction of the voice and saw Laxus and the Thunder Gods sitting at the table next to them. The person who spoke was Alba Green. Alba Green. Urza narrowed her eyes. The three members of the Thunder God group were followers of Laxus. They all had strange personalities in the guild and could not fit in with the group. However, the three of them were very strong and the magic they used was also very troublesome. She was not absolutely sure of winning against them. Laxus looked at Lu Li unkindly and said, "Kid, don't think that you are equal to me just because you have obtained the qualification to participate in the S-class wizard promotion exam like me. I will definitely be the one who is promoted to S-class wizard this time. If you know what's good for you, just give up on your own." "Oh? What if I don't know what's good for you?" Lu Li looked at Laxus and said with a half-smile. Laxus's face darkened. "Then you have to pray that this is not a confrontational assessment, otherwise I might not be able to stop myself and get you hurt. That would be bad." "Oh? Then I am really looking forward to it." Lu Li has a good temper, but a good temper does not mean that he can be bullied. He can take anything, but he cannot take a loss. Laxus is in a rebellious period, and the president can't control him, but he doesn't mind taking care of him for the president. Chapter 49. Laxus stared fiercely at Lu Li's eyes, but Lu Li looked back at him without caring. After a while, Laxus said, "I hope your strength will be as strong as your words. Let's go." Laxus turned around and left with the thunder gods. "This guy is really getting more and more annoying," Myra said without beating around the bush. If they could still chat in the past 2 years, Laxus has become more and more annoying in the past 2 years, always looking down on others. Yes. Isn't he just the grandson of the president? What's so great about that? Why look down on others? Gray was also very unhappy with Laxus. "Lu Li, you have to be careful, Laxus is very strong," Urza said to Lu Li with a serious face. Lu Li nodded. "I know. As a time traveler who has read the original work, he knows Laxus's strength better than anyone else. Laxus is not very strong, but very strong. A strong person does not become strong in one day, but requires continuous efforts of several generations. The Wizards Guild gathers the elite guilds among wizards. It can be said that the wizards of the Wizards Guild are what the magic world calls pure-blooded magicians. The stronger the person, the stronger the magical qualifications of the offspring born. The president's father is a strong man. The president inherited powerful magic from his father, and Laxus also inherited powerful magic from the president. This can only be achieved through the efforts of generations. Because Laxus's physical magic power is too strong, his young body can hardly bear it, which makes Makarov very self-blame. Later, Laxus's father, Ivan, got a dragon-slaying magic crystal from somewhere, and used the dragon-slaying magic crystal to barely suppress his own runaway magic power. In the past, I always saw Laxus shouting about being the strongest. I felt that Laxus was a little ignorant, when it was obvious that Gildarts was more powerful. Later, I saw the 100-Year Quest and realized that Laxus might not be lying. The Dragon Slayer crystal allowed Laxus to learn Dragon Slayer magic, which gave Laxus a strong physique, but also limited Laxus's own strength. The second generation of Dragon Slayers were just imitations made using the Dragon Slayer crystal, and could not be considered true Dragon Slayers. It was as if a converter was added to Laxus' body, converting Laxus's own magic power into magic power that could use Dragon Slayer magic. Such a conversion would cause a lot of loss, and it would be considered good if the conversion efficiency could be half, which means that Laxus's strength was forcibly limited by at least half. In terms of magic talent alone, Laxus might be the best in the entire fairy tale world. But even though he was the best, Laxus was still too young and was not his opponent. Well, there is no time to waste, Lu Li, let's go back and practice now. Since I have already said it, I will definitely make you an S-class wizard. In the afternoon, Lu Li saw Urza pulling a cart full of large and small bags of things to his door. This made Lu Li a little confused. "Urza? What are you doing? I want to practice with you for the next week. Your place is spacious, with beautiful scenery, and is the best place for practice." Lu Li said, "You just came here like this, don't you know the difference between men and women? What are you still standing there for? Why don't you come and help?" Urza saw that Lu Li was still standing there in a daze, and immediately asked Lu Li to come and help move the luggage. Lu Li also hurriedly helped to move the gifts into the house. Fortunately, the house was built spacious enough, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate all of Urza's gifts. After sorting out the gifts, Urza also began to fight with Lu Li. Since she found that her strength improved rapidly when fighting with Lu Li, Urza would come to Lu Li to fight from time to time. Lu Li naturally would not refuse. Urza herself is a genius, and fighting with her will also greatly improve Lu Li's fighting skills. An hour later, the two stopped. "You've become stronger again," Urza said to Lu Li with some tiredness. She was the one who could most clearly feel Lu Li's strength. In the beginning, when they didn't use magic to fight, she could see that Liu Li's fighting level was really the same as that of an ordinary person without the blessing of magic. But as time went by, Liu Li's fighting skills became more and more advanced, especially in the past 2 weeks, when neither side used magic. She had begun to be suppressed by Liu Li. You know, Liu Li's real strength is still magic. You have also become stronger. Since Liu Li joined the Fairy Tale Guild, he has been using the Dragon God transformation to strengthen his body every night, and at the same time practicing meditation to refine his magic power. In addition, his own qualifications are very good, so the improvement in strength is naturally very huge. Liu Li, come and fight me. After resting for a while, Erza stood up and said to Liu Li. Hey? Why? Next is the S-level promotion exam. I don't know what the exam is about. As your partner, he naturally needs to understand your strength and moves so that we can cooperate better. That's not necessary. To be honest, he really enjoyed the life in Fairy Tale, so he didn't want to expose his strength in Fairy Tale. Do you look down on me? Of course not. Then fight me. Seeing Erza's angry look, Liu Li could only reluctantly agree. Okay. Chapter 50. Soon, Erza stood opposite. Change to heavenly wheel armor. Erza's body radiated light, and in the blink of an eye, a set of steel armor was put on Erza's body, and Erza's body slowly floated into the air. A large number of swords were suspended beside Erza. Heavenly Wheel Dizzy Sword. Erza controlled a large number of swords and shot them towards Liu Li. Liu Li moved quickly and easily dodged all of Erza's sword attacks. Seeing Liu Li dodged her attacks so easily, Erza's eyes lit up. Sure enough, Liu Li was very strong. Hey, hey, hey. It's just a competition, why are you taking it so seriously? I told you that we have to fight it out. You'd better be serious. Laxus is stronger than me. If you can't even beat me, then there's no need to fight Laxus. At the same time, I also want to know why the president chose you. Heavenly Wheel Circular Sword. Erza swung multiple swords in a circle at high speed and slashed towards Liu Li. Liu Li raised his hand and shouted softly, smash! Bang! Erza's steel swords were all shattered. Heavenly Wheel Sword of 3. Erza dived towards Liu Li, and the sword in her hand drew a triangular mark at high speed. Liu Li jumped back hard and dodged Erza's attack. Erza shouted at Liu Li, is all you can do is run away? If you don't use magic to defeat me, this duel will never stop. He knew Erza's character well. Erza had said this. If he didn't really show some strength to defeat Erza, she might really be angry. The favorability he had accumulated with great difficulty might bottom out all of a sudden. The greatest respect for an opponent is to show strength to defeat the opponent. Crackling. Golden arcs of electricity appeared around Liu Li's head. Erza's eyes changed when she saw it. She knew clearly that this was Laxus magic, and her body quickly jumped back. Boom! A beam of lightning burst out from the ground where Erza was standing just now. Crack! The arc of electricity flashed around Liu Li's head again, and Erza quickly jumped to avoid it again. Boom boom boom! Lightning burst out from the ground where Erza was standing, forcing Erza to keep dodging. Erza jumped hard and flew into the air. Liu Li raised his palm, and the golden arc of electricity gathered in his palm. Crack! A golden lightning bolt fell from the sky towards Erza. When Erza saw Liu Li raising his hand, she knew what kind of magic Liu Li wanted to cast, and immediately summoned several steel swords to fly over her head. Boom! The lightning struck and all the steel swords flew away. Change clothes. Black feather armor. Erza took this opportunity to change clothes. In the blink of an eye, a set of black armor with bat wings appeared. She rushed to Liu Li below at a very fast speed. She knew that if Liu Li continued to cast spells like this, she would be the first to give up. Black feather moon flash. Erza rushed to Liu Li and slashed at him with the sword in her hand. Snap! Liu Li snapped his fingers on his right hand. A spherical protective shield protected Liu Li's body. This was the magic shield that Liu Li had learned from Gray and then improved upon. The shield was white in color and was made up of small hexagonal blocks. Urza's sword hit the shield, but was easily blocked by it. What? Urza was shocked to see her attack was blocked, and she quickly retreated. Change your outfit to the Heavenly Wheel armor. Heavenly Wheel Dizzy Sword. Urza changed back to the Heavenly Wheel armor, and a large number of steel swords continued to shoot at Liu Li. Clang clang clang. All the steel swords were blocked by the magic shield. Hey! A huge fireball with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared on Liu Li's palm and was launched towards Urza. Change to the Flame Emperor armor. Urza changed into the Flame Emperor armor, which greatly increased the resistance to fire magic. Urza raised the flaming sword in her hand and chopped at the fireball. Boom! The big fireball was split in half by Urza, and exploded behind her. When Urza looked up at Liu Li's position, Liu Li's figure suddenly disappeared from her sight. She immediately sensed something and swung the sword behind her at a very fast speed. Snap! The flaming sword in Urza's hand was caught by Liu Li with his bare hands. Hey! The flames in Liu Li's hand became stronger, and the sword in Urza's hand melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Urza's eyes widened in disbelief. How is it possible? My Flame Emperor's sword actually melted. This is a sword with extremely high flame resistance, but it was melted just like that. How high is the temperature of Liu Li's flames? Looking at Liu Li, who did not continue to attack, Urza exhaled and said, I lost. When Liu Li appeared behind her, Urza knew she had lost. She was not injured because Liu Li had shown mercy. There was no point in continuing the fight, so Urza simply admitted defeat. Sorry. Liu Li scratched his head. Seeing Liu Li like this, Urza smiled and said, What's there to be embarrassed about? You won, you won. You are stronger than me, which is a good thing. This proves that the president was not wrong about you. Moreover, the stronger you are, the greater the possibility of being promoted to an S-class wizard. Let's work hard together, and I will definitely make you an S-class wizard. Iluza stretched out her hand and said. Hearing Urza say this, Liu Li also smiled. This is why he likes Urza. He stretched out his hand and shook Urza's hand. I will definitely become an S-class wizard.